In Seminole County, just north of Sanford. Look at these live pictures, all that wind, all of that rain. About 90 minutes ago, Nicole made landfall just south of Vero Beach, but as you see here, parts of central Florida, this is north of Orlando, are really taking a beating right now. Good morning and thank you for watching special coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Lisa Greenberg. Those sights from that live cam very familiar to us here in Southwest Florida. We want to get you the very latest though on what is now Tropical Storm Nicole. It made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane at around 3 o'clock this morning just south of Vero Beach with sustained wind of 75 miles per hour. And even though it is now back to a tropical storm as it crosses our state, high wind and heavy rain are still our main threats here. We have a network of reporters standing by from all across Southwest Florida, all the way to the Treasure Coast to bring us all of the latest information of Nicole from all different angles.
We also have two meteorologists working right now on Fox 4 Morning News, so let's get right to them. Fox 4's Trent Eric and Lauren Petrelli are in the Weather Center right now. So tell us what's going on with the storm. And Trent, I know you're saying Southwest Florida is taking a lot of rain right now, almost as bad as anybody else.
Yeah, we're on the southwest side. Lauren and I have been monitoring the radar here all morning for this historic event. This is the latest that a hurricane has ever hit the east coast of the state, and it surpassed the Yankee hurricane back in 1935. So we're unfortunately making history with the late season storm.
Yeah, and that's kind of the downer here, considering we already made history with Hurricane Ian, and any additional rainfall on top of our already saturated ground really not going to help us out too much. Trent, I know you kind of wanted to show everyone what's happening on radar really quickly. We're going to get to your winds in just a second, but we're seeing some of the heaviest downpours.
Absolutely. That video you saw out of the northern parts there of Orlando up along I-4 is where the center of that storm is going currently. And do we have a live camera to pop up here to show what's going on, or are we just getting straight to the radar? If we do, let's get right there. And Lauren's going to go prepare the winds.
Good.
And I just want to walk you through what's going on here on the radar as we are looking at that heavy rain off to the south. The center of the now downgraded tropical storm continues to roll here past Melbourne, Merritt Island. You've got Orlando. Let me show you where the brunt of that was happening here. And it was up around Seminole and Volusia counties, north of Sanford and I-4. That was the video we saw there coming out of the northern part of the state. Now to the southwest, we've got these rain bands wrapping around, dumping the heavy rain there between Cape Coral, Fort Myers, LaBelle, and Immokalee. And a little closer look at some of that heavy rain crossing the Caloosahatchee. So if you're waking up this morning and you got to go to work, I know school's canceled around town, but boy, it is coming down, ponding on the roadways. It gets a little dangerous out there. And this heavy rain is across an area that we all know was devastated by Hurricane Ian. And now we're waiting to see if there's any type of water intrusion underneath the tarps or compromised rooftops. Maybe you thought you were okay. Now we're going to get this heavy rain and a little wind. And the question is, how much more damage will we see? You can see the heavy rain there from North Fort Myers all the way through Babcock Ranch. And I want to step up. I'm actually going to take the radar out towards Sanibel and Pine Island here this morning. Just kind of take a look at some of those locations. And you can see Matlacha, St. James City still have some decent rainfall moving through. And then as we head down towards Sanibel, it's definitely been on and off. And I know the wind is driving that rain in, Lauren.
Yeah, so we've been talking for several days now. Wind and rain are going to be our biggest threats. We're going to talk about your wind gusts in just a second. First, I want to talk about the wind speed and direction for right now. We have some areas registering up to 22 miles per hour right now coming out of the other side. So you remember the winds, when they wrap around these tropical systems, you can see that wraparound formation with the wind speeds here up to 22 miles per hour over in the Naples community, 16 Marco Island. Only 4, though, over in Bonita Springs and 18 over in Fort Myers. Now, here are those wind gusts, which are a little bit higher. Remember, these are not sustained winds, but still can be very dangerous, especially with all of the debris we still have lying around. Currently, gusts up to 28 miles per hour in Fort Myers, 32 in Naples, 24 over in Marco Island. As we head through today, those wind speeds and the rain will slowly taper off, and eventually we'll start to see more sunshine by tomorrow afternoon. I do want to touch on traffic, as I know some of us still have to get out, some of us still have to work today. So we have a lot of ponding and pooling stretching all the way from Charlotte Harbor through our inland areas to LaBelle, all the way closer to just south of Clewiston, back down to Immokalee, through the Fort Myers, Cape Coral communities, and all the way down to Bonita Springs. This is probably the area where we're picking up the heaviest ponding and pooling. So if you are driving this morning, hydroplaning going to be a huge factor for you. Take it nice and easy, as we have no crashes to report right now. This one right here on Fort Myers Beach has been hanging on for a couple of days. This just hasn't been cleared by our data set. But other than that, we're looking nice and clear for the morning commute crash-wise. But when it comes to the wind and the rain and also the hydroplaning risk, you have to take it very easy this morning. Trent and I are going to do a deeper dive into what we've already seen with Nicole and also what you could expect later on today coming up in your full forecast.
All right, Lauren, sounds good. As part of our team coverage, we have reporters stationed all across Southwest Florida this morning, and we're going to start off in DeSoto County.
Yeah, and reason we want to start there is because we are worried about the Peace River to see what happens with flooding. As you remember, that was a big issue during Hurricane Ian. So let's bring in Fox 4's Ryan Kruger. He is watching the water levels there this morning. Ryan, what do you see?
Yeah, so what we're seeing right now, guys, is those wind gusts that are coming in. And it is interesting as those bands move through. You'll have moments where that wind is really coming at you. We're kind of in one of those moments right now. And then it'll kind of go away. And you'll have a few minutes where you can stand still. Let's go ahead and get a quick look of where we're at right now. So I am right off Highway 70, State Road 70, if you're familiar with this area. Not far from proper downtown Arcadia. And one thing that is interesting is you can kind of see it. It may not show up on camera, at least not right now. Maybe when the sun comes up, we'll be able to see it a little bit better. But because there has been ponding on the road, the wind that is blowing is picking up some of that water, and it's becoming almost like sheets of water that are going through. A couple things I can report is that the road conditions, certainly some ponding on there. However, it's nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, it's nothing too dangerous. People are able to move. You are seeing some traffic out there, not a bunch. You're seeing, of anything else, wow, here we go. When I was talking about those wind gusts that would pick up, we're basically seeing that live right now. That wind really started to pick up just in a couple of seconds. Real quick, before we send things back, you were mentioning the Peace River. That is an area of concern, especially not as much today, but in the coming days. So Hurricane Ian, of course, came on a Wednesday, 6 weeks ago yesterday. But the Peace River crested at 23 feet. That is 12 feet above flood stage on that Saturday. So it took a couple of days. The rain dumped in other parts of the state, and because of our geography, it took a while to drain down to the Peace River here in Arcadia, and that is when it flooded. It was catastrophic for this region. I was trying to get through the Arcadia, DeSoto County region the weekend after Hurricane Ian came through. Parts of this county were just completely cut off for a couple of days because there was so much flooding on the road. Today, the concern is going to be flooding. It is not going to be concerned like Hurricane Ian, but the National Weather Service right now is forecasting that the Peace River is going to crest at just below flood stage. About 10.5, flood stage is at 11 feet, and that's supposed to happen on Monday. So the concern for the folks here, you get through this storm, get through this wind, but keep an eye on the river, especially if you're in those low-lying areas in a couple of days, because that is when they are expecting it to get worse on the river. That is the scene for right now in Arcadia. We'll check back with you in 30 minutes, but for now, we are live in Arcadia. I'm Ryan Kruger, Fox 4.
Yeah, good point, Ryan. And we are seeing a lot of rain in central Florida right now, north of Orlando. So that is not good news for the folks in Arcadia where you are. Let's move from Arcadia about 3 hours north to Daytona Beach shores, where a couple of hundred people had to evacuate just before Nicole made landfall. Volusia County says at least 6 buildings were unsafe and more than 200 people had to leave their homes. That's what you see right here. Now, the buildings were already damaged because of Hurricane Ian, and the fear there is that beach erosion could cause them to collapse during this storm. Here's what the Volusia County Sheriff said a few hours before Nicole made landfall.
A vast majority of people had left on their own volition. Some people stayed a little longer, hoping that maybe the inevitable wouldn't happen. But what did earlier this afternoon, the building inspector basically declared this structure unsafe, unsound. So it's not a matter of riding it out, it's a matter of you have to get out.
And Lisa, it's that combination of the beach erosion and the storm surge, even before Nicole made landfall, that has people on the East Coast concerned right now.
Right. For some perspective, we want to move to the Juno Beach area. It's in Palm Beach County. Our Sophia Hernandez is live there. It's been about an hour and a half since the storm made landfall in that area. What are you seeing, Sophia?
Hi there, good morning. Yeah, we have been here since about 4 a.m. and really right now what we are experiencing are these heavy wind gusts, very cold wind gusts. You could probably see it right now behind me. Thankfully, not a lot of rainfall nor a lot of flooding. However, the areas to the north of us and south of us, all along Ocean Drive, that is the coastline, those have been deemed as evacuation zones. So of course, what their concern is storm surge and potential debris and damage as well. But thankfully, where we are, we're a little bit less than a mile from the beach. We thankfully are only just seeing these heavy wind gusts. Again, no flooding, no rainfall as of right now. Another thing to keep in mind, last night, the hotel that we are staying at was having power come in and out. FPL crews were actually staying at this hotel. They took off maybe 15 minutes ago. FPL has reported close to 8,500 power outages just in Palm Beach County alone. So again, going into today, Thursday, the focus is going to be damage and debris, especially along the coastline, but also getting power back to a lot of individuals that maybe do not have any as of Wednesday night going into this morning. So again, that's the focus here in Juno Beach. Again, this is mainly a vacation town. A lot of tourists that were probably staying here this week, hoping to enjoy Florida, and instead were met with this storm. So we hope to survey more of the damage closer to the shoreline in about an hour or so. So we will give you that report later on this morning. Live in Juno Beach, Sophia Hernandez, Fox 4.
Thank you, Sophia. And take a look at this view. This is all too familiar, right? This is from Brevard County, and you can see the expected sight of the gusty wind blowing the palm fronds. Heavy rain is battering buildings in this area. I know for a lot of people, this is bringing back memories of Hurricane Ian and what things looked like here. It's all similar to what we're seeing in Southwest Florida right now, except, of course, not quite that severe, but we are seeing some wind and rain.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of rain, and that's exactly what Trent and Lauren just told us about. It is something we're tracking this morning, especially in those areas that tend to flood. So we're talking about more inland communities like LaBelle.
That is right. So let's go ahead and send it on over to Fox 4's Yvette Sanchez. She is live in Hendry County with an update on conditions there. Yvette, what can you tell us?
Good morning, Lisa and Chris. Well, I was actually out here last night from, I would say, around 5 o'clock to 11 o'clock last night. And I will say we were kind of sitting and waiting for the conditions we're seeing right now. So what we're seeing, you can actually hear it. It's starting to pick up a little bit. You're getting the wind gusts. We are getting a lot of rain, a lot of consistent rain. Something of note is when we were here earlier at around 6, 10 o'clock last night, there was a lot of action going on out there, but the Caloosahatchee, which is right down that way, it was very calm. It was starting to pick up a little bit and getting a little choppy. When we got here this morning, it is going, and it's going pretty fast, and you could see the difference from last night to tonight. Now, honestly, while we were driving in, I did see a couple cars. I saw people on the road. People are going over this bridge right here, right by Barron Park, which is here in the city of LaBelle off of Main Street. So we're starting to get those conditions. We're starting to get the rain in our face, the wind in our hair. So we'll be back in the half hours of today. But for now, live in LaBelle, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
It looks very nasty where you are in Hendry County, and we can tell you that on the East Coast, in the days before the storm came in, one of their big problems was storm surge. Not like what we saw with Ian, about half of that in some areas, but it was still significant.
Right. Reporter Tori Dunnan from our Scripps station, WPTV in West Palm Beach, is taking a look at the effects of Nicole in Boynton Beach.
We're here in Boynton Beach outside of Two George's restaurant, and basically in the past hour or so, the intracoastal right there behind those benches, all of this water, look here, it is all moved in here. At this point it's about mid-chin, but back in here it's closer to about 2 to 3 feet. Some of that water going into the restaurant, we believe. That's what some of the fishermen have said out here. Now we want to go and talk to some of the fishermen because this isn't just about the restaurant here. People have their boats here. They've been out here throughout the night. This is pretty deep, actually, if you're noticing this. When we first got here, it was not like this at all. I'm going to move quick so we get over to them. This guy we're going to talk to, his name is Chip. He has a boat. He's been here for about 25 years. Chip, can I grab you real quick? All right. Come up here. All right, this is Chip. Your boat is Chip's Ahoy right there. All right, real quick, tell me, what is it like for you tonight? You said you've never seen it like this, right?
I've never seen the tide this high, and you know, I've been here. I've had my charter business here for 15 years, and just nerve-wracking is the best way to put it. I could, really say, you just keep coming down. I live a couple blocks away, and I keep coming down and coming down. The big thing is high tide now that's going to be here in the next few minutes, and I just want to make sure, the boats can drift over the docks, and that's the biggest thing. I got a lot of fenders, and we're a small community.
Show us where the dock is to your boat, but be careful, obviously. You showed us before. I'll shine a light for you.
Okay.
So that's the dock that leads to his boat there. Be careful out there. So that's the image that we'll leave you with as we are here in Boynton Beach at Two Georges. We'll continue to stand here and monitor what is supposed to be high tide really coming soon. In Boynton Beach, Florida, I'm Tori Dunnan. Back to you.
And Tori, where you are right now, there are a lot of power outages, and it's not just on the East Coast. Unfortunately, we are seeing some power outages here in Southwest Florida.
Let's go ahead and show you the FPL outage map for Lee County right now. They're showing about 4,000 outages just in Lee County. And Chris, I was asking you because I was curious how many of these outages could be still from Hurricane Ian. You said when you came in early this morning at around 2:30, there were only 150 or so power outages in Lee County.
It was in that range, 150 or so, kind of like what we're seeing in the rest of Southwest Florida right now, but suddenly in Lee County it jumped up to 4,000.
So that's a lot of people without power at the moment in this part of Southwest Florida. Checking the other counties in Southwest Florida, Hendry County, I was seeing only 10 outages, most of them just in the hundreds, 150, 130 or so, but Lee County seeing the most of those outages right now. And LCEC is also detecting some power outages in parts of Southwest Florida. It says there's about 747 people throughout Lee County that are without power. So not major amounts of people without power, but still people are waking up this morning not able to turn on the lights or use any of their electronics. Now let's go ahead and bring in our meteorologists Trent and Lauren to talk about where the storm is now and how much longer we're going to see the impacts here in Southwest Florida.
Definitely this morning and this afternoon until this storm finally moves to north. This is moving faster than Ian did, so we're going to get this rain in and out of here pretty quickly throughout the day. But I know a lot of folks still have to get to work through this rainfall.
Yeah, and at the same time where we are seeing the wind and the rain, I got to tell you, this is a live look over at Flagler Beach, the pier right there, really getting rocked over on the other side of the coast. They're still picking up the brunt of all of the impacts when it comes to this, Trent.
Yeah, this storm is producing heavy rain both on the north and south sides. Let's get you right over to the radar here this morning and show you what it's like here around Southwest Florida. As we kind of show you where the center is located, it's pushing inland now and is impacting the Orlando area all the way up towards Daytona, where you still got that onshore flow. There has been reports of seawalls that have collapsed, buildings being evacuated there in Daytona Beach. And to the south, we're watching that heavy rain wrapping around and kind of diving off towards the southeast from Fort Lauderdale, LaBelle, and Immokalee. You are seeing that heavy rain. So a little closer look here along the Caloosahatchee. You can see some of the heavier rain now pulling inland. It's lightening up a little bit as you go towards the Cape and Burnt Store. I want to check in on some of our more vulnerable areas here this morning. Sanibel all the way up towards the southern parts of St. James City. And you can see the light rain, gusty winds. Let's slide up to the Cape. Areas of North Fort Myers, hit hard where power was out for weeks. And that heavy rain, again, is starting to pull away towards I-75 right along Manatee Park. And as we flip over here, we get far enough inland. Now we're picking up the Miami radar, which sits at Zoo Miami in the southern parts of Miami-Dade. And we've got heavy rain along 80 from LaBelle all the way out towards Woodland Corner, Moorhaven, and Montoura. And as that rain kind of whips around, you can see it pulling back towards the lake. So these showers a little farther inland are actually moving from west to east. And North Naples wet, but Naples, you're still dry, but that line is starting to push push to the south. Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, the rain is coming in along I-75 and 17. And downtown Arcadia, where we've got crews this morning as well, you can see another pretty good downpour moving closer to downtown. So again, overall view, some of that heavy rain on the southwestern side of the storm as it continues to pull off towards the north. Here's the 4 o'clock advisory. The winds are at 70 and it's moving through the central part of the state at a pretty good clip at 14. And boy, you can see just the size and scope of this storm as it pulls out. And wind is going to continue to be an issue as well, even this far south, Lauren, as we're seeing wind gusts in the 30s.
Yeah, and I was taking a look at some of the wind gusts that were already registered on the other side of the coast, and that's going to be a big factor between the wind and the rain as people are headed out this morning. I want to talk about the wind really quickly, as Trent just covered exactly what's happening on radar right now and what you can expect as we move through the rest of today. Currently, we do have wind speeds over in Naples up to 22 miles per hour coming out of the northwest. Same 18 miles per hour, though, northwest winds over in Fort Myers. Westerly wind up to 16 miles per hour over in Marco Island. Gusts are even higher, up to 32 miles per hour right now over in Naples. That's what Trent was just touching on, 28 miles per hour over in Fort Myers. You're still going to have gusty conditions as we head into the later morning hours. This is a look about an hour from now. You can see wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour over in the Arcadia community, slowly tapering off as we head into your lunch hour. Still very windy out there with wind speeds ranging anywhere between about 20-25 miles per hour, gusts even higher. And as we head into the evening hours, you're slowly seeing as that system lifts to the north, those gusty conditions going with it. We're looking at wind gusts anywhere between 20 to 30 miles per hour. Coastal communities really picking up the gustier of the conditions by then and tapering off exceptionally as we head into your Friday evening. You can see what a difference with those wind gusts finally there, down to about 10 miles per hour. As you are headed out the door this morning, remember the wind and the rain going to be an issue, but hydroplaning also another one. We do have ponding and pooling registering on our traffic maps, ranging all the way from the Charlotte Harbor area through our inland areas to LaBelle, all the way close to just south of Clewiston, down to Immokalee and through Bonita Springs. But perhaps some of the biggest flooding concerns going to be in Lee County through Cape Coral, down up into the Fort Myers area, especially downtown Fort Myers, through I-75 south, down through Estero, and even through some of our inland areas. Lehigh Acres, we see flood sometimes, even with just your typical thunderstorms. So just take it very easy if you are headed out the door and you do have to get to work for today. For today, because of our stormy weather conditions, we're looking at our highs capping out in the upper 70s, near 79 degrees. Overnight lows going to fall into the low 70s, but we do have better weather behind Nicole. Let me talk a little bit more about that in your 7-day forecast. Today, absolutely going to be stormy. Tomorrow, we're going to see those storms really clear out, but the cold front that is steering Nicole going to pull in cooler, drier air, not as cool as we were really hoping for, but still temperatures by Sunday going to be in the low 80s, overnight lows into Monday falling into the mid 60s. Plenty of sunshine for your next work week.
Good morning, everybody. At 5:25, you are watching special live coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole. This is a live look at Lake Monroe in Seminole County. My goodness, just take a look at these wind gusts and the water coming off of that lake onto this road here. To give you a little better idea of exactly where this is, it's northeast of Orlando. So this is quite a bit north of where this hurricane made landfall at about 3 this morning. It was just around Vero Beach is where it made landfall. But as you can see, this area of central Florida is really taking a beating right now. High winds and a lot of water moving around. There is some rain there, but that water is coming off of the lake. We are here in southwest Florida seeing a lot of rain right now. Our meteorologists who are tracking this storm tell us southwest Florida is one of the areas that is seeing the heaviest rain as we speak.
Now, our team coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole moves into Martin County. Reporter Megan McRoberts with our Scripps station WPTV in West Palm Beach shows us how the storm has caused part of a road there to just wash away.
Yeah, as we've been driving around the county all night, we wanted to make a stop here at Indian River Drive in Martin County. We're north of Jensen Beach Boulevard because you can see here where the storm surge, the impacts here of Hurricane Nicole have now led to a partial road wash away here along the eastern side of Indian River Drive. I'm using a flashlight here because it's pretty dark, so you can see this washout here just along the east side of the road. So if you look down into the water, you can see that concrete crumbling. I would say maybe 50 feet of the roadway here down into to the river to the side of us here. As you look along the shoreline as well, we're seeing some debris. I don't know if my photographer can come just a little closer to the shoreline. You can see some boards of wood have washed up. If we look out into the water, there are some nearby docks that extend very far out into the river. And we are seeing some damage, of course, from the storm surge impacts here of Hurricane Nicole. So because of this road washout here, as you can imagine, law enforcement does have this section of Indian River Drive closed off to drivers. In fact, of course, they don't want anyone driving out here anyways, but they do have deputies now guarding the north and south ends of this washout. So this is north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, and we are south of the county line. Again, this is really jeopardizing driver safety. We expected to see this. Indian River Drive is not a stranger. It is not unusual to see some kind of roadway impacts when there are strong water conditions along the shoreline. So again, north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, south of the county line, Indian River Drive, a partial road washout here leading to the road closure here for now. I'm Megan McRoberts in Martin County. Back to you.
Megan, thank you very much. Now, that report from Megan was about 2 hours ago, so that gives you an idea of what it looked like in Martin County 2 hours ago. This is a little north of there. This is live video or live pictures right now in Brevard County. And you can see the lights kind of flickering there. I'm not sure if that was just the shot or if that's the electricity going off. But so this is north of where the storm hit. This is Brevard County in the area of Cape Canaveral. I can tell you it's good to see the lights on in this live picture because I was just checking with Florida Power and Light, and Brevard County has about 53,000 customers without power right now. You get an idea why when you see that wind whipping that stop sign around right there. A little bit of rain falling as well, but the wind is the big story, at least in this part of Brevard County right now. We have 2 meteorologists working for you this morning, tracking Tropical Storm Nicole as it makes its way through our state. And guys, it's the entire state pretty much that is getting rain right now. Southwest Florida, it's pretty heavy.
Yeah, we got this special hour here. We're on an hour early to cover this historic event. A Category 1 hurricane made landfall just south there of Vero Beach and around Hutchinson Island. And now, Lauren, we're dealing with the impacts on the southwest side.
Yeah, this is going to be one of our live FDOT cameras, Chiquita Boulevard and Gleason Parkway. Those roadways are slick and wet in Trent. This is not the only spot that's picking up the rainfall, as radar is completely covered and some heavy rainfall for us.
Yeah, the driving is a little tricky this morning. It's dark. There's a lot of ponding out there, and a lot of debris has shifted around, especially some additional palm fronds and branches that I noticed this morning in the hours shortly thereafter midnight, and I can only imagine that a few more are down. As the radar sweeps around on this southwestern side of the storm, boy, we're seeing some of the heaviest rain as the center now is moving across 441, and that northern side of what is left of the the eye of what was a hurricane now downgraded to a tropical storm, impacting areas around the metropolitan areas of Orlando. We saw some shots here around Lake Monroe. That sits there along I-4 between Deltona and Sanford, and that's where we've got some really heavy winds moving through. Again, on that right side of circulation, always the worst part of the storm, but each storm is different, right? So here we are on the south side, and we've got some very heavy rain now. LaBelle, Clewiston, even Arcadia, all the way down 17, 31 into Babcock Ranch. You can see that wet weather rolling through. So if you're out and about this morning or you got to go to work, add some additional time, because I tell you what, it is coming down, and we are going to continue to follow this developing story throughout the morning, as we know we're compromised here in many locations. And as the sun comes up, we've got a team of reporters around town. But Lauren, it's coming down and starting to add up.
Yeah, so I want to go over the rainfall totals over the past 24 hours. Obviously, that rain slowly started to move through. That was into the overnight hours, and also right now, as Trent just walked you through the radar, some of the heaviest rainfall obviously going to be on the East Coast. But now that we are starting to see those bands, we're starting to see some of those rainfall totals really add up, especially through some of our inland areas. Just east of Felda, we're looking at radar indicated totals of close to 3.5 inches of rain. Just north of Immokalee, a little bit more than 1.5 inches of rain. Over in Babcock, that community just picking up under 1.5 inches of rain. And Suncoast Estates, an area that was devastated by Hurricane Ian, already seeing close to 2 inches of rain over the past 24 hours. I've gone up and down the roads right along the river right there. This area also dealing with a lot of debris that they're still waiting to get picked up. And that's kind of the same thing as you move south through the community of Bonita Springs. Lighter rainfall. I really wanted to show you the contrast between Bonita Springs and then as you get closer to North Naples, as the Collier County community seeing less of an impact because they are further south away from those rain bands, and also seeing less gustier conditions. They're still dealing with breezier conditions, but nothing like what we're seeing maybe in our northern counties and also on the East Coast. You can see they're looking at rainfall totals ranging anywhere between about 4 to isolated areas picking up close to about 5-6 inches of rain. So what you can expect for today, these rainy and breezy conditions will continue well into the morning hours and also into your afternoon. Trent and I are going to go through a timeline with you coming up in your next full forecast to talk a little bit more about when you could start to see things clear up and what's behind Tropical Storm Nicole. Time right now is 5:32, and you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
All right, 5:35 is the time right now. We want to check in with our meteorologist that we have tracking what was Hurricane Nicole, now Tropical Storm Nicole, and its impacts not just here in Southwest Florida, but on the other side of our state as well, where that storm made landfall. So let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Lauren Petrelli to get the latest information. I'm seeing a lot of rain. I know that Southwest Florida is one of the areas in our state, Lauren, that's getting the brunt of the rain right now.
Yeah, so we're waking up with really dealing with those heavy to moderate rainfall, especially if we could switch back to radar, you guys. I'm going to go off of Weather One right now. I want to do a quick tour of what's going on right now, especially as some of us still have to head out the door for the morning commute rain-wise. And we're going to get to the windy conditions in just a moment. So giving you the current setup right now, you can see that the center of the storm still going to be closer to the east coast, but when you take a zoomed in look, you have some of those outer bands that are bringing moderate rainfall to Deltona all the way down to Sanford, getting closer to our side of the state. You see also the same colors, that red, that yellow, indicating that we are seeing moderate to heavy rainfall here in Southwest Florida. Some of those bands right now impacting Arcadia as you take US 17 all the way south to the Charlotte Harbor area. You see the red right there crossing over LaBelle. I was just taking a look. LaBelle radar indicated rainfall totals over the past 24 hours already picking up close to 2 inches of rain. So those pockets of red are going to be heavier rainfall moving across the area. Seeing the same thing through Lehigh Acres, a portion of Southwest Florida that floods very easily up and down US 41 or Business 41, I should say, Suncoast Estates. You've already seen close to 2 inches of rain as well. A little bit lighter up and down the coast. So St. James City, Blind Pass, Sanibel. Thankfully, you see that green right there. That's going to be lighter rainfall. But as these bands continue to whip around, for example, Whitten Corner, you just saw lighter rainfall. Right now, you're getting hit with heavier rainfall. And so these are just a couple of things that we are watching. As you take a step outside, it is going to feel a little bit cooler because we have these windy and rainy conditions. Wind speeds right now, the highest we see registering up to 18 miles per hour coming out of the northwest. Trent and I are going to track you through this throughout the morning. We have a timeline of events so that way you know when this will eventually clear up ahead in your full forecast. You don't want to miss it.
All right, Lauren, thank you. Now, as part of our team coverage, we have reporters all across Southwest Florida, and we want to go now to DeSoto County.
And we want to go there for a couple of reasons, one long-term and one short-term. In the long-term, we're worried about DeSoto County because of what we saw during Ian. The water and the rain that fell in the northern part of the state flowed down and caused flooding there several days after the hurricane came through. But we are also tracking this area because there is a lot of rain falling right now on the roads, and the winds are pretty bad too. So Fox 4's Ryan Kruger is there watching things. And Ryan, the last time we saw you about 30 minutes ago, there were some pretty heavy gusts.
Yeah, and I'm feeling those heavy gusts right now, guys, that's for sure. It comes in waves, absolutely, but this is, excuse me, let me try to readjust to make sure I'm standing correctly. Yeah, that rain, that wind is really, it's blowing pretty hard. It's probably, this gust I'm feeling right now is probably the hardest gust that I felt since we've been out here. The good news is it doesn't last for long. It's just, you know, a few seconds, and then you'll get a breather, and then it'll come back at you. Let's go ahead and take a look right now at the conditions that we are seeing. So we're right off State Road 70, not far from downtown Arcadia, and the rain right now, it does seem to have stopped a little bit. Any rain that you're actually seeing or any water that may show up on the camera, that is actually what it appears to be some of the water that is ponding and being picked up by the wind that is blowing. So the biggest concern right now is certainly the wind. I will tell you one thing I was not expecting. It is downright cold right now because that wind is so strong, and it is certainly wet out here. I mean, we are just shivering. It will definitely chill you to the bone. You almost feel like you're up north right now because of how cold it is. So just keep that in mind, folks. If for whatever reason you have to get out, right now it is definitely chilly. The big concern for right now is wind. You may have noticed there were a couple vehicles that went through that did seem to drive just fine. Actually, here's one right now. This is an SUV. You know, you're not seeing it move around. You know, it's I don't know if it's necessarily advisable to be out on the road right now, but you are seeing people that are being able to drive safely. So that is the good news. You were talking earlier as we were dealing more with these gusts of wind about kind of the long term. problem. If you remember, DeSoto County was essentially cut off from the rest of southwest Florida in the days after Ian. It wasn't when Ian came by on that Wednesday, it was on that weekend whenever all of the drainage came down from the Peace River, and the Peace River flooded at 12 feet above flood stage. I was at the river yesterday, it was at 6 feet. Where it crested a month ago was at 23 feet, almost 4 times the size. The good news is that is not the expectation right now. The latest forecast from the National Weather Service says it's going to crest at about 10.5 feet, so that is literally just below flood stage, and that's going to happen on Monday. But county leaders are already telling folks who live in those low-lying areas near the Peace River, especially near the Peace River here off of Highway 70, be prepared, because you know what happened last time. Be prepared, take those steps that you need to take to make sure that your stuff is protected. So that is the scene out here right now. For this particular moment, not seeing a ton of rain, definitely a lot of wind. This is certainly the windiest that we've been out here since we've been out here all morning. That is the scene live in Arcadia this morning. I'm Brian Kruger, Fox 4.
We are seeing that wind and rain throughout other parts of southwest Florida as well, other inland parts especially.
Yeah, so let's go to LaBelle now. Fox 4's Yvette Sanchez is live in Hendry County. And Yvette, the last time we saw you, you said the winds were starting to pick up and you were seeing some rain. How is it right now?
That's right, Chris. Right now, actually, those bands that Lauren was talking about, I actually saw them. You saw the rain starting to dump in this area. Right now, I don't know if I should be doing it, but I feel like I have to yell into the microphone because it is starting to get loud. You are hearing the rain just pour onto this tin roof that we are under. You're seeing the rain coming in sideways. The wind is picking up. But right now, as I look, you know, sometimes you have to look into the light to actually see what the rain looks like. And if you could see behind me, again, it is starting to dump. You see these moss trees. The leaves on that trees, they're not moving around as much, but the rain is dumping. You're starting to see a little ponding in this park area, a little bit of ponding in the parking lot. But for right now, everything is relatively normal of a tropical storm that you would see here in southwest Florida, especially in this area. And coming up later in the 6 o'clock hour, we'll have more updates if anything changes. But for right now, live in LaBelle, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
Great, Yvette, thank you for the update there. Now let's talk about one of the areas that was hit hardest during Hurricane Ian.
We saw a lot of devastation on Pine Island from that storm. The bridge was destroyed. We saw so many people's houses just in complete disrepair. And we know people there were pretty concerned about having to deal with another storm.
Yeah, all that rain falling is bad news if you have a tarp covering your roof. Fox 4's John Barron is live on Pine Island right now. John, you've been to that area several times since Ian. What are you seeing with Nicole this morning?
So this morning, I just kind of want to walk you through the conditions we're seeing already. Now, obviously, something we were really looking at was the power. That was something they lost last night, but it's been quickly restored. You can kind of take a look over here and see that these houses continue to have their porch lights back on. That's something that is obviously encouraging, knowing how quickly that the power was able to be back restored here, something that they lost last night, quickly restored before Nicole really made an impact. But something else I want to show you right here is how much the wind and rain is starting to pick up a lot. We saw a lot of wind start to really pick up just in the half hour. Actually, the wind and rain really hitting us on the face almost feels like airsoft pellets on your face right now. That kind of lets you know it's strong wind, but nothing that we saw yet that was anything like Hurricane Ian. But you can still see the water level. That's something we're really concerned with. The water starting to kind of rise a little bit out here, but as you can see off in the distance right now, you're taking a look out there, you can see those white caps kind of forming a little bit out there, as you can see here as we're standing here at the Tarpon Lodge. That's where we're located right now on Pine Island. Actually, even take a look over here. We'll show you a little bit on these trees as well. You can kind of see those that were battered from Hurricane Ian continuously taking a little bit of a hit right now just from Nicole. So things that also we're seeing this morning, something that as we were driving, was a lot through Matlacha and Pine Island. A lot of that debris that was obviously left over from Hurricane Ian still out on the roads. As this wind continues to pick up, that's something we're going to be a little bit cautious of as we continue on through this as Nicole makes its way into Florida. But that's something else we need to watch for as well. The debris is something that can just be picked up and again make its way somewhere else. That's something that you need to be cautious of. If you don't need to be outside, you should not be. You guys can stay with us here on air and online at fox4now.com for all of your updates. Live right now here on Pine Island, John Barron, Fox 4.
John, thank you very much. Guys, at the very least, it is a nasty morning out there in Southwest Florida. John mentioned watching the water where he is in Pine Island. Any chance we're going to see anything in the way of storm surge with this storm?
That's something you were monitoring yesterday, and at one point the National Hurricane Center talked a little bit about maybe 1 to maybe 3 feet.
Yeah, and that was worst case scenario. So we don't want to freak everyone out, especially after Hurricane Ian. This is not the same type of storm surge event. This is very much going to be a wind and rain event. That's exactly what we're seeing right here with the wind and the rain at McGregor Boulevard and College Parkway, Trent.
Yeah, you see those wet roadways. Let me tell you, even shortly after midnight driving around town here, it was a little dicey at times. You don't see the really deep puddles. Hydroplaning is going to be an issue here throughout the morning, and there is a little more debris on the ground as some of the loose branches that were maybe broken off by Ian that were hanging on a little bit, they're down. Extra palm fronds are down. So just take it easy if you've got to be out and about toward work here this morning. Now, as we look around, you can see the center of Tropical Storm Nicole moving through the central part of the state, and as it does so, the backside of the storm is what we're seeing with those rain bands wrapping around and moving from west to east. Some of the heavier rain now approaching Lake Okeechobee between LaBelle, Clewiston, Moorhaven, right there along US 27. And I want to take you in here towards some of the busier roadways, which should start picking up here. I know we started an hour early today in this extended coverage with Nicole, LaBelle, Babcock Ranch, Lehigh Acres, and you can see some of our more compromised areas where we have our team of reporters, St. James City, Sanibel. It's coming down. And then as you look back towards the bridges right now, North Fort Myers across to downtown, some pretty good rainfall, but again, that heaviest as the radar flips over to the Zoo Miami location, coming down there between Moorhaven, Whidden Corner, and Clewiston. And this is by far some of the heaviest rain that is continuing to whip around. I want to put it into motion because you can see those rain bands on that back side starting to have a little bit of a northerly component here on the western side of the lake. So this is something we're going to be watching as well. I want to dip down to the south here, go towards Mockley Road, Ave Maria, some light to moderate rain showers there. Bonita Springs all the way down towards Naples, where you're right there on the edge of some of that rainfall. And as we take you back off to the north, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, that wind is continuing to come out of the northwest. And as it does so, is blowing that wind across the Peace River right there along the bridges between I-75, Kings Highway, Tucker's Grade, a little wet here this morning. And up towards Arcadia, we're seeing a little more concentrated rain between 72, 70, stretching all the way back there along 31. So a little treacherous out there this morning. We're going to keep a track not only on your weather, but we all know Lauren's specialty combining a little traffic and weather together.
Yeah, we're going to get to the traffic in just a moment. You were talking about what we're seeing with those rain bands currently. Trent, I wanted to go neighborhood by neighborhood and talk about what we're seeing when it comes to those rainfall totals over the past 24 hours. Really, it's going to be from Charlotte Harbor through LaBelle into our inland areas, picking up the heaviest of the rainfall totals. Just south of LaBelle, we have isolated areas seeing close to 3 inches of rain already, close to 4 inches of rain just east of Felda. Moving a little bit closer to the Charlotte Harbor area, a little bit lower when it comes to the rainfall totals. Looks like my data doesn't want to pop up here, but Solania, for example, seeing less than 2 inches of rain. We're seeing about 1.5 inches of rain over in the Charlotte Harbor community. There it goes right there. You can see 1.7 inches over in Charlotte Harbor. Suncoast Estates was an area I was pretty worried about as I was driving up and down there just about a week or two ago. The neighborhoods right along the river, for example, not too far from Coon Road, they still have a lot of debris up and down the streets as they're cleaning out their homes. So any additional rain and also wind not really going to help this neighborhood out. Suncoast Estates and also the surrounding areas picking up a little bit more than 2 inches of rain, just under that over in the Tice community. But take a look at the stark contrast. The further south you get, Vanderbilt Beach Road, 1/10 of an inch of rain, really not picking up much, a light drizzle over the past 24 hours. And as you get closer to the coast and over to North Naples, you're looking at a whole lot of nothing. So the further south you get, the conditions do get a little bit better. And our rainfall totals, where it's the heaviest, really match up with the traffic computers here. They are showing the heaviest ponding and pooling all the way from the Charlotte Harbor area through Babcock Ranch, all the way down to Lehigh Acres and into the Immokalee area and closer to the Lee County coastline. So if you are headed out on the roadways this morning, please do be very careful, as we are going to have hydroplaning being a risk. Any additional rainfall and wind obviously not going to help those driving conditions. So what you need to know for today, our highs capping out in the upper 70s because of our stormy conditions. Overnight low is going to be close to 70 degrees. Tomorrow, we're going to gradually see these conditions clear up, but the cold front that is really steering Nicole going to bring us plenty of sunshine as we head into your weekend. On Sunday, temperatures are going to be closer to where they should be for this time of the year in the low 80s. Overnight low is going to fall into the mid 60s, and then sunshine again as we head into your next work week. We are continuing to track Nicole this morning. Stick around. We have more coming up in our newscast.
I-53 this morning, you are watching special Fox 4 coverage of Nicole as it really impacts Southwest Florida. We have been taking you to every county in our area. We're taking you all over the state to show you the impact. Now we want to go to Charlotte County.
Our team coverage of Nicole heads into Port Charlotte. That's where Fox 4's Brianna Brownlee is live tracking the conditions. Bree, what are you seeing there right now?
Good morning, guys. Yes, we are here in Port Charlotte, right in front of the Peace River. But first, I want to explain to you what the drive was like coming in from Cape Coral. When we were driving, we did notice it was raining, but we didn't see too much flooding or anything of that nature. However, one thing we did notice was the wind. Now, I am standing out here right now, and I'm pretty sure you guys can see the rainfall on me right now. It's not too heavy at this point, and the wind has calmed down since before we first got here. But I do want to also show you the river here right now. Of course, you know, the Peace River is known to flood, especially after Hurricane Ian. It saw a record high of flooding, but this is what it's currently looking like at this time. Like I said, we've been out here for about 45 minutes, and for what we have seen so far, the rain seems like it has been calming down a little bit, as well as the wind. But of course, we're going to be out here all morning, and we will keep you guys updated on what we're seeing and things of that nature. But for now, I'm going to kick it back to you guys in studio, live in Port Charlotte. Brianna Brownlee, Fox 4.
Thank you very much. Now I want to take you to Brevard County. This is Cocoa Beach near Cape Canaveral, and this is last night as the storm was getting ready to come through. You can see how fast those winds were blowing and the rain basically going sideways there. It's always startling when you can see that rain just blowing across the street like it is in this video from Cocoa Beach last night.
Wind and rain also being seen here in southwest Florida as well. Maybe not to this extent, especially with the wind. But let's go ahead and bring in certified meteorologist Trent Eric to talk about the conditions, because we are about to hit the 6 o'clock hour. Trent, this is when a lot of people are going to start getting out on the roadways. People who haven't had work canceled today or things like that. What can they expect to see?
A little slower commute for sure, and I hope you take it slow and add a few more minutes to your time. You can continue to see the cameras here. Boy, this is Brevard County. You can see the stop sign shaking there as this hurricane made landfall, now down to a tropical storm, and those winds really still whipping around in the northern part of the state, and especially near the Orlando metro area, which is on the north side of what used to be the eye there of Nicole. I want to get you a check of the radar, because even though the storm is well over 100 miles off to the north, at least the center, we are dealing with the southern part of that system. You can see the circulation moving there towards I-4 with Orlando on the north side. It is always that north side of circulation, the right side of the movement there, where we see the strongest winds and the heaviest rain. But wrapping around the storm, we have got some really widespread heavy rain here across southwest Florida, and it's basically Lee, Hendry counties north. And I want to get you up here and work your way from north to south. Arcadia, let's take a little closer look at DeSoto County. From Fort Ogden up 17, you can see the rain, which is moving kind of off to the southeast around the circulation, which DeSoto and Hardy counties a little closer to this morning. And even along the Peace River here, the bridges, just be a little careful crossing over there between 41 and 75 because we have some really gusty winds inside these cells. And as we go towards Babcock Ranch, LaBelle, we're looking at a little less rain starting to work along Burnt Store there along the county line. Cape Coral to North Fort Myers, we are picking up some pretty good downpours. It's just constant, and that's putting some ponding on the roadways. You can't see it here before sunrise, and boy, when you hit it coming in, one thing you'll also notice is that there's extra palm fronds around, some tree branches that have fallen out of the trees that were kind of hanging on there after Ian. And as we move out towards the lake, notice the movement a little different. We've got them coming out of the west, moving eastbound towards 80 and 27 there between Shawnee, Moorhaven, and Whidden Corner. Your temperatures this morning were in the low 70s, and we're only going up to the upper 70s. And you can see that wind, it's still sustained there in the teens to 20s. And as we go throughout the day, those gusts will continue near 30 to 35 before tapering off later on this afternoon. And of course, we're waiting for a 6 o'clock position update from the National Hurricane Center, and we'll bring that to you at the top of the next hour.
All right, our special coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole will continue in just a couple of minutes. Good morning, everybody. It is 6 on this Thursday morning, and right now, parts of Florida are just getting pounded by Nicole. You are looking live. This is coming to us from Lake Monroe, that is northeast of Orlando, so right along I-4, and you can see the wind and the water just blowing off of the lake there. Nicole made landfall as a Cat 1 hurricane about 3 hours ago. It is now a tropical storm. But as you can see here, it is causing all kinds of wind and rain damage from central Florida, where we are seeing this live picture, even here to southwest Florida, where it has been a rainy and very windy morning. Good morning, and thank you for watching special coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Lisa Greenberg. Let's get right to the latest on this storm. Landfall as a Category 1 happened at around 3 o'clock this morning, just south of Vero Beach. Sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. Now, even though it is back to a tropical storm as it crosses over our state, there's still a lot of wind. There's heavy rain. That's still a main threat for here in southwest Florida, is all the rain that we are seeing right now. We have a network of reporters standing by from all across southwest Florida to the Treasure Coast to bring us the latest on Nicole from all different angles.
We want to start with our meteorologists. We have 2 of them working for you this morning, tracking Nicole and its impact, not just on southwest Florida, but all over Florida. Everybody in the state pretty much is getting some rain right now, guys. Trent and Lauren, how does it look in southwest Florida?
Very wet and windy, that's for sure.
Yeah, we actually have a live look outside right now. So this is going to be a live look with the wind and the rain. I do believe this is on the East Coast. Our crews, can you get in my ear and let me know where this is once more? Okay, so this is the tower cam. Excuse me, I didn't even recognize it for a moment as our view has shifted just a little bit. So this is in Cape Coral. It gives you a live look at Pine Island and Nicholas Parkway. The wind is really ripping right now, Trent. I'm going to talk about that in just a moment, but you know, we're seeing some of the heaviest rain bands in other portions of southwest Florida.
Yeah, you look at the circulation of what is now a tropical storm Nicole, downgraded from a hurricane, but the wind's still at 70 miles per hour. It went from 75 to 70. It's just a technicality of the naming, so there really isn't that much of a difference. Now, you see the center there approaching the metropolitan areas of Orlando, but on the south side, that's where we're dealing with some of the heavier rain whipping around, impacting areas from Lake Okeechobee all the way out towards Cape Hayes. It looks like the Storms Prediction Center has issued a tornado watch box now north of Daytona Beach up towards Jacksonville. That's pretty common on that right side of circulation. We always talk about that forward movement, and it's the right side where the winds rotate with height, and it's also where you get the strongest storm surge. Reports in Daytona Beach this morning, seen some images on social media coming in from the police officers up there and the first responders. The seawalls have collapsed, and they're evacuating buildings there along the coast, and this is with the Cat 1. So this is going to continue to impact the entire state. What we're looking at is the rain and the tropical storm force gust in and out of these rain bands, and as you look up towards Arcadia, that's where we start to pick up the heavy stuff working south. So far, Collier has just seen a little light drizzle. I want to switch it over to where we look at each individual radar site by itself to try to get the cleanest view of the wet weather. And right now, from LaBelle, Lehigh Acres, and Fort Myers, on and off drizzle. You saw the view from our tower cam there along Pine Island Road. And as we go throughout the afternoon, Sanibel, Blind Pass going to pick up some of that wet weather, and even for areas here in North Fort Myers. Want to take you out towards the lake. This is where some of the heaviest rain's falling. Moorhaven, LaBelle, Clewiston, as that rain wraps around. Let me stick it into motion, and you can see the movement there on the southern side. Kind of starts off west to east before moving off to the north.
Just talking about the rain factor, but also how wind is going to be a big factor for today. Currently seeing those wind speeds up to 23 miles per hour over in Naples. This is one of the areas maybe not picking up the heaviest of the rainfall, but definitely seeing the windiest conditions for right now coming out of the west. Also winds coming out of the west over in Fort Myers up to 17 miles per hour. Out of the north, though, kind of following that rotation right here over in Bonita Springs, only 5 miles per hour. But again, these are fluctuating numbers, not only for wind speeds, but also for our wind gusts. Currently seeing those gusts out of the west in Fort Myers up to 30 miles per hour. Naples, the same, 28, so just under that over in Marco Island. In Fort Myers, for example, we are going to see those gusty conditions slowly taper off as we head into the evening hours, especially by the time we hit tomorrow morning. So wind gusts about 5 o'clock tonight, going to be closer to about 15, 20 miles per hour over in Fort Myers. Our northern communities, though, going to see those gustier conditions for longer as we wait for Nicole to make that slow turn to the north. Something else that I want you to know about going to be our temperatures. Right now we are in the low 70s, upper 60s for some areas. As we head into the afternoon, we're not warming up all that much because of our stormy weather. Highs today going to be capping out in the upper 70s. Trent and I are here with you all morning long, walking you through everything you need to know about the storm. We'll do another update on Nicole coming up in just a few minutes.
Sounds good, Lauren. We will see you then. As part of our team coverage, we have reporters all across Southwest Florida, so we're going to start this hour in DeSoto County.
And we are going to start there because we're watching a couple of different things with the flooding that could happen just with all the rain they're getting right there, maybe some wind damage. We know it's strong there as well, but also because of the Peace River, we want to see if it floods kind of like it did during Ian. And you may remember what it looked like during Ian. This is some video several days after Ian because of the rain that fell north of our area. It kind of eventually made its way down, all that water did, to this part of Southwest Florida. And as you can see, it caused quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, the Arcadia area saw this catastrophic flooding. So let's go ahead and send it on over to Fox 4's Ryan Kruger, who is in the area of Arcadia watching the water levels. What are you seeing right now, Ryan?
Yeah, the good news is that, we were referencing what happened after Ian. It is not expected to be like that. After Ian, it was basically twice. The Peace River was twice as high as its normal flood stage. Flood stage is 11 feet. It crested at 23 feet at Peace River. It was devastating for that community. The good news is that right now the National Weather Service is forecasting this wind is really picking up here. The National Weather Service is forecasting it to crest just below flood stage on Monday. So certainly something to be concerned about, but not nearly what it was just a couple days ago. Let's talk about what we're seeing right now. What we are seeing right now is quite a bit of wind and rain out here. I want to step out of the way and show you as we kind of zoom in, because it is still so dark outside. The only real way you can see it is when you kind of look into the light. But notice, you see a bunch of cars driving by. It's not whiteout conditions, but it's not too far away from there. You just got sheets of rain that is just pushing onto people's windshields because of the amount of wind that we are seeing out here. Good to see cars are driving slow, no one really driving reckless. Decent amount of traffic. I'm actually pretty surprised by the amount of people that are out on the road. I guess folks do have to go get to work. They're not slipping and sliding, thankfully. I'm not seeing people move all over the road. So that is good news. Definitely some ponding on the road. We encountered that as we were coming in around 4 o'clock this morning, so about 2 hours ago. So certainly something to be concerned about. But in the 2 hours that we've been in position, I will tell you, this is the strongest wind we've felt. And at this point in time, it is the strongest rain, that's for sure. It is kind of coming in bands. You'll have a couple of moments there where it's really not too bad. You won't have any rain. You won't have much wind. In fact, right now, I'm not really feeling much wind at all, whereas, 30 seconds ago when I started talking, you started to feel more wind, and now I'm starting to feel more wind come this way as well. So it's those constant bands that you're feeling of wind pushing into you. You feel that rain coming into you. That is the scene right now in DeSoto County. I'm live in Arcadia. Brian Kruger, Fox 4.
All right now we want to show you some power outage numbers. I believe we're actually going to be switching over to some video here of Manatee Lagoon in West Palm Beach. We'll get to that video in just a second, but it kind of sets the scene for what we are seeing in areas because that live camera, it's underwater. It actually typically shows the wildlife in that area, but obviously it looks a lot different with this storm blowing through.
So let's go to Derek Lowe from our Scripps sister station in West Palm Beach, WPTV. Within the last hour, he was in Vero Beach, just north of where Nicole made landfall.
Holly, Chris, yeah, good morning. Perhaps the back end of now Tropical Storm Nicole is starting to make its way up through Vero Beach. I know Steve mentioned that we're going to have some westerly winds that will hopefully continue to push this water back out to sea. Right now we're near JC Beach and Calm Beach, and you can see this part of Ocean Drive just completely washed out. If my photojournalist Jeff can just pan down and down to the side, this stretch of road is about anywhere from a quarter to half a mile, and it is just gone. Pieces of this boardwalk like this one over here, you can see, I mean, just completely torn apart, washed out to sea. And after speaking with residents that were here yesterday, it wasn't quite this bad. Portions of it had already been washed out, but of course now a lot of it all the way down. They said that this is kind of a notorious stretch of road. It happened years ago, back when Francis and Jean hit, and again just a couple of years ago. And even with the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, this area is struggling, of course, with beach erosion from here all the way down to Sexton Plaza by the Mulligans and many other areas in Indian River County after Ian was forced to close a lot of their beaches for erosion repair. And that seems like it's going to be the case here yet again for quite some time. The residents saying yesterday that they almost anticipated this. And as you can see, I mean, the tide is still coming in pretty high, but again, hopefully with those westerly winds that, I mean, take a look at this right here. So maybe we're not done yet, but hopefully soon. Steve mentioned those westerly winds will hopefully continue to push this water back out to sea, and this situation doesn't get any worse. Indian River County officials are planning to hold a 10 a.m. press conference this morning. We'll try and give you that update once it becomes available. But for now, reporting live in Vero Beach, I'm Derek Lowe.
All right, so that's Derek in Vero Beach. About an hour ago, a couple of hours north of where he was, people in Daytona Beach shores had to evacuate hours before Nicole made landfall. Volusia County says at least 6 buildings were unsafe and more than 200 people had to leave their homes. That's this video you see here. Now, these buildings were already damaged by Hurricane Ian, and the fear is beach erosion, like we just saw with Derek's hit, could cause them to collapse during this storm. Here's what the Volusia County Sheriff said a few hours before Nicole made landfall.
So in the shores alone, we have 12 buildings that have been declared structurally unsafe. Wilbur by the Sea, which is county jurisdiction, there were 22 properties that were declared structurally unsafe, and the inhabitants had to leave. So when we gave a mandatory evacuation, this is what we were talking about. That storm surge is coming. You know, it's going to get worse before it can get better. And if a building is declared structurally unsound, which is the result of Ian.
At 6:12, we want to show you these pictures. These are from Port St. Lucie. They add some context to what the sheriff just mentioned as well. Now, these pictures were taken last night, and you could see even at that time the roadways were just covered in water. This is a familiar sight to many of us here in Southwest Florida after going through Ian. But remember, this storm, when it hit this area, was a Category 1 hurricane, and now, of course, it is a tropical storm.
And the last 3 stories really underscore what the concern is, even before the storm, but definitely right now as well. Storm surge.
Reporter Tori Dunnan from our Script station WPTV in West Palm Beach was in Boynton Beach as people there were facing severe flooding.
We're here in Boynton Beach outside of Two George's restaurant, and basically in the past hour or so, the intracoastal right there behind those benches, all of this water, look here, it is all moved in here. At this point it's about mid-chin, but back in here it's closer to about 2 to 3 feet. Some of that water going into the restaurant, we believe. That's what some of the fishermen have said out here. Now, we want to go and talk to some of the fishermen because this isn't just about the restaurant here. People have their boats here. They've been out here throughout the night. This is pretty deep, actually, if you're noticing this. When we first got here, it was not like this at all. I'm going to move quick so we get over to them. This guy we're going to talk to, his name is Chip. He has a boat. He's been here for about 25 years. Chip, can I grab you real quick? All right. Come up here. All right, this is Chip. Your boat is Chip's Ahoy right there. All right, real quick, tell me, what is it like for you tonight? You said you've never seen it like this, right?
I've just never seen the tide this high, and you know, I've been here. I've had my charter business here for 15 years, and just nerve-wracking is the best way to put it. If I could, you know, really say, you know, you just keep coming down. I live a couple blocks away, and I keep coming down and coming down. The big thing is high tide now that's going to be here in the next few minutes, and I just want to make sure, you know, the boats can drift over the docks, and that's the biggest thing. You know, I got a lot of fenders, and you know, we're small.
Show us where the dock is to your boat, but be careful. Obviously, you showed us before. I'll shine a light for you.
Okay.
So that's the dock that leads to his boat there. Be careful out there. So that's the image that we'll leave you with as we are here in Boynton Beach at Two George's. We'll continue to stay out here and monitor what is supposed to be high tide really coming soon. In Boynton Beach, Florida, I'm Tori Dunnan. Back to you.
All right, Tori, that was Tori a couple of hours ago there, and now we are looking live at New Smyrna Beach. This is just south of Daytona Beach. You can see the wind really moving the camera right now, and you can barely make out the lighthouse there in the distance. Well, we are tracking power outages all over the state, but specifically here in Southwest Florida.
Let's go ahead and take a look at FPL's outage map. They just put out an update showing that about 4,330 people, customers, I should say, in Lee County are without power at the moment. We know that FPL customers in Charlotte County, 400 are out, 150 in Glades, 230 in Collier, so in the hundreds for most places, but Lee County is seeing 4,330 outages with FPL. And moving to LCEC, Lee County customers, 1,424 customers without power.
Want to move now to Juno Beach in Palm Beach County.
This is an area that is seeing the effects of the storm. We actually have a reporter there, and we want to give you some perspective about this area and what they're dealing with. Sophia Hernandez is live. It's been about 3 hours since landfall there. Sophia, what are you seeing?
Hi there, good morning. Yeah, right now earlier when we spoke with you, we were a little bit less than a mile from the shoreline. We moved a little bit inland just to kind of be able to survey that debris and that damage that we were talking about. And now we kind of have proof to show for it. Really, the good thing is that it's pretty minimal. All we are seeing are kind of branches like this one, trees that are down across the roadways. Nothing major, no down power lines, no down trees that are blocking any kind of traffic. It's really just minimal like this one. Also, as far as flooding, we're just seeing kind of patches of puddles, very little water damage, but those wind gusts that we've been seeing and experiencing all morning, they've kind of died down just a little bit, but again, they've left behind some tree branches and some twigs, things of that nature on the floor. Now, you kind of mentioned earlier about FPL. I think that's going to be the big focus here in Juno Beach going into today. FPL has reported about 8,500 power outages just in Palm Beach County alone. So again, going into today and people waking up this morning maybe without power, crews are going to be focused on kind of restoring power to those homes that either lost it last night or this morning. The other thing, another beneficial product is that the homeowners here in Palm Beach County, they were prepared for this storm. You can kind of see again those wind gusts right now. Those homeowners, they were prepared. They had shuttered up their homes. We went through some residential neighborhoods. So it was great to see that they were ready for whatever this storm might bring. Where we're currently at is not an evacuation zone. That's to the south of us against the shoreline. We also drove by that area as well. Also not much damage in that area either. So again, good news to report this morning from Juno Beach.
Yeah, thank you very much for the report there. Here in Southwest Florida, it is still raining. We're seeing that band come through, and it's been slow. It's been falling on us for quite some time, guys.
Yeah, we always talk about that the storm is in that little spot on the map, right, in the forecast cone, and the impacts we knew were going to be hundreds of miles, especially to the north. It is raining in parts of Georgia and South Carolina, and there's a tornado watch box extending to the north now.
Yeah, so thankfully we're not dealing with a tornado watch box here, but we are still dealing with the wind and the rain. This is going to be Veterans Parkway at the midpoint toll. You can barely even tell what you're looking at here, Trent, because not just the wind, but also that rain. It's coming down.
Yeah, it sure is. We're on that southwestern side of the storm, and you can see our radar sweeping around. The center is just south here of downtown Orlando, what used to be the eye of Hurricane Nicole, now downgraded to a tropical storm. But those rain bands, as I put the radar in motion, wrapping all the way around the center, and you can kind of see what is left of that ragged eye as it moves across I-4. I want to take you to the north, kind of set the stage with the storm. We talked about the impacts hundreds of miles north, and now a tornado watch box has been issued by the Storms Prediction Center from Daytona Beach north through Brunswick, Georgia, as those rain bands continue to move on shore now and will eventually hit areas such as Gainesville, Ocala, and Valdosta, Georgia, coming up in a bit. On the south side of the circulation, our rain is starting to come in not only just from the northwest, but a little more west to east as we're seeing those rain bands move across DeSoto County into Lake Placid. Let's kind of walk you through what we're seeing on the radar here, because we got that light to moderate rain showers. Lauren just showed you what it looks like on the bridges across the Caloosahatchee there near the toll plaza. And as we look at some of our more vulnerable areas, not the heaviest of rain, but it's still falling in the areas of Pine Island, St. James City, and Sanibel. And as we move back up towards the Cape, a little lighter stuff right on the county line, but you can see that heavier rain pick up, especially as we switch radar sites, as we move locations. These locations in Whidden Corner and Clewiston actually closer to the radar that sits down at Zoo Miami, and you can see it passing by. And we put this into motion, and it's easy to see now how those rain bands that stood and moving due west-east now are pulling back to the north between Palmdale and Moorhaven. And as we dip down to the south, just a little light drizzle there for Naples and North Naples. Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, same idea. But boy, some pretty good banding right now along 70 to 17 near downtown Arcadia and Fort Ogden. And that overall movement will continue here for a bit. Before we get over to Lauren and check on some wind and rainfall totals, I want to show you what's going on with the actual storm itself. 70 miles per hour and a little broader view shows you those impacts from southwest Florida all the way up. And a quick look at the wind field. As this storm moves today, the tropical storm force winds will start to lift to the north. And as early as noon, we should start to see things taper off as that center gets there south, the Chiefland, and it weakens as it moves past I-10 there towards Valdosta, Lawrence. So it's a morning and early afternoon filled with rain and wind.
Yeah, so let's talk about that wind really quickly, as we do have the wind coming out of the west right now in Naples, as you see that circulation from the storm as it continues to move through the central parts of the state and lift to the north. Up to 23 miles per hour right now over in Naples, very light in Bonita Springs, 5 miles per hour, 17 over in Fort Myers, and coming out of the northwest in Punta Gorda up to 21 miles per hour. Gusts are slightly higher, not too gusty in Punta Gorda compared to our southern portions of our viewing area. Right now we're seeing gusts up to 30 miles per hour over in Fort Myers, the same in Naples, and gusts coming out of the west over in Marco Island up to 22 miles per hour. So as we head into the next couple of hours, you could see our northern counties especially could see gusts up to 45, 50 miles per hour. It tapers off the further south you head. Even as we head into your lunch hour, we still see gusty conditions anywhere between 25 to 35 miles per hour. It really does make a difference as we head into the evening hours. You see a difference, 20, 25 miles per hour. Our northern communities still picking up the brunt of those gusty impacts. And then as we kick off tomorrow morning, we're looking at those gusts up to about 20 miles per hour. Some areas seeing up to 25 miles per hour. But by tomorrow evening, what a stark contrast as those gusty conditions really do taper off anywhere between 5 miles per hour for our inland areas up to about 12, 15 miles per hour through our coastal communities, which is a little bit more typical, especially for this time of the year. So you just saw Trent walk you through the radar and show you how much rain we're dealing with. Also, the wind going to make it very messy for the morning commute. Over the past 24 hours, some areas picking up more than 3 to 4 inches of rain. Isolated areas just south of LaBelle picking up 3 inches of rain, 4 over in the Felda area, at least just west of there. Charlotte Harbor picking up close to about 1.5 inches of rain, and just south of the Solana neighborhood, they're seeing just under about 1.5 inches. Suncoast Estates was one area I was very worried about. North Fort Myers hammered by Hurricane Ian. Those surrounding areas picking up 2 inches of rain. And as we head further south, again, those impacts are a little bit less. The further south into our viewing area, you get Vanderbilt Beach Road, 1/10 of an inch of rain. And as you get closer to about the North Naples area, they're starting to pick up a little bit more of that rainfall, but still not anywhere close to what we're seeing for maybe coastal Lee County and through some of our inland areas. I do want to point out, traffic-wise, we're already starting to see the wind and rain impact the morning commute. We have cables that are going to be down in the Englewood neighborhood. This is westbound between Englewood Road and Parkway Road all the way to Eventide Drive. So keep that in mind. A little bit further to the south, we also have cables that are down. So this is going to be those fallen power lines, Flamingo Drive and also Front Drive. So keep that in mind as you're headed out the door. You absolutely have to take it easy for the morning commute. So for today, with our stormy conditions, highs maxing out in the upper 70s, overnight lows going to fall into near 70 degrees, upper 60s for some areas. Tomorrow, the stormy conditions will slowly clear out the second half of your day. Those weather conditions go to do much better than what we're dealing with right now. And that cold front, as it moves through, pulling in cooler, drier air, plenty of sunshine as we head into your weekend. Early next week, highs back where they should be for this time of the year in the low 80s, overnight lows in the mid 60s. 6:24 is your time. You're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
At 6:27, welcome back to our special coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole. You are looking at some video of the Brevard County area where you can see palm fronds whipping in the wind. It is very rainy in this area. Now, just to give you a better idea, this is an hour north of where the storm made landfall at around 3 o'clock this morning. It was a Category 1 hurricane as it made landfall. Now Nicole is a tropical storm, and we are feeling the impacts here in Southwest Florida with a lot of wind and rain. But the Brevard County area, as you see right here on your screen, it is just a mess in that area right now.
Yeah, maybe a little stronger wind and rain there, but as you said, we are seeing a lot of the same kind of thing here in Southwest Florida. We have live cameras and reporters all over the area, from coast to coast, really. Now we're going to concentrate here on Charlotte County.
That's where Fox 4's Alexandra Ronhell is live. She is in Port Charlotte. Alex, tell us what you are seeing right now.
Good morning. Yeah, right now we have some light rain, some light wind that is slowly starting to pick up here in Port Charlotte. You can see the rain dropping on me. It's not heavy, it's a light drizzling, but I do want to show you the Peace River, which is behind me right now. We're at Bay Shore Oak Park. This is right along the Peace River. Before and after Ian, the Peace River saw extensive flooding. This is an area that sees lots of flooding when it rains, but you can see that patch of sand between the rocks and the river that show there isn't flooding like we saw with Hurricane Ian. Homes along the Peace River saw major flooding during Hurricane Ian, which has been a huge concern with Nicole, but Charlotte County is only expecting a few inches of rain this time around. However, Charlotte County did ask residents to be prepared for rain and winds as many homes were damaged during Ian. Again, right now conditions at the Peace River are calm, but the wind is starting to slowly pick up. We will be here throughout the morning to see how conditions change, so make sure to stay with us for that morning coverage. For now, live in Charlotte County, Alexandra Ronhell, Fox 4.
Thank you, Alexandra. Well, after Hurricane Ian, we know the devastation storm surge can cause. This morning, we want to show you a home in Martin County on the Treasure Coast that's dealing with storm surge just a few hours ago. Reporter Megan McRoberts with our Scripps station WPTV was there. She has a look at the impacts.
Yeah, so we're back on MacArthur Boulevard in Martin County. Let me tell you, you just cannot underestimate the power of some storm surge. We've been driving along this road. We have a law enforcement escort for our safety, but take a look at this home that we came upon. You are looking underneath their garage. You see the concrete here, it's completely gone. This storm surge actually washed away the bottom of this home. If you look under there, I'm trying to give you light because it's very dark out here, but you can see actually just crumbled concrete. It looks like the middle of the floor came out. You see a plastic wrap hanging from it, and here on the driveway, some of those pieces of concrete just piled up. Here you go. Here's these waves that are coming through. They come through quickly, and there's a lot of power behind them. If you take a step back here, actually, too, you can see the stairway of this home has some structural damage. Not sure when this happened. We've been driving throughout the afternoon. This looks relatively new, but the stairs here obviously being destroyed and tossed around in some capacity by what appears to be some of this storm surge. Again, we are driving up and down MacArthur Boulevard. We are here because we have a law enforcement escort, but again, they are urging people to stay away from this area. We're probably going to get out of here in the next 10 15 minutes or two, as we are seeing a lot of debris on this roadway. Law enforcement, they have a special response team right now that is out throughout the county looking for situations just like this to see if they can help mitigate some of the damage. We've been stopping. They've been pulling boulders out of the road, rocks, other than things that could potentially damage property. We're going to keep driving around the county and bring you updates as we find things like damage or any updates that are important to you at home. Reporting in Martin County, I'm Megan McRoberts. Back to you.
All right, we want to show you this live look now at Lake Monroe. This is northeast of Orlando in Seminole County, right near the Sanford area. You can see the water from that lake, I should say, really pushing onto the roadway here and the sidewalk. It is very windy in this part of our state. It is rainy as well, and when it was dark, you could really see that rain coming down. Right now, as the sun is starting to come up, you can't see the rain as much unless you look on the sidewalk there, but most of the water is from the lake being blown from that heavy wind onto the sidewalk and roadway there. We are going to continue to track the conditions throughout Southwest Florida and all across the state coming up in just a bit here, so keep it here on Fox 4 Morning News. We'll be right back.
Live from Southwest Florida, you're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
Take a look at this video. This is of the severe conditions taken from our Scripps station WPTV in West Palm Beach overnight as Nicole was going through this area. It's crazy to see how much wind. The rain is really just being pushed around by that wind there. It almost looks like it's rotating a bit.
Yeah, and so this was late last night in West Palm Beach. We're seeing many of the same images right now live. So it's what we experienced during Hurricane Ian. This just hours and hours of these intense rainstorms and bands going through and all the wind just pounding areas hours and hours.
Yeah, when that storm moved through, it was 9 to 8 miles per hour, Ian, but you remember the size of the eye was 40 miles-ish across. And this storm, much, much weaker and moving a little bit faster.
Yeah, thankfully. So hopefully it'll be out of our way very quickly. Trent and I are going to walk through the timeline of events in just a moment. But before that, Trent, I want to take everyone outside. So if they haven't taken a step outside at this early morning hour, they can see this is the Luminary Hotel camera. A lot of people driving across the Caloosahatchee Bridge, even with those rainy, windy conditions.
Yeah, take a little extra time this morning. If you haven't head out yet, give yourself 10-15 minutes at least, because ponding on the roadway, everyone driving a little slower, and there is a little extra debris around as some of the loose branches have fallen out and some of the palm fronds that were still hanging on are down. That was one thing I noticed when the sun was still down this morning on my way to work. Now, as far as what we're seeing on the radar, you see the center of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole pushing in just south there, the downtown Orlando area, putting Orlando on the worst side with the sustained winds there, still tropical storm force. We've got heavy rain bands where it's really beginning to pick up in areas of Palmdale and Okeechobee, Clewiston, out towards the lake, Arcadia as well, almost all of DeSoto County in there with some pretty good rainfall between Fort Ogden all the way along 70. And you can see that light to moderate drizzle there for Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. Let's dip down here south of the Caloosahatchee, because once you get over the bridge this morning, which you saw traffic moving smooth so far, it is coming down. And that's an area there along MLK, Colonial, and Daniels where it backs up this time of day. Maybe with the schools being out, there'll be a little less traffic. But I want to point out areas around Lakeport and Moorhaven, where Lakeport there, as you move northbound, really conditions change here over the last hour or so as we're starting to see some of those gusty winds and heavy rain. Our temperatures right now sitting in the low to mid 70s, upper 60s. Not going to move a whole lot here today. We'll get in the upper 70s later on as we wait for the system to move out. Quickly improving weather in the days ahead. We'll have a full forecast, but I want to get to Lauren for a little check of those wind speeds around these rain bands.
Yeah, this is probably going to be one of the biggest risks for today. So when it comes to the wind speed and direction, we've seen it rotating slowly as Nicole moves across the central portions of our state and lifts to the north. So right now coming mostly out of the northwest in Punta Gorda, wind speeds up to 21 miles per hour. Out of the west in Fort Myers, 17 miles per hour. 23 though out of the west. Down in Naples with gusts even higher in some of those areas, 30 miles per hour. So this is not sustained wind. Remember, this is just going to be gust. That's 30 miles per hour, not only in Fort Myers, but also down in Naples, 23 over Marco Island. And as we head into the evening hours, especially Fort Myers, for example, those wind gusts going to really taper off closer to about 15-20 miles per hour into the evening hours. Hour by hour, as we head through today, we're going to see the wind and the rain continue. And that's not only going to be an issue for your evening commute, but also as you're headed out to work right now. We're seeing ponding and pooling, especially the areas highlighted in blue. So this is going to be our traffic maps, picking up areas where hydroplaning is going to be a big issue. And that extends through a large part of our viewing area, all the way from the Charlotte Harbor area through Palmdale, LaBelle, closer to Lake Okeechobee, Clewiston, Belglade, back down to Immokalee, and all the way down to Bimini Beach Road, up and down I-75. That would be mile marker 116. In addition to the ponding and pooling, you also have to watch out for those down power lines. A lot of them were damaged during Hurricane Ian, and temporary fixes are still in place. So with those windy conditions, we're starting to see those cables fall down once again. That's what we're seeing in the Englewood area right along Parkway Road and Eventide Drive. If you head south just a little bit, we also have those fallen power lines over at Flamingo Drive and Front Road. Not seeing too many delays because of these down power lines, but as we head through the rest of the morning and these stormy conditions do continue, I expect more things like this to happen. So we have you covered. Trent and I will have another update for you coming up in less than 15 minutes.
See you then, Lauren. Thank you. Now, because the storm hit the east coast of our state, we have reporters stationed throughout the inland parts of Southwest Florida.
Yeah, let's talk about Hendry County right now. Communities like LaBelle, that's where Fox 4's Yvette Sanchez is right now. Yvette, how are conditions where you are?
Well, Chris, right now it is still windy like we were saying, and now since there's actually more light, since we are getting close to the sunrise, you can actually see the trees moving in the wind. Karen's actually panned off and she's actually zooming into these trees right here, and you can see just how the wind is blowing. It's not too strong, but it's still there and it's throwing things around. Now, one thing I did notice is as it has gotten brighter throughout, the morning hours, you can see there's not much damage, at least in the area that we are at. There's not a lot of things that have fallen to the ground, not much, but the rain is starting to pick up still, but it's not as heavy. So there is a constant rainfall, but it's not a heavy rainfall. So coming up later in the 7 o'clock hour, we'll have more for you guys. But for right now, live in LaBelle, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
Yvette, thank you very much. With the rain we're seeing, even just a little bit is going to be unwelcome news for people who have roof damage from Hurricane Ian.
Let's go to one of the hardest hit areas by Ian. We saw a lot of devastation in the Pine Island area of Lee County. So many homes were destroyed there. And of course, they're concerned about dealing with the impacts of this storm. Fox 4's John Barron is live on Pine Island. John, you've been in that area several times since Hurricane Ian hit. What are you seeing this morning with Nicole?
Well, we're seeing a lot of wind and a lot of rain. That's exactly what we were seeing with, obviously, Hurricane Ian. And Nicole is a little bit, not as strong when we talk about the impact that we're seeing, but still being very well affected right now. As you can kind of see, a lot of this water kind of continuing to rise up. But thankfully, right now, this wall is holding. And so far, it looks like with the rocks and everything, we have about 3 feet before that water makes its way over. Hopefully, that won't be the case. We can kind of take a look out here and see the conditions we're seeing so far. With that wind and that rain, bringing a lot of that water right now up a little bit higher, and that's something that we're watching for right now, making sure that we don't have any storm surge out here, that we're trying to watch, make sure that this wall is going to hold straight. But something else as well, you can kind of see just the effect is how much is still being left over from Hurricane Ian. Take a look at the trees, still kind of being bent, a lot of them broken, branches gone missing, and trees as well. But you can kind of see that right now those limbs right now are battered, and something that we're continuously watching is to make sure this debris doesn't continue on here in Matlacha and Pine Island. That's something that we saw heavily here in Southwest Florida, was something that the debris still on the roadways. And that's something that a lot of us are worried about right now, because as this wind and rain continues to pick up, it could take some of that debris that's on the side of the roads. We're going to show you guys that later on in the show, but there's just piles of debris still waiting to be picked up as people continue to try to pick up their lives and continue to try to recover and rebuild. They're trying to get rid of all the debris that they have in their yards, and right now it's sitting out there in front of the roadways. That's going to be something to be watching for as well. But as you can kind of see right now, the wind, the rain, everything kind of being felt. It kind of feels like airsoft pellets right now on your face, because the wind's kind of picking up as we continue on. We're going to give you guys as much of this detail and give you guys a little bit more of a better look as we continue on with our coverage here as Hurricane Nicole continues to make its way here into Southwest Florida. We're going to send it back to you guys in the studio, but for now, here live on Pine Island, John Barron, Fox 4.
Thank you, John. Our team coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole now moves into Martin County. Reporter Megan Roberts with our script station WPTV in West Palm Beach shows us how just a few hours ago the storm caused part of a roadway to wash away.
Yeah, as we've been driving around the county all night, we wanted to make a stop here at Indian River Drive in Martin County. We're north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, because you can see here where the storm surge, the impacts here of Hurricane Nicole have now led to a partial road wash away here along the eastern side of Indian River Drive. I'm using a flashlight here because it's pretty dark, so you can see this washout here just along the east side of the road. So if you look down into the water, you can see that concrete crumbling. I would say maybe 50 feet of the roadway here down into to the river to the side of us here. As you look along the shoreline as well, we're seeing some debris. I don't know if my photographer can come just a little closer to the shoreline. You can see some boards of wood have washed up. If we look out into the water, there are some nearby docks that extend very far out into the river. And we are seeing some damage, of course, from the storm surge impacts here of Hurricane Nicole. So because of this road washout here, as you can imagine, law enforcement does have this section of Indian River Drive closed off to drivers. In fact, of course, they don't want anyone driving out here anyways, but they do have deputies now guarding the north and south ends of this washout. So this is north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, and we are south of the county line. Again, this is really jeopardizing driver safety. We expected to see this. Indian River Drive is not a stranger. It is not unusual to see some kind of roadway impacts when there are strong water conditions along the shoreline. So again, north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, south of the county line, Indian River Drive, a partial road washout here leading to the road closure here for now. I'm Megan McRoberts in Martin County. Back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you very much. Now, here's a live picture from Clearwater to give you an indication just how much of the state is covered by the storm right now. Where Megan was on the East Coast, dealing with all the wind and rain, even here on the West Coast near Tampa Bay, things are gray and a lot of wind coming in. The water does not usually look like that in the Gulf. Just another indication of how windy it is, even on the West Coast of our state.
So let's check in with our team of meteorologists this morning. We have both Trent and Lauren with us to track the impacts we're seeing here in Southwest Florida. And guys, it's still going to be quite a few hours of a lot of rainy weather.
Yeah, the only difference is this one going to move out pretty quickly this evening, and by tomorrow on Veterans Day, a couple of small showers on the tail end of those rain bands. So this will be out of here today, but boy, we've got a morning to deal with. You can see the live look here. We are monitoring weather and traffic here this morning. As you can see, the traffic moving slow there over the 41 bridge from North Fort Myers into downtown. Some of the heaviest rain around the center of circulation here with this tropical storm has been here in Southwest Florida. So let's get you right here between Sarasota, Tampa, and Fort Myers, where you can see the void of rain around what at one time was the eye of Hurricane Nicole. It was downgraded just a bit ago, but the heaviest wind is on the north side of circulation up around Deltona, Daytona Beach, and Orlando. And a tornado watch box has been issued from Brunswick, Savannah, Georgia, all the way down towards Daytona Beach. For us, we're watching the southern core of this as those rain bands are wrapping around, coming in from west to east. They are dumping a pretty good amount of rain. We've had tropical storm force gusts starting to approach 35, 40 miles per hour there. And the heavy rain continues, in particular around the lake. I want to start here near downtown. We saw the traffic moving over the bridge, and some of our more vulnerable spots, including Sanibel, St. James City, where John Barron is located this morning, out on Pine Island. We've got some light rain, but definitely gusty. Let's move out towards the lake, and we've seen these rain bands now whipping around, kind of changing direction. They were east to or west to east. Now they're moving more off towards the northeast as the rotation, the winds are changing around that center of circulation. And down in Naples, just a little light rain starting to push onto the coastline. And for Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, some light stuff, but boy, it has been coming down in Arcadia at times. Ryan Kruger will continue to monitor the situation there along the Peace River as our crews are spread out all around South and Central Florida. And just to kind of, again, to give you the setup on the radar, you can see that heavy rain all the way out towards Lakeport, Okeechobee, down towards Clewiston. We'll continue to monitor the radar here throughout the morning, but we got to check the winds and the forecast with Lauren.
Yeah, Trent, so as we're starting to see that rotation with the rain bands, we're also starting to see this same direction change when it comes to our wind. But I want to take a look at the wind speeds as we are getting updates right now, not only for our area, but also for areas just to the north of us. Bartow, for example, seeing wind gusts close to about 63 miles per hour. We're not seeing anything that high as we are waking up this morning. Right now, coming out of the northwest, Punta Gorda, 21 miles per hour, 17 down in Fort Myers, 23 down in Naples. Gusts slightly higher, especially in Fort Myers and Naples. You could see up to 30 miles per hour when it comes to those gusts. These are not sustained winds, but with all of the debris post-Hurricane Ian, these gusty conditions can be a little dangerous. Also, as you're headed out the door this morning for the morning commute, that's something else you'll have to keep in mind, especially through Lake Okeechobee and our northern counties. As we head through the next couple of hours, our northern counties could see wind gusts get up to about 50 miles per hour, slowly tapering off as we head into your lunch hour. We're still looking at gusty conditions anywhere between about 25 to 35 miles per hour. From our southern viewing area, though, it's going to be lesser impacts and increasing as you head north. Even as we head into later on this evening, we still have gusty conditions sticking around 20 to 25 miles per hour. We see a big difference, though, as we head into not only tomorrow morning, but tomorrow evening with our gusts where they should be for this time of the year, anywhere between 5 to 15 miles miles per hour. Rainfall totals slowly coming in over the past 24 hours. LaBelle, for example, just south of there along State Road 29, picking up a little bit more than 3 inches of rain. Just east of Felda, 4 inches of rain. I went ahead up to the Charlotte County area, the Charlotte Harbor area, picking up a little bit more than 1.5 inches. The same goes for Solania, an area that was really devastated by Hurricane Ian. One other area I'm keeping my eye on because of post-Ian recovery is Suncoast Estates. They are seeing a little bit more than 2 inches of rain just north of Bayshore Road. So if you're familiar with that area, there's a lot of debris that they are still dealing with. Tice, for example, another area that is dealing with a lot of debris, picking up close to 2 inches of rain. The further south you get, the lower the rainfall totals. Vanderbilt Beach Road, just about 0.2 of an inch of rain. So for today, stormy conditions will continue. Highs capping out in the upper 70s. Overnight lows going to be near 70 degrees. Tomorrow, we'll gradually see our conditions slowly clear up. So the second half of your day going to be a lot better than the first half of your day. Behind that, plenty of sunshine by Sunday. Our highs struggling to even make it out of the low 80s. Overnight low is going to be in the mid 60s, and that sunshine does continue into your next work week. 6:50 is the time. Don't go anywhere. We still continue our team coverage when it comes to Tropical Storm Nicole coming up after the break.
Good morning, everybody. We have a team of journalists working in counties all over Florida right now as we continue to track what is Tropical Storm Nicole. Now we want to go to Charlotte County.
Our team coverage is heading into the Port Charlotte area. That's where Fox 4's Brianna Brownlee is live tracking the conditions. And Bree, now that the sun is coming up, what are you seeing in that area?
Good morning, guys. Yes, we are here in Port Charlotte near the Peace River, and the rain is starting to kick back up. Since we've been out here for the past couple of minutes, it was actually kind of dry, but now it's starting to fall down again. But I'm in the parking lot near the pavilion just to show you what the roads are looking like in this area. See, if you guys look here in the parking lot, it's not that much action. You do see a little from the like a puddle that formed, but nothing too major. And if you look over here in the streets actually look pretty dry. But let's walk over here to the Peace River, because of course, you know, when it comes to the Peace River, what it's known for is like the historic flooding that happened after Hurricane Ian. Usually when it rains, this area usually does pick up a lot of flooding. However, this is what it's currently looking like right now. Like I said, since we've been out here, we have been noticing off and on rain, but nothing too major. However, the rain has actually been, the wind also has been coming in and out. Sometimes it's heavy, sometimes it's not. As of now, it's a little bit more calmer than it was earlier around the 5 o'clock. But like I said, we're going to be out here all morning, and we're going to keep you guys updated on exactly what we've been seeing. Reporting live from Port Charlotte, Brianna Brownlee, Fox 4.
Thank you, Bree. Trent, where Bree just was, you could see the white caps on the water. The water level did look a bit higher. How much longer is it going to be coming down in Port Charlotte? I would assume for quite some time.
Yeah, we've still got several hours of the rain and the wind left. The advisory, the latest one in, the intermediate advisory here at 7 o'clock. And you can see the winds now at 60. So downgraded to a tropical storm. Once it made landfall to 70, lost another 10 miles per hour, but it doesn't impact the gusty tropical storm force winds and rain we're seeing. As it continues to progress across the state, once it starts to lift northbound is when we'll see things improve. But you can see how large this tropical storm continues to be as it works its way inland. Most of the widespread rain is to the north, and that's where we've actually got a tornado watch box here for parts of Daytona Beach north through Brunswick, Georgia. And you can see the southern part of those rain bands wrapping around between Tampa and Fort Myers. I wanted to walk you through the wind field to give you kind of an idea of the timing. And right now we're sitting here at 7 o'clock. And as the storm moves northbound by noon today, we'll start to see that rain really start to pull out. We'll see parts of Hardee County, Highlands, the areas around Bradenton and Tampa still picking up some wet weather. But by this evening, what we're going to see is that tropical storm force wind core start to shrink and move north. And we'll still see some of that tailing rain off to the south, but it won't be anything like what we have seen overnight and well before sunrise here this morning. And a couple of those showers could linger for your Veterans Day forecast tomorrow, but we're only looking at about a 20% chance. So as we round out the bottom of the hour here, Lauren Petrelli and I are going to continue to look at the latest information coming in with that new advisory. We'll have a check of the radar coming up for you in just a bit.
All right, sounds good, Trent. Our special coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole will continue in just a couple of minutes. Good morning, everybody. It is 7 on this Thursday morning, and you are watching special Fox 4 coverage of Nicole. We're going to take you live right now to Lake Monroe. This is in Seminole County. It is northeast of Orlando on I-4, and you can see the wind just blowing the water there on the lake over into the road here. As bad as it looks right now, we have seen it worse in the last couple of hours. Things settling down just a little bit here in this part of Central Florida. But many other parts of our state are seeing a lot of wind and rain right now.
All right, so we want to get to the latest right now on what we're dealing with here in Southwest Florida when it comes to Nicole. Over 6,000 customers are without power right now. That includes more than 1,800 LCEC customers. I will say, on my drive into work over the past hour, I saw LCEC crews on roads like Cultural Park Boulevard, and they were working already to attach some of those lines that were down. So that's good news for those of you who might not have power. 4,300 FPL customers are without power. Nicole made landfall as a Cat 1 hurricane at around 3 this morning with sustained winds of 75 miles an hour. Even though it is back to a tropical storm as it crosses the state of Florida, we are dealing with those winds, those rains. That's still mainly what we're going to have to deal with here on the west side of the state. We have a team of reporters standing by in Southwest Florida to the Treasure Coast, bringing us the latest from Nicole. We've got it from all different angles for you.
We are going to start our team coverage with our weather experts. Let's get right to meteorologists Trent Eric and Lauren Petrelli. So you guys have been tracking this storm all morning long. Where is it right now, and how long will we here in Southwest Florida feel the effects?
This morning and part of the afternoon for sure. You can see the latest location there, about 30 miles to the southwest of Orlando. And Lauren, this one is picking up a little speed as it moves by.
Thankfully, because the faster we can get it out here, the faster those conditions are going to clear up. As people wake up this morning, this is what awaits them outside. This is going to be a look at the Luminary Hotel cameras. That's right on top of the hotel over in North Fort Myers. It is windy and rainy, Trent.
Yeah, it sure is. As a matter of fact, I want to get you over to our local radar because we are on the south side of this tropical storm, but the structure is still very much intact. You can see what was left of that eye as it moves south of Orlando, and as those rain bands wrap around for Southwest Florida, they're coming in kind of west to east now with the heaviest rain between Arcadia, Lake Placid, Palmdale, and out towards Lakeport. Some of the lighter stuff for Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. You can see DeSoto County from Fort Ogden north along 17. Pretty good little downpours, very gusty winds, a little less right now along the mouth of the Peace River, where we have a crew located this morning as well. From Fort Myers into Lehigh Acres, some heavy rain moving through, but lightening up a little bit for parts of the Cape. And last stop here between Clewiston and Lakeport, you can see some of the heavy rain right there moving northbound, wrapping around towards that Orlando area. That's a check of the radar. We'll have a look at the timing and when things will improve coming up in just a bit.
Across Southwest Florida, across the state, so you're up to speed on every development we're dealing with Nicole. That includes in DeSoto County. That's where Fox 4's Ryan Kruger is in Arcadia this morning. So let's find out what conditions are like there.
Yeah, we want to go there, especially because of what we saw after Ian. Remember this video? The flooding that happened north of our area in Florida kind of trickled its way down into Arcadia and did all of this. Just horrible flooding. So with that in mind, we want to turn it over to Fox 4's Ryan Kruger. Ryan, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, so actually, to go off of what you all were saying, the National Weather Service has put this area in a flood watch because of those concerns. The Peace River is expected to rise as much as 5 feet in parts of Arcadia. The good news is that will be just a tick below flood stage, so it will still cause some problems, but certainly nowhere near what we were seeing with Hurricane Ian. Let's talk about current conditions now as I step out of the way and kind of give you a look. We're right off of State Road 70, not far from downtown Arcadia. These are actually the calmest conditions that we've had so far this morning. So we've been in place since about 4 a.m., so within the last 3 hours. This is the lightest rain we've had. This is the lightest wind we've had. I do want to caution, though, is, you will have these bands. So you'll have a couple moments where it doesn't feel like it's that windy, and then suddenly those gusts come in. But I've been standing out here for a few minutes now and have not had those. So that is the good news, at least for right now. We are seeing kind of the calmest wind that we have seen so far, the calmest rain we have seen so far. That is good news. You'll see behind me, traffic is actually moving quite considerably. You would have thought maybe a lot of people took the day off, maybe a lot of people did, but you're still seeing quite a few people on the road. You see these big semis that are going It appears that they're not having any real issues there. There is some ponding on the road. I did notice some of that. So certainly if you do have to hit the road, hopefully maybe not right away. Maybe you can go a little bit later to work today, but keep in mind there will be some little issues of ponding on the road. But right now, the good news is that for at least wherever we're standing right now, it has calmed down a little bit here in DeSoto County. We'll check back with you soon, but for now, we'll send it back to you. I'm live in Arcadia. Ryan Kruger, Fox 4.
Thanks for that update, Ryan. That's kind of what I experienced as well when I was out on the roads this morning. It seemed like a usual day. Everyone was out. You saw the line of traffic over the Midpoint Bridge. So just be careful. Know that it is rainy and windy out there if you're going to be going to work today. Some of our inland communities were forecast to see slightly more difficult conditions because of their proximity. They're closer to the East Coast, which is where Nicole made landfall.
And one of those areas that we're watching is Hendry County. That's where Fox 4's Yvette Sanchez is keeping a close eye on water levels, especially on the Caloosahatchee River.
That's right, Chris. Good morning, Amy. Nice to see you on here this morning. But right now, it's actually pretty cold out here. I've got 2 jackets on and I'm not warm enough yet. But I will say the rain is still going. It's not as heavy as it was before, but I'm gonna step out of the shot. You can see right here, there's a little bit of ponding right outside of this awning. You can just see how much rain is coming down because it is sprinkling, I would say. I'm not a meteorologist, but I call that sprinkling for me. But I was actually speaking with Lauren earlier this morning, and she was telling me that LaBelle has actually seen close to 2 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. I don't know what's the update on that or how it's changed. But as of right now, it's pretty calm. There's people coming over the bridge. There's people commuting. We have seen people driving around. So people are just being cautious and out on the road. But like I said, it's breezy out here. It's a little cold. We've got some wind still, and we still have rain. And if anything changes, of course, we will keep you updated on air and on fox4now.com. But for right now, live in LaBelle, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
Great, and happy to see conditions aren't too bad out there, Yvette. It's really important to keep in mind, as we are dealing with the wind and the rain that's passing through because of Nicole. You might be in your house and feeling just fine, but some of our neighbors after Hurricane Ian, they're living in tents and their roofs are compromised.
Yeah, a lot of people still have those tarps on the roofs. That includes probably most people in Pine Island. That's where Fox 4's John Barron is now live. So, John, what are you seeing there? Are things improving any?
Yeah, Chris, that's a good point to bring out. Things are improving a little bit. Every now and then we'll get a gust of wind like you're kind of seeing right now, but the rain coming down in a sense as well. We're seeing that kind of slow down a little bit. When it's hitting us in the face, it doesn't feel like those airsoft pellets like I was telling you a little bit earlier, but we're still getting those gusts of winds. They keep picking up, slowing down. We're seeing conditions kind of, teeter in and out really at this point in time. The biggest thing we're watching for is right here. You take a look right now and just kind of watching the water level right here, coming off of it right here. As you can see, we still got about like 3.5 feet over here as the wall's kind of holding steady right now. So that's what we're kind of watching for. You can kind of see right here too, kind of the wind factor that I'm talking about up here on these palm trees. This right here is kind of the aftermath from Hurricane Ian, the devastation really that we felt and kind of seeing the limbs all broken and shattered, and really at this point kind of all leaning out with the wind. That's really how they kind of stay when the wind stops, and it kind of really just like calms down. You can see that really the branches kind of still stay that way. So that's something that we're seeing as well. Like, some of the effects that Hurricane Ian still kind of lingering around. A lot of that debris is still something that we're seeing a lot as well. That's something you have to be cautious of, because as that debris starts to sit out on the side of the roads, a lot of it here in Matlacha, Pine Island, on the way out, you can still see piles and mounds of debris still sitting there lining the roadways. That's something you have to be cautious of, especially if you're on the road. You shouldn't really be at all unless it's emergency, but that's something that we're seeing a lot of is, the caution to see that debris make its way back out there, still fly in the air, because every now and then this wind continues to pick up. That's something that we have to be cautious of as it continues to pick up, as Hurricane Nicole makes its way a little bit further into Southwest Florida. It's something, the effects we're still feeling out here, and that's something you can kind of clearly see. We're going to send it back to you guys in the studio for now. Here live at Pine Island, John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, John, thanks for a look of the conditions there in Pine Island. Nicole is a tropical storm right now. It was a Category 1 hurricane, though, when it made landfall at about 3 this morning on Florida's east coast.
Right. So this morning, reporter Derek Lowe, he's with our Scripps station WPTV, was monitoring conditions near where the eye moved through in Vero Beach. Let's take a look at that.
Starting to get somewhat of a better picture as the sun attempts to come up here in Vero Beach. Still, there's so much cloud cover, but at least now you can see the surf, and it's still fairly rough. You can see the tide coming in as high as it is, and that's really been the case all morning as we wait for those westerly winds to hopefully keep it out. You can see it's still coming up to the boardwalk here, and I think you guys have really been talking about it all morning. Part of the story here is that a lot of these coastlines up here in Indian River County and Vero Beach, they're still recovering from Hurricane Ian. A lot of these boardwalks and coastal roads like this one here, Ocean Drive, they were already susceptible before Tropical Storm and Hurricane Nicole hit and made landfall here. But as you can see, it's almost like county leaders and police were anticipating this. They have this caution tape up on this boardwalk here that was obviously placed before all of this concrete and roadway washed out. And you can see this boardwalk has just taken a beating over the last 24 hours. And Steve has mentioned, you know, we're still seeing some wind gusts here, upwards of 40 miles an hour, and they're starting to slowly calm down, but every once in a while they're still coming through. I mean, you take a look up at those trees behind me just to give you a better idea. I know it's hard to kind of see the wind through the TV, but that's about the best picture we can give you to really give you an idea. It looks like some police or some kind of officials are making their way up here. They've placed concrete barriers along the entire stretch of Ocean Drive, really trying to keep the public out of this area. We've seen some walkers actually, since the sun has come out here to get a look at the damage. The Indian River County government, county administrator, and emergency operations center, they're hoping to have a press conference later this morning. I'm sure they're going to be doing some surveying, looking for damage, and hopefully we'll get a better idea of where the areas were hit, and we can also bring you some pictures later throughout the morning and throughout the rest of the day. But this is what it looks like right now in Vero Beach. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, right now we continue to monitor the structure of Nicole. Still pretty impressive for a weakening tropical storm. Tornado watch box for the northern part of the state as well. And that heavy rain continues to impact your commute to work. So before we head to break, want to get you a check this morning of the traffic hotspots.
I totaled my truck. It was a really gnarly accident. I called Fara first, and then from there it went very fast. My legal team, they were like bulldogs. They just didn't take no for an answer. It just made me feel like I was really dealing with professionals.
Good morning, 7:15, and we are tracking what is now Tropical Storm Nicole all morning here on Fox 4 Morning News. It is a storm that's still kicking up the surf on the east coast of Florida. You are looking live right now. This is a camera at the beach in Jacksonville. You can see the pier in the distance, and you can see those waves crashing, the surf coming up very high. This is the side of the storm, the east side of the storm. It's pushing water on. That is not what we're dealing with here on the west coast in southwest Florida. Obviously, we are dealing with rain and winds, and Lauren and Trent are going to be tracking how long and what exactly we're going to be dealing with because of Tropical Storm Nicole. But look at the East Coast. You can see what they're dealing with there.
Yeah, and when you see live images like that, it's easy to think, well, it's not that big of a deal anymore because it's just a tropical storm, but we are still seeing really high winds, a lot of rain, and forget the fact that this storm is 450 miles across.
Right, it's huge. So it's impacting most of the state of Florida in some way. way. Some people are seeing more intense weather. Some of us are seeing less intense weather. We'll take that here. It is definitely something we're watching closely, though. Lauren Blanchard has been monitoring conditions in Cocoa Beach, which is just outside of Central Florida. It's on the East Coast. She filed this report we're about to show you just about 30 minutes ago.
The storm making landfall as a Category 1 hurricane in the middle of the night before quickly weakening, still bringing lashing winds and heavy rains. Hurricane Nicole roaring into Florida's east coast, making landfall just south of Vero Beach.
I've been here for a lot of hurricanes. I don't think I've ever seen the ocean this angry.
2/3 of all Florida counties are under an emergency declaration. Millions are under hurricane watches and warnings.
It's better play safe than sorry.
Winds up to 75 miles per hour, whipping up dangerous storm surge, eroding already weakened beach properties, prompting evacuations.
The wind field from the storm is very large, and we expect impacts to stretch far beyond the center track. We also expect to see some heavy rains, the potential for flash flooding, and 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in some areas.
It's a storm Floridians did not need, as many homes that were damaged by Hurricane Ian are still being repaired.
Some people still have tarps on their roofs. You may want to make sure that's secure, because if the wind gets underneath the tarp, it could compromise it.
This storm system also triggering tornado threats across eastern, central, and northern Florida, as well as communities in portions of Georgia and South Carolina throughout Thursday.
We're not running on this one. This here just a baby coming, but a baby can do a lot of damage.
This is a highly unusual storm. A hurricane has not made landfall in November in the U.S. in nearly 40 years. In Cocoa Beach, Florida, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, guys, let's take a minute to talk about the size of this thing. Lauren Blanchard was just in Cocoa Beach on the East Coast. We had a live view just a few minutes ago of Jacksonville, and we're seeing rain as far south as Collier County this morning. This thing's huge.
Yeah, Lauren and I were just looking back at what the National Hurricane Center was saying, and I measured the rain bands, and the solid rain about 325 miles from south to north, and the wind's even bigger.
Yeah, so that extent going to be up to 450 miles. So this is going to be a very big storm. I want to get to a live look closer to home here, Trent. This is Santa Barbara and also Nicholas Parkway. Those roadways are wet this morning.
Yeah, they sure are. And at least now that the sun is up, we can see a little bit of the extra debris and the ponding on the roadways before sunrise. Really, really dangerous. I want to take you to our local radar and put it into motion, because even though the center is pulling past Orlando, we have got a heavy rain band that has situated itself on the south side of this tropical storm, which, even though the winds have come down to 60, the structure of this system still very well intact. So we've got heavy rain now from Daytona Beach all the way along the Big Bend of Florida, right here towards southwest Florida, and now a threat for tornadoes between Daytona Beach, Jacksonville, and Brunswick up in Georgia. Let's focus on our neck of the woods right now from Sarasota County all the way towards the lake. We have seen conditions get a little worse there between LaBelle, Lakeport, and right there on the western side of Lake Okeechobee. So we'll flip over a little closer, and you can see the moderate to heavy rain between Lehigh Acres and Manatee Park right there before you cross the bridge over towards the exit for Bayshore and Pine Island. And as you get out towards the Cape, a little lighter amounts. I want to check in areas such as St. James City, Sanibel. We have a pretty good little downpour that will clip the southern parts of the island there from Bowman's Beach and eventually out towards the lighthouse. And then as we move north, it breaks up a little bit from Burnt Store northbound. And this is some of the heavier rain I've been watching from LaBelle along 27 back towards Whidden Corner and Clewiston. And as you put it into motion, the difference in the rain bands we've seen is they're starting to move off towards the northeast, wrapping around the southern part of the storm. And now a few showers even down in Collier between Naples along I-75 through Ave Maria. And as we work our way back north, you see another pretty good little healthy band right there north of I-75, Northport and Inglewood, heading through downtown Arcadia. So these rain bands, as they continue to whip through, are picking up some winds. And Lauren, you've got a latest look at some of those gusts being reported so far.
Yeah, Trent, as you're going through all of this, I see southwest Florida picking up really the brunt of all of the rainfall. Not so much right here. This is going to be a camera over in Naples that we have that looks inland to the east. Cloudy conditions and a little breezy right here. But when you start to move to the central portions of the state, they're picking up really the worst of the wind. Bartow, for example, which is just south of Winter Haven, they're seeing wind gusts so far up to 63 miles per hour. That just came in from the National Weather Service. Winter Haven itself up to 55 miles per hour. While it is very windy windy and gusty here in Southwest Florida. We haven't quite seen numbers like that. Wind speeds out of the west in Punta Gorda coming up to 23 miles per hour. Where we just gave you that live look, 21 miles per hour, 14 over Marco Island. Those gusts, though, even higher over in Punta Gorda. That is the highest registered on our map right now, up to 35 miles per hour. As we head into your lunch hour and Nicole starts to lift to the north, you can see our northern counties picking up the brunt of those wind gusts, anywhere between about 25 to 35 miles per hour by 1 o'clock this afternoon. Starts to slowly taper off as we head into the evening hours. 20 miles per hour for our southern communities, 25 to about 30 miles per hour as you head a little bit up north. We really don't see those conditions get all that much better until Friday evening, tomorrow. This is where we really should be, especially as we head into the evening hours with gusts anywhere between about 5 to 15 miles per hour. When it comes to those rainfall totals, you saw the heavy rainfall. Trent just walked you through all of it. Some of our areas picking up anywhere between 3 to 4 inches of rain already. Isolated areas just south of LaBelle and between Felda, anywhere between 3 to 4 inches of rain. Just south of Port Charlotte, a little less than 2 inches. The further south you get, you see it's a little dry down there in Collier County. They're picking up less than half an inch of rain. The brunt of all of the rainfall totals still very much being felt over on the East Coast. This is in the area where landfall was made just south of Vero Beach. They have isolated areas picking up close to 5 inches of rain. As we head over the next 24 hours, that is something we will be monitoring on our side of the coast. So for today, because of these tropical storm-like conditions, we are going to see our highs cap out near 79 degrees, struggling to make it near 80 degrees. Overnight lows near 70 degrees. Tomorrow, those conditions will gradually clear up. As we head into the weekend, we're looking pretty good because that cold front that is steering Nicole going to pull in a bit cooler, drier air. We're not cooling down all that much by Sunday. Highs maxing out near 81. Overnight lows into Monday going to dip where they should be for this time of the year in the mid-60s, and more sunshine as we head into your work week next week.
Okay, Lauren, thank you. Now I want to take you to Vero Beach. This is where Nicole made landfall early this morning. This is video as people watch the storm come in yesterday afternoon. Our live team coverage will continue in just a couple of minutes. Well, good morning, everybody. At 7:26, you are watching live Fox 4 coverage of Nicole, and some of our most compelling live pictures this morning have come from Lake Monroe. This is in Seminole County, which is northeast of Orlando, right along I-4, and just seeing the waves here and the water splashing off of the waves, the wind blowing that water off of the lake and onto the road. As bad as this looks right now, this is probably the best we have seen it look all morning long. A couple of hours ago, that water was just covering the road there. Well, back here in Southwest Florida, initially we expected our northern and inland counties to see a little more of the impact. So we're talking about places like Charlotte County.
Yeah, so that's why Fox 4's Bree Brownlee is there this morning. She's live in Port Charlotte. So Bree, what are you seeing there in Charlotte County and Port Charlotte? What kind of rains are you dealing with and winds?
Good morning, guys. Yes, we are here in Port Charlotte next to the Peace River, and we've been out here since around 4 o'clock this morning. And one thing we've been noticing is that the rain and the wind have been off and on. And right now, it's on right now because it's like some of the rain is falling down, but not as heavy as it was when we first arrived here at the scene. The wind is still blowing, but not as heavy as it was earlier today. But I'm in a parking lot right behind the pavilion just to show you the wind conditions. The road conditions. If you take a look in this parking lot, it's not much action really happening. You can actually see a puddle that formed, but when you look at the street it actually looks pretty dry. But I do want to take you over here at the Peace River. We did tell you we are here at the Peace River, and with the Peace River, of course, we know this is usually an area that floods. And after Hurricane Ian, the Peace River did have historic flooding. But if you take a look over here, you can actually see what it's looking like. It's way brighter out compared to the 5 o'clock, so you can actually get a better look at how the waves are coming in. But we are going to stay out. But we are going to stay out here for all morning just to keep you guys updated on exactly what's happening and what we're seeing. Live from Port Charlotte, Brianna Brownlee, Fox 4.
Good morning, 7:31 right now, and we are tracking what is now Tropical Storm Nicole, as it is essentially covering the entire state of Florida with some kind of weather. You are looking live right now. This is the camera at Jacksonville Beach, and this kind of paints the picture of what they're dealing with in the northeastern portion of Florida. Look at those waves. You can see just how high the surf is kicking up on the pier. You can see them rolling there and the water pushing onto the sand. That's because they're on the side of the storm where the wind is pushing the water to the west on shore. We obviously are on the west coast. That's why storm surge is not as big of a concern really here in southwest Florida. We are just dealing with some winds and rains in our area, but it's affecting communities really across the state.
And as we go to meteorologist Lauren Petrelli, I have a quick question for you. Our crews who are live in southwest Florida have told us that the rain has died down a little bit. Is it going to start up for them again soon?
Yeah, so we're going to see those rain bands continue to whip around the center of circulation, which is currently over the central portion of our state. You see this heavier rainfall starting to move through the Fort Pierce area, excuse me. It's going to move right around once again. So taking a closer look, some of the heavier to moderate rainfall going to be right over the Jacksonville area, down the I-95 corridor, all the way down to Daytona Beach. This red box right here is going to be a tornado watch. We're not seeing anything like that as we move a little closer to home. It is really going to be the wind and the rain as we move through the rest of the morning, but we are keeping our eye on a low risk for any possible tornadoes. Currently in Lehigh Acres, an area that flooded very heavily after Hurricane Ian, picking up some moderate rainfall, crossing over Lee Boulevard, even portions of State Road 82 all the way through LaBelle. Closer to the coast, this is where Chris was just talking about. They have a brief period where they just have a light drizzle at the moment. That continues through St. James City, all the way down to Sanibel, and continuing through the Fort Myers Beach area. Picking up just a little bit of rainfall through Suncoast Estates, up and down I-75, even across Palm Beach Boulevard into the downtown Fort Myers area. Whitten Corner, you're seeing some light rainfall, Moorhaven as well. But you see the yellow right here. This is that moderate rainfall that is slowly moving to the north, along with that rotation, the circulation we were just talking about. The further south you head, we're really seeing less impacts here. That would include North Naples, all the way down to the Lely Resort community. So far this morning, over the past 24 hours even, they've picked up about ½ an inch of rain or even less. Trent and I are walking you through a timeline of events for today, what you can expect with the wind, the rain, and eventually when all of this is going to clear up.
All right, thanks for that, Lauren. One of the areas she just showed you that's kind of getting a break, if you will, from some of the wind and the rain is the coastal community, Pine Island, Matlacha. It's an area that was really hit hard during Hurricane Ian. When you drive up and down the roads there are a lot of blue tarps. Yeah. There's still a ton of debris. I was in St. James City 2 days ago, and it is still lined with piles and piles of debris. So that's the concern when we see the wind kicking up. Right. You know, 35-mile-an-hour winds, it's enough to move some of those piles, or at least some of the debris that's sitting on the side of the road.
And it's not just the wind. So many people with the tarps and the roof damage. You worry about all this rain that is falling and the fact that it could kind of hamper the recovery process. So let's bring in Fox 4's John Barron. He is live on Pine Island right now. John, what are you seeing where you are?
Yeah, so when you guys were talking about, Chris, about the wind and the rain, really at this point in time, like Lauren was saying, we're kind of in that pocket. We're not seeing too much of that rain, but that wind continues to batter us here. That's the one thing that we keep watching. Every now and then, it's like a pocket. We'll feel this gust of wind that is just absolutely torrential, and then all of a sudden, it's one of those things that it calms down. It's like a calm before the storm, and it's that weird feeling in between, but as it comes, it starts to really blow some of that debris, and a lot of those things over. Actually, we've been seeing a little bit of that actually out in the distance as well. A lot of that debris sitting on the side of the road has been a big impact as well, like you guys were talking about. We're still trying to recover from Hurricane Ian, and so in doing so, you have people's belongings and debris, just all that brush as well, and all the trees all on the side of the road, lining a lot of it as well. But that starts to become a main concern. Actually, one of the residents we spoke with here at Pine Island, we just got the chance to speak with her. She's staying out here at the Tarpon Lodge. She said a big concern for her is her tarp. As that wind continues to batter us, it's one of those things she's worried about that, because once that starts to be a big effect, it's going to start to allow this little bit of rain that we're starting to see every now and then, the flooders, it's going to allow that to really start to bring in some damage and kind of seep in through some of those cracks. That's a big concern for her. She's also worried about the safety for her kids as well. They're staying here, just trying to take some shelter, but it's one of those things that she said she didn't believe it was going to be as bad as Hurricane Ian because of the fact that she knew that it wasn't going to to have that much of an effect of a direct hit for us, but she knew that she didn't want to stay in her house because it was one of those things that it's been so battered, and the debris is one of those things she's still worried about. She knew that she had to leave her house and find a place that would be sheltering for her and her family. But she did say that that debris on the side of the roads is also a big concern for her, because she said, I've spent all this time trying to just clean up around my house and in my house, and it's one of those things that the piles of debris on the side of the road, she doesn't want to have to worry about continuing that effort of trying to recover and rebuild in that aspect. So we're going to send it back to you guys, and coming up we'll actually hear from that resident as well, and we'll have that for you guys coming up later on in the show. For now, here live in Pine Island, John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, thanks for that, John. So he's on the coast there. You see the wind whipping. Bands of heavy rain, as Lauren and Trent have been showing us, are going to keep kind of circling through southwest Florida throughout the morning as this keeps going further north. Inland communities before Nicole made landfall were some of the areas that we were worried about because of flash flooding, the potential for it. But it's looking like we're doing okay.
Yeah, and let's go to one of those inland communities right now, Hendry County. That's where Fox 4's Ryan Kruger is live. Ryan, tell us what you're seeing where you are.
Yeah, it's almost the exact opposite of what John was talking about on Pine Island. This is probably here in the 7 o'clock hour the calmest wind that we have had since we've been out here all morning. We're getting a little bit more rain than we were having when I was with you guys 30 minutes ago, but the wind is actually pretty calm at this point in time as we take a live look now here on State Road 70. There you see a DeSoto County Sheriff's deputy out here patrolling. Really no issues with traffic at this point in time. I've seen quite a bit of wildlife actually that's out here, so it does seem like if people are able to get out, animals are able to get out. Here we see more traffic that's going through. Nobody, you know, I'm not seeing the wind push cars around, which is thankful. Good news is I'm not seeing huge ponds right here on the road. There are definitely in other sections of State Road 70 some pretty sizable ponding that you saw on the roads earlier, but it does seem that everybody is able to get through safe and sound. A couple updates I want to give. I was checking with the county. All county offices in DeSoto County are closed today. They're also going to be closed tomorrow because tomorrow is Veterans Day. So all county offices in DeSoto are closed essentially for the rest of the week. They're not going to reopen until Monday. So something to keep in mind if there are any business that you needed to take care of as far as county business. That's not going to be available until the beginning of next week. This area is still in a flood watch. DeSoto County, Arcadia, parts of it were just cut off after Hurricane Ian came through because of flooding along the Peace River. It is not expected to be nearly as bad as it was then, but it is still, the National Weather Service is calling for the Peace River to get just a tick below flood stage at about 10.5 feet is where it's expected to crest on Monday. Again, because of where we're located, the water drains through and it rains in other parts of the state, it starts to drain, it eventually makes its way into Arcadia. So the big concern here is going to be a couple days from now whenever the Peace River starts to rise slowly but surely. But again, the good news is, at least for right now, the wind has really died down here in Arcadia. We are live for now in DeSoto County. I'm Ryan Kruger, Fox 4.
Ryan, that is good to hear. It is not the same thing in other parts of our state right now. This is video from earlier this morning in St. Augustine, where you can see water over the roads, and they are dealing with a lot of wind right now, too. Just look at how high it is right there along the bay. The time right now is 7:40. Our special live team coverage of Nicole will continue in just a couple of minutes. At 7:43 on this Thursday morning, we want to thank you for watching special Fox 4 coverage of Nicole. Now, some good news. This storm is nowhere near as powerful as Hurricane Ian, but some of the things that we saw with Ian, some of those dangers we are seeing today on a smaller scale.
Yeah, and it has some people concerned, especially on the East Coast. We're talking about things like beach erosion and even storm surge. So we're going to go live now to our reporter, Sophia Hernandez. She's with our Scripps station, WPTV. She is live this morning in Palm Beach County. It's on the East Coast in Juno Beach. So, Sophia, can you just paint a picture for us? It seems like the storm has pretty much moved through that area. What are you seeing now?
Yeah, exactly. You said it best. I think when we compare this to maybe the devastation that Ian left behind, this is much more minimal. We've been talking this morning a lot about the wind damage, and you can see that the waves really right now are still very, very strong. The wind is still very strong as well. You can see that the water last night actually rose all the way up until the beginning of those stairs when you were able to enter the beach. So there was a storm surge. There aren't many people out on the water right now. There's just people really enjoying the view, seeing and surveying this morning. Some of the locals told me that it's after a storm like this one that you really get the prettiest sunrise. I want to talk a little bit about, of course, we didn't really see a lot of flooding. We didn't see a lot of rainfall, but we did see a lot of preparation. Again, after Ian, a lot of the Floridians here in Juno Beach wanted to make sure that they were prepared. So we are here on Juno Beach Pier. You see these wood panels right here. And at the end of the pier where these wood panels would typically go, they were moved and lined up here across the pier, just in the event that with these strong winds, they might fly over the pier and into the water. So that's one of the ways that they prepared. You can also see here at the entrance of this customer service building here at the pier, they had these sandbags in preparation as well for that storm surge and that potential water flooding. Again, that's not what we have been seeing here in Juno Beach. Thankfully, not a lot of flooding, not a lot of rainfall, not much debris or damage as well. A couple of fallen branches here or there on the roadways, but really it's just been these strong winds and these waves. That brings into effect some power lines and some down power. FPL is reporting about 4,500 houses without power right now. So that actually went down from what it was earlier today. That was about 9,500 homes. So again, the focus today going into Thursday is going to be restoring the power to a lot of those homes that are without it.
All right, thank you so much for that update. And we're even hearing statewide FPL's latest number was 180,000 people statewide are without power. But I already saw power crews out on my way into work working on some of those lines. So they're going to work as quickly as they can to get people back up and running.
Things have gotten better in Lee County. It was 4,000, more than 4,000 at one point this morning, now down to 1,400. So encouraging news there.
Yeah, one of the things, Lauren and Trent, that caught my attention is you see on the radar, the storm is kind of north of where we just checked in with Sophia, but you can still see the wind is whipping and the waves are pushing in. Explain that to me.
This was a big storm. We talked about this when it was a subtropical system. The extent of that wind field, especially to the north, was hundreds of miles. So even though this was a weaker Category 1, this was a very large storm. The wind field's still over 400 miles, and it takes a little while for that water to calm down. We even saw that here locally post-Ian. And Lauren, this is such a big storm. It's impacting areas all around the state.
Yeah, so this is going to be the Skyway Bridge, which is going to be in the Tampa Bay area. We're getting word from our producers. It's closed because of those windy conditions. I mean, you can see that camera is shaking this morning.
Yeah, I'll show you where the storm is currently located as it moves through the central part of the state. The center of this tropical storm is pretty much right over Lake Wells. And now we're getting some of those stronger rain bands on the west coast north of us between Sarasota, Tampa, stretching there between I-75 and the Florida Turnpike and I-4. And a little bit of void of rainfall there to around Polk County. To the south, we still have some rainfall and then even worse weather to the north. This is the right side of circulation, and every one of these distinct supercells here around that are rotating. That's why that tornado watch box is in place, as that's going to be the threat up and down the I-95 corridor. For us, the weather is already starting to get better, especially Fort Myers up to Charlotte County, but we still have some really rough weather here between Sarasota, Venice, and Arcadia. Let's start here in DeSoto County, where you can see the rain moving through downtown, but to the south between 17 and south of 72, it continues to impact areas along Fort Ogden and Northport. And then as we slide out towards the lake, some of the heavier rain is beginning to let up for Lakeport and Moorhaven and Clewiston, and back towards the Caloosahatchee, just a little light drizzle. As a matter of fact, the Cape is relatively dry. Let's check in along Pine Island Center, dry. That's good news for the islands that have been absolutely devastated post-Ian, and just a couple of showers there to the south. So this is something that we're going to continue to monitor as we are right there on the southern edge now of Tropical Storm Nicole, which at the 7 o'clock advisory is moving west-northwest, picking up a little speed, 14. That's faster than Ian was when it moved through, moving at 8 to 9 miles per hour. And just to give you a timeline here, as the storm lifts north, by noontime 1 o'clock, we should see the tropical storm force winds and most of the heavy rain really out of here. It's kind of a mid to late morning event, and then we'll dry out through the evening.
And Trey, you were just talking about that wind impact. We showed everyone the Skyway Bridge over in the Tampa Bay area. Something else we are watching closer to home is how the wind will impact our bridges in Southwest Florida. This is a live look at the Caloosahatchee Bridge. We have seen plenty of drivers taking it nice and easy, going north and south right over this bridge. We don't have any word on any bridge closures, but that is something we are staying on top of. One of the reasons why the counties to the north of us are seeing those closures is because they are seeing those peak wind gusts a little bit higher than what we're dealing with this morning. For example, Bartow seeing a peak wind gust so far of 63 miles per hour. That's just south of Winter Haven. Winter Haven itself seeing peak wind gusts near 55 miles per hour. Venice, 47 miles per hour. For us, a little bit closer to home, we're seeing those wind speeds. So this is sustained wind speeds near 23 miles per hour currently over in Punta Gorda. That seems to be the highest we have registered in that area. Wind gusts up to 35 miles per hour. The wind right now coming out of the west, though, in Fort Myers, pretty close to that 31 miles per hour. So as Trent was just walking you through that timeline and showing you as the storm lifts to the north, we're going to see our gusts slowly taper off. Closer to about 1 o'clock this afternoon, when it's closer to the Gulf of Mexico, we're going to see our southern counties with wind gusts up to about 25 miles per hour, closer to 30, 35 miles per hour for our northern counties. It continues to taper off into the evening and then also into tomorrow morning, but really we are dealing with breezy to windy conditions until at least tomorrow night. You can see by tomorrow evening, closer to about 8, 9 o'clock, those wind gusts anywhere between 5 to 15 miles per hour. Rainfall totals, not all that impressive compared to the East Coast, picking up the brunt of all of the rain. Still, though, between LaBelle and Immokalee, isolated areas picking up anywhere between 3 to 4 inches of rain. A little bit less in the Charlotte Harbor community, just under 2 inches of rain. The further south you get, the rainfall totals get a little bit lower. We're looking at half an inch of rain. When it comes to the traffic, a couple things we're noticing between the wind and the rain. Power lines are down. We're seeing that right here over in the Englewood area, so do watch out on Parkway Road. A little bit further to the south, we're seeing the same on Flamingo Drive. So due to these stormy conditions because of Nicole, today's highs capping out in the upper 70s. Overnight lows going to fall near 70 degrees. Tomorrow, these tropical storm-like conditions will slowly pull away, gradually clearing up. Plenty of sunshine behind Nicole. All right, let's get a quick check of those traffic hotspots before the break.
I totaled my truck. It was a really gnarly accident. I called Faro first, and then from there it went very fast. My legal team, they were like bulldogs. They just didn't take no for an answer. It just made me feel like I was really dealing with professionals.
Good morning, everybody. It is 7:54 on this Thursday. You are watching special Fox 4 coverage of Nicole, and we want to show you some new live pictures just into the Fox 4 newsroom. This is in Volusia County, so in the area of Daytona Beach, and unfortunately, there is quite a bit of flooding here. This is the first time we have seen flooding like this. You can see those cars underwater in the distance, the road completely underwater. Now, it looks like there's just a couple of feet here of water, nothing like what we saw with Ian, but still, this is going to cause some damage, and unfortunately, we're beginning to see images like this, and that was one of the fears, that areas up and down Florida's east coast would see some storm surge and localized flooding.
Yeah, in the last 30 minutes, reporter Danielle Seat from our Scripps station WPTV was checking up on the mess that Nicole left behind on Hutchinson Island. So this is just a few miles south of Fort Pierce, where Nicole made landfall.
Honey, hold on. I'm going to have my photographer step slightly out of the way here. Yeah, we have some crews coming through. You can see it here firsthand. You know, I haven't been able to talk to any of these guys, but these guys are the unsung heroes. They're just citizens that live around here. There's another one over on the other side. They are just moving all of this sand and debris off the road to try to keep it so that people can not only come through, but so that the sand doesn't start to pile up. So like I said, we're on Hutchinson Island. It's the south end of Hutchinson Island. This area of roadway is blocked off. We do have some crews down here. I was talking to them. They say that there may have been an emergency further on down, but they weren't able to pass through that sandy area just past them either. So they had the SUV go through there, but that may have been an emergency. We're trying to follow up on that as well. But yeah, just back to these unsung heroes that are driving these bulldozers. They're the ones that are making it so that this area is passable for emergency crews and then for residents eventually. Right now, this section of roadway is blocked off. It's for residents only at the time. We're just on the south end of Hutchinson Island, Bathtub Beach. Maybe some of you know that one at home. We haven't gotten down to that area yet. I did see some of it yesterday. There was certainly some damage to some of those homes, but for the most part, it looks like our high tide has come in. Hopefully going to start going down here soon, but yeah. Those bulldozers, they're the heroes here today, and definitely thanking them for what they're doing. I'm going to try to talk to them, and hopefully I can bring you that interview. For now, reporting live from Hutchinson Island, I'm Danielle Seat. I'll send it back to you in studio.
Danielle, thank you very much. We are working to get more live reporters and more live pictures for you of the damage that Nicole is doing to our entire state. That's coming up on Fox 4 Morning News. Good morning, everybody. It is 8 on this Thursday morning. You are watching special Fox 4 coverage of Nicole, and the storm is just relentless. This is a live look at Lake Monroe. We have been keeping an eye on this area in Seminole County, just northeast of Orlando, all morning because of those waves you see there on the lake and the big splashes. Now, it actually has looked worse than this early this morning, just a few hours after the storm made landfall. We were watching the winds, just the powerful winds, carry water over that railing there and onto the road just to the left of your screen. But you can see winds still powerful right now. We are seeing that and flooding in some parts of Florida as we start our day. Good morning, and thank you for watching our special coverage. I'm Chris Shaw.
I'm Amy Wegman. We want to get right to the latest on what is now Tropical Storm Nicole. So it made landfall. The storm did about 3 in the morning as a hurricane. The winds and the storm surge have knocked out power to a lot of customers statewide. 230,000 is the latest number we're getting from Florida Power and Light. The storm surge was measured at more than 5 feet in Port Canaveral. So we have a network of reporters standing by from across Southwest Florida to the Treasure Coast. We want to bring you the latest on Nicole from every angle across our state.
We're going to start with our 2 meteorologists who are working right now to track this storm and the effect it's having on Southwest Florida. That's Fox 4's Trent Eric and Lauren Petrelli. A little earlier this morning, Southwest Florida was really getting a lot of wind and a lot of rain. It led up, but I have a feeling we're going to see another round of it soon.
Yeah, from this morning through the afternoon, you'll notice that the rain really starts to taper off south to north. And this is something that Lauren and I have been monitoring already this morning as the heavier rain in the northern part of our viewing area. I want to show you what it looks like a little farther north up the coast towards Jacksonville Beach, where they've got that onshore flow. And boy, you can see those waves really crashing in there at the pier. And beach erosion, that surge there is going to be something that they're going to be monitoring for a bit. Also, the threat of tornadoes in the northern part of the state. They're on the right side of circulation. For us, tornadoes were never a threat because we were on the left side of forward motion and we were expecting the rain, but not the tornado watch box, which you can see up there at the top of your screen. Let's put this into motion, and you can see that center continuing to move over Polk County, crossing I-4 there between Orlando and Tampa. And it's just a matter of hours before we get this stronger rain band to the south to lift north, but it continues to dump quite a bit of rainfall there from Highlands County, Glades, Sarasota, and DeSoto. Here's the tornado watch box. All of these, what we call supercell thunderstorms and one of those stronger rain bands have the potential to put down a quick tornado. And as we look at the radar here for Southwest Florida, a few showers there for the southern parts of Hendry and Collier, but the brunt right now continues to be between I-75, Venice, Port Charlotte, and Arcadia, where we're seeing some pretty heavy rain there between Fort Ogden up 17 and also crossing 31. This is probably one of the strongest rain bands we've got currently, and that will continue to pull through southern DeSoto. Tapering off a bit now from Lakeport south to Cluison and Montura, and you can see just a couple of light sprinkles right now for Lehigh Acres and some little more heavy rain heading towards the southern part of Sanibel, where simply they don't need any here. And there are those light showers moving on out south the State Road 29, and as we bump up towards Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, just on the southern edge of one of those stronger lines to the north. As we continue to watch this system throughout the day, it's moving west-northwest at 14. We'll let you know the timing and what we can expect for clearing coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thanks for that, Trent. We have a team of professional journalists. They are stationed across Southwest Florida, across the state, really, so we can keep you up to speed on all of the developments with Nicole. That includes DeSoto County. Fox 4's Ryan Kruger is in Arcadia this morning. He's monitoring conditions there, especially after the Peace River flooded a lot of that area 6 weeks ago during Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, who could forget this? The hurricane came through, and then a few days later is when we saw all this flooding. So let's bring in Ryan right now, where it looks like it is raining again where you are, Ryan.
Yeah, the rain has picked up. That's basically been kind of steady all morning. The wind, you know, when I was with you in the 7 o'clock hour, I was saying that was probably the calmest wind we had all morning. It's still relatively calm compared to what it was, let's say, 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock this morning when we went on the air with you all, but it's not too bad. It is not as bad as it has been, but you notice right there, we did have to wipe the lid. So obviously, we are having issues with the rain still coming in. Let's take a live look now. This is State Road 70. It's actually been pretty busy. Traffic traffic-wise, a little surprising. You're seeing quite a bit of traffic this morning of people heading into work. A couple things of note: all county offices are closed today. Also, FEMA closed all of their. They do have a shelter available, but they did close any of the locations that they've had to try to help people who are still recovering from Hurricane Ian. So keep that in mind with any kind of business you were trying to complete today that may not be open. One bit of good news: we were talking about power outages in other parts of the state. I was just checking with Florida Power and Light within just a couple minutes ago. So there are roughly 18,000 customers in Arcadia. 80, that's it, that are out of power this morning. So that's pretty good. I mean, the overwhelming majority of customers in DeSoto County and Arcadia do have their power this morning, and seeing as how the wind, at least within the last hour and a half, has died down compared to what it was earlier this morning, that might be pretty good news for the folks that live here. They are concerned about flooding. The biggest issue with that is that the flooding doesn't come for a couple of days. That's exactly what happened with Ian, and that is exactly what is supposed to happen with this storm, with Nicole. It's not going to be anywhere near like it was with Ian. DeSoto County, Arcadia was essentially shut off from the rest of the state because flooding was so bad 6 weeks ago. On Monday, though, is when the National Weather Service is expecting the Florida or the Peace River to be just a hair underneath flood stage. They're expecting it to be at 10.5 feet. Flood stage is 11 feet. Certainly a concern for people who live around there, but nothing what they saw with Ian. That is the story for us here in Arcadia. I'm Ryan Kruger, Fox 4.
Thanks for that, Ryan. You see the rain there definitely coming down. Wind has been coming and going throughout parts of southwest Florida throughout the morning. This is video from Brevard County, though. You can see those palm fronds blowing in the wind, an expected sight, right? We have those gusty winds blowing. We've got the heavy rain, and we're going to continue to see those bands as it continues to move further north. Some of our inland communities, though, where Ryan was, where we have other professional journalists stationed across our area, we've got them there because this was an East Coast storm. It came on the East Coast, so obviously we're going to see more effects inland.
They were going to be a little bit closer. That includes Hendry County, where Fox 4's Yvette Sanchez is watching the water levels on the Caloosahatchee River in LaBelle. Yvette, how are things where you are?
Well, Chris, I have actually looked over there, and the water has not been anything that I would say threatening to my knowledge. It does look fine over there. Like I said, the rain has been constant. It's starting to lighten up a little bit. It's not raining as hard as it was the last hour. The wind is actually getting, you know, normal. It's blowing, but it's not blowing as rough. You can see behind me these palm trees. They're just swaying ever so slightly in the wind. Nothing that I would say is of concern in this area right now. What I will say is I know it was predicted that there was to be 40-mile-per-hour winds in the overnight hours. Obviously, we weren't here during those overnight hours, but when we did come in at 5 in the morning this morning, they were pretty strong, but they were inconsistent. They weren't constantly blowing. Now, what I will say is we haven't heard or seen any power outages in the area. When we left here last night, these lights were on, the lights in this park were on, and they're still on, and they've been on the whole time. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna reach out to the power companies in the area and see if they have any reported outages. But for right now, everything seems to be looking okay here. Just some light rain. It's still a little cold and breezy, so we will have updates for you guys in the next half hour or so. But for right now, live in LaBelle, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
Here, Yvette, thank you very much. From LaBelle, now let's go to Charlotte County to see how people there are being impacted by this storm.
Yeah, Fox 4's Alexandra Rangel is live. She's in Port Charlotte this morning, right on the water, on the river there. So, Alex, how are things looking in Port Charlotte?
Right now, we do have some light rain, some light wind, and I will say compared to the last hour, it has slightly picked up. But right now that there's more light, I want to give you a closer look at the Peace River. We were able to get a little closer to it. You know, right now you can kind of see the waves are consistent. They're hitting the shore here, and the Peace River is always a concern when it rains because of the chance of flooding. But here in Charlotte County, they're only expecting expecting a few inches of rain. However, Charlotte County did ask residents to be prepared for rains and winds as many homes were damaged during Ian. And on our drive over here, we did see a lot of homes, you know, with those blue tarps, and with the wind that we have right now, we did see some of them, you know, blowing with the wind. A little later, we're going to try and head into the neighborhoods to give you that look. But for right now, this is what it looks like at the Peace River. It's not too bad, you know, just have that light rain, that light wind, and we'll be here throughout the morning to keep you updated on the conditions here in Port Charlotte. For now, live in Charlotte County, Alexandra Rangel, Fox 4.
Alex, thank you very much. We are also tracking power outages for you this morning as Nicole pushes through our area.
Yeah, Florida Power and Light is updating their outage map minute by minute, and we are monitoring that for you.
Yeah, according to the power outage map, around 1,400 customers are without power right now in Lee County. That's better than it was earlier this morning when about 4,400 people were without power. I do have an update on Collier County as well. They are now at 1,700. So while Lee County has gone down, Collier County has gone up a little bit.
Yeah, and we want to give you an update on LCEC, the electric co-op that covers portions of Lehigh Acres, Cape Coral, Sanibel Island, Pine Island. So far right now they have about 2,400 people in Lee County that are without power. I already saw some of their crews working this morning out in the windy conditions trying to get those wires that were downed back up.
All right, 8:11 is the time right now. You are watching special coverage of Nicole here on Fox 4. When we come back in just a couple of minutes, we're going to take you to one of the areas that was hit hardest by Ian to see how people there who are still in the long process of recovering are dealing with all of this wind and rain today.
We'll be right back. You're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
But before that break, team, let's give everyone a quick check of those traffic hotspots.
I totaled my truck. It was a really gnarly accident. I called Fair and Fair first, and then from there it went very fast. My legal team, they were like bulldogs. They just didn't take no for an answer. It just made me feel like I was really dealing with professionals.
Good morning, everybody. 8:14 is the time. This is a live look at Jacksonville Beach. And again, you see the waves crashing in. You see the high winds and the rain on the camera lens there. And you can tell that this is a storm that is impacting almost the entire state right now, from Jacksonville all the way down to Collier County, which has seen some rain today. And in the middle there, where the storm made landfall around Juno Beach and Vero Beach, excuse me, and in the area of Central Florida is where we are seeing a lot of rain and a little bit of flooding right now.
Yeah, and it's really important to keep in mind as the wind and the rain is passing through Southwest Florida, maybe you're not concerned about it and you're thinking, you know what, this isn't really that bad. Consider yourself lucky, because there are some of our neighbors who don't have roofs on their houses and are living in tents in their front yards. I met a woman this week doing just that. So this is why we're paying extra close attention to this weather.
Sure, and you're talking about people on Pine Island. That's where Fox 4's John Barron is live right now. So, John, I know you have seen a lot of wind and rain there at times this morning. What is it like now?
Yeah, so Chris, you know, the wind and rain is something that's kind of like every now and then just picks up and drops off. We're seeing it on a continuous rotation here this morning. And Amy, that's a good point that you were pointing out as well, that, you know, some of that is the hardest hit areas like Pine Island and Matlacha, where we drove by. A lot of the tarps on that, the houses and the roofs, you know, that's something that's really seeing a big effect here this morning. And what we're also seeing is minor flooding here in some of these areas. Obviously, these are pockets that we're seeing all across Southwest Florida, but here in Pine Island, where that vegetation is not soaking up as much as this rainfall as it usually does, it's just kind of sitting here. You can see all this debris now making its way, kind of coming in from certain areas, and this is all coming from either yards or just people placing out garbage, just hoping that it'll be picked up on a regular basis. And that's what we're kind of seeing. Obviously, right now, we know a couple areas are kind of just holding off on picking up some of the trash for today. It'll pick up tomorrow, but as you can see, it's just now making its way in front of a lot of people's yards, and actually you can kind of see a down power line as well. This is not something that obviously is down at this point in time. This is just kind of something left over from what they had to do earlier this week, and maybe even from Hurricane Ian. But this kind of plays into a role where, you know, this was an area of Pine Island that actually lost power last night. It was restored quickly to some of those houses that lost it, and as you can see, things kind of picking up a little bit more as well. But, you know, this rainfall, even though we've had it on and off all morning long, it's still kind of sitting away here in some of these roadways as well. And actually, you can see out there towards a lot of that debris down the road as well. That's more so of our concern. As this wind starts to pick up, that's something that could fly off the handle and really make its way out here. We've seen a lot of people on the roadways as well. If you guys are on the roadways, you really shouldn't be, but if you have to be on the roadway, make sure you guys are using a lot of caution, because these are things that can fly into the road. It can either pop a tire or even go through a windshield if it's at the wrong time. So make sure you guys are being careful out here as well. So we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio, and we'll give you guys more of a report and hear from some of those residents coming up later on in the show. For now, here live on Pine Island, John Barron, Fox 4.
Yeah, I hate to see all that debris and garbage just making a mess there in the water that's ponding, but that's something we're going to be dealing with across Southwest Florida. A little more cleanup for sure. Let's bring in our meteorologist, Lauren Petrelli, Trent Eric, and get a check of where things stand right now. I know our southern portion of Southwest Florida, so Collier County, might still be a little windy there, but it's lifting up. So who's dealing with the worst of the weather right now as far as Southwest Florida goes?
Yeah, it's the northern part of our viewing area, DeSoto County, out by the lake, Glades, Highlands County, and that's going to be what we see here.
Yeah, so I was just taking a look at the wind speeds for Collier County, for example. They're really only up to 10 miles per hour. That's nothing compared to this live look on the other side of the coast. This is in the Volusia County area.
Let's show you what it looks like on the radar satellite composite. You'll understand why it looks like that off to the north, because that center of Tropical Storm Nicole, as it moves across the state and doing so at a pretty good clip at nearly 15 miles an hour, is still pushing water onshore here from the coast of Georgia all the way down to Titusville. That's where they're dealing with the beach erosion and the heaviest surge. For us, it's the rain and tropical storm force gusts on the backside, and you can see the tornado watch box there for Jacksonville along the state line. So let's get you over to our local radar where you can see it sweeping around. It's easier to see the motion when you put this into motion over the last hour. And as Amy was mentioning, parts of Hendry County, Collier, and even Lee now, still a little gusty with some light to moderate rain showers. The heaviest stuff, though, is way up north here. All these thunderstorms in here have the potential to put down a quick spin up. So that's something they'll be monitoring to our north. For us, it's Lake Placid on through Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, including Arcadia right now, where we have some of the heaviest rain. Let's get right to it. Let's focus on areas along 17, Fort Ogden, Northport, where that rain continues to move across. And you can see the rain bands here are almost due east. They're moving there along 72 and eventually going to continue to impact 70 and 760 there near downtown. Now, at one point, Lakeport, Palmdale, Moorhaven had a pretty good line move through. It's tapering off, the rain at least. Still a little gusty out there for sure. And you can see how light the rainfall continues for the Cape and Fort Myers, but pretty good little batch of rainfall entering Sanibel. And that's one of those areas that we were a little worried about this morning and over the last couple of days on picking up this heavy rain and some of those gusty winds. So hopefully we can get that rain in and out pretty quickly. Let's check up on Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. We got some showers moving through there as well. So it's this southern edge. As the storm continues to pull north, we'll just see some light rain showers remain in your forecast. But as far as what we're seeing right now, down, moving west-northwest at 14. And as far as the timeline of the tropical storm force winds moving out as early as noon, 1 o'clock out of here, and hopefully most of the heavy rain will go with it as that storm continues to move up past I-10. Want to get over to Laura now with a check of what the winds are currently here in Southwest Florida.
So Trent, Amy was just talking about Collier County, and I specifically wanted to address her question. So that way, as people are waking up this morning and they're getting out maybe on the roadway because they have to go to work, you know exactly what you're facing. Down in Marco Island, for example, the winds coming more out of the west up to 10 miles per hour. Move a little bit to the north, though. Naples starting to see their wind speeds close to 22 miles per hour. Still, our northern counties picking up the highest wind speeds. Punta Gorda, 25 miles per hour out of the west. Gusts there up to 36 miles per hour. 26 right now in Fort Myers. Northerly gusts over in Bonita Springs up to 10 miles per hour. As we head into this afternoon and we start to see Nicole pull a little bit to the north and also closer to the Gulf of Mexico, winds gusts going to be in Collier County up to 25 miles per hour, 30 to 35 as you head a little bit to the north. Slowly getting a little bit better as we head into the evening hours. Even by tomorrow morning, though, we're dealing with breezy conditions, wind gusts anywhere between about 15 to 25 miles per hour. We don't see major improvement until tomorrow evening with those wind gusts where they typically are in the evening hours between 5 and 15 miles per hour. Our coastal community is looking a little bit gustier than our inland areas. Rainfall totals starting to slowly tick up as well. Trent was just showing you on the radar what's happening now, but over the past 24 hours, areas between LaBelle and Immokalee, isolated areas picking up anywhere between 3 to 4 inches of rain. You're piling that on top of an already saturated ground as we are recovering from post-Hurricane Ian. Just south of the Port Charlotte area, Charlotte Harbor, anywhere between 1.5 to 2 inches of rain. The further south you get, we've had lighter rain, so that means those rainfall totals are a little bit lower, closer to about ½ an inch of rain. Still, when you're headed out the door, our traffic computers are picking up wet roads across all of Southwest Florida, even closer to our coastal Lee County area, area that is still recovering from Ian. They're also picking up the high wind reports. If you're headed out the door right now in the Northport area, I do want to let you know we have 2 crashes to talk about. One is going to be I-75 southbound, exit 191. Head a little bit further to the south. We also have another crash on I-75 southbound. This is going to be next to Toledo Blade Boulevard. We do have partial roadblocks in the area, but it shouldn't slow you down too much. Really, the weather is your biggest concern for the commute and as we head through the rest of today. Because of our stormy day, our high is going to cap out in the upper 70s. Overnight lows going to be closer to 70 degrees. As we head into tomorrow, conditions will gradually clear up. The second half of your day looking a lot better than where we're starting, for example. Highs by tomorrow maxing out near 81 degrees. The cold front that is steering Nicole going to pull in some cooler and drier air. So as we head into the weekend, we're looking at mostly sunny skies. Highs by Sunday near 81 degrees. Overnight lows in the mid-60s. The sunshine does continue into your next work week. 8:23 is the time. You're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
Good morning, everybody. 8:26 is the time right now. Thank you for watching special coverage here on Fox 4 of Tropical Storm Nicole. So here in Southwest Florida, we're dealing with wind and a little bit of rain. But over on the East Coast, they are concerned about beach erosion and storm surge.
Yeah, we've seen some of it this morning already. We want to give you a little perspective. We want to move to Palm Beach County. It's on the East Coast, obviously. Our Sophia Hernandez with WPTV is live there. So, Sophia, can you tell us what you're seeing?
Hi there. Yeah, good morning. Right now, we are not seeing any rainfall. We haven't seen any rainfall this entire morning, which has been very good news. We haven't seen a lot of flooding inland, but what we are watching closer to the coastline are these waves. We've been talking this whole morning about these very strong winds that we're experiencing here in Juno Beach, and you can see the tide is coming in. Those waves are just as strong as they were earlier this morning, and you can obviously see that there are a couple people here on the beach. They were here enjoying the sunrise earlier this morning, and now they're just actually collecting some debris that has since floated in because of those waves. A lot of plastic, a lot of fallen branches and trees as well. Nobody in the water, thankfully. Again, the waves, you can see how strong they are. And I want you to take a look at this boardwalk over here. On our right-hand side, we are seeing these wooden panels. Here at the Juno Beach Pier, they actually removed them. If you look further down the boardwalk, you can see that the planks, it's all empty because they were anticipating that strong storm surge, those high winds, high waves, potentially taking those pallets and washing them ashore. Actually, county crews, they just arrived here probably about 5 minutes ago. They're planning on putting those panels back to where they belong. They're just waiting for those waves to dive down. Now, again, when we talk about preparation, you can see here that on the pier, they had some sandbags available to make sure that no water came in because of the waves. I've been speaking to some locals here on the pier. Every single person that I have spoken to has said that thankfully they have not had any damage or debris to their homes. So that is good news. What we are hearing a lot of is that there are power outages for many residents in Palm Beach County. Earlier today, that number was looking about 9,500. Now that number is a little bit more than 4,600. So good news as we're moving into the rest of Thursday. We're hoping to see that number continue to go down. Reporting live in Juno Beach, Sophia Hernandez, Fox 4.
Sophia, thank you very much. Here at Fox 4, as we cover this storm, we're able to take you all over the entire state. So on the East Coast, where Sophia just was, now we're going to come back closer to home and talk about Charlotte County.
Yeah, Fox 4's Brianna Brownlee is part of our network of reporters stationed across not only Southwest Florida, but the state. She's live right now in Port Charlotte. And let's check in with her to see how things are looking there. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning, guys. Yes, we are still out here in Port Charlotte near the Peace River, and I must say this is the most action we have seen since we've been out here since 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure you guys can see that the wind has drastically picked up out here compared to what it was like 5 minutes ago. It has calmed down a little bit, but I also want to talk about the rain that we've been noticing. Right now, it's like a little bit of flying rain, but nothing too heavy. But as you can see right here, when you look down this street, you can see that the streets actually look pretty dry. It's no flooding or anything of that nature. Now, like I did mention, we are here near the Peace River, and we do want to show you this, the river right now, because of course when the rain falls is heavy in this area, usually this area is known to flood. After Hurricane Ian, you know, the Peace River had historic record numbers of flooding, but this is what it's currently looking like right now. Now, as I stated earlier, it does seem like the rain has let up a little bit, but the wind has definitely picked up, especially within the past 5 minutes. It does seem like it's trying to calm down a little bit, but of course, we're going to stay out here and keep you guys updated of what we're seeing and feeling and hearing, but I'm going to give it back to you guys in the studio, live in Port Charlotte. Brianna Brownlee, Fox 4.
All right, from there in Port Charlotte, we want to give you a live look right now. This is the pier in Flagler Beach, Florida. If you're not familiar with where that is, it's on the east coast of Florida, just north of the Daytona area, northeast of Orlando. This is where Nicole is pushing water and wind onshore, like Lauren and Trent have been showing us all morning, and you can see the surf really kicking up there. We have our network of reporters stationed across the state, so we can show you what Nicole is doing, not only here in Southwest Florida, but also to our north in other portions of our state as well. We are going to continue tracking this storm, and we're just going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. You're watching special coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole right here on Fox 4. Good morning, 8:34, and we are still tracking Tropical Storm Nicole and how it's going to be affecting you here in Southwest Florida.
Yeah, we just saw a live picture of Charlotte County, Lauren, and the wind is really picking up there. You and Trent just said a couple of minutes ago that the northern part of our area is experiencing the worst of it right now.
Yeah, wind speeds there are going to be up to about 25 miles per hour, gusts even higher. I think the highest I've seen registered there all morning long is 36 miles per hour. And as Nicole continues on its track and slowly lifts to the north, we'll start to see improving conditions. Speaking of Charlotte County, that's one of the areas that's in a slow dry out period. Down in Collier County, they've picked up really minimal rain as the rain bands are following that counterclockwise motion right around the center of Nicole, which is still really well organized. I'm surprised at how well it's holding on as it moves through the central portions of our state close to the Winter Haven area. There is that Charlotte County area, though, that we were just talking about. You have some of that moderate rainfall, the yellow, moving and lifting to the north, and you have a light sprinkle just moving in. This is going to be temporary as, again, you're going to see those rain bands whip around all morning long. Still, as you head out the door this morning, Arcadia, as this lifts to the north, you're going to be picking up that wet weather in just a couple of moments. It's going to be US 17, even State Road 70, that is going to see the heavier rainfall. So if you're headed that way, make sure you're taking it nice and easy this morning. Port Charlotte up and down I-75, US 41, going to have a brief break as you move a little bit further to the south. Babcock Ranch through I-75 all the way to the coastline, even Pine Island, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're dealing with a light drizzle or two, but you just saw some of that moderate rainfall as it was just lifting to the north. So these roadways are still going to be very wet. Closer to our inland areas, we've seen isolated rainfall totals anywhere between 3 to 4 inches. It looks like Moorhaven and Lakeport, you're starting to see your moderate rainfall lift to the north. You're also getting a bit of a break. As you take a step outside, not only are we windy and rainy, but we're also a little bit cooler, and that is because of the stormy weather. We're going to give you a deep dive into the timeline of what you can expect through your Thursday into your Friday, and also the cooler temperatures behind Tropical Storm Nicole just ahead.
All right, Lauren, thanks for the update there. With our special coverage of this storm, we are able to take you all over the state. This right here you see on your screen is a live look at New Smyrna Beach. So this is in the area of Daytona Beach, just south of Daytona. Seeing a little bit of a break here. Doesn't look like a lot of rain, but you see the camera shaking, so that means the wind is still pretty strong there. And this is just one of those areas that was hit hard in this storm. So we're going to go from New Smyrna Beach to Hillsborough County on the state's west coast now.
Yeah, reporter Kelly McCormick from our script station WFTS is in Plant City this morning, and she's showing us what kind of squalls people there were seeing in the last 30 minutes.
Good morning, James and Dia. It's gotten even worse. It really came back with a vengeance. The winds are just about as strong as I've seen all day right now. But first, I want to show you something. If you take a look up here with me at the sky, all morning we've been watching these clouds and how quickly they're moving through the sky. It may be a little bit tougher to make out those clouds right now, but it is a very cool visual to see them moving so quickly. Now I want to talk about the winds again. Take a look at this tree. It's really been taking an absolute beating from the wind all morning long. That's a pretty big tree. It's doing okay. The branches have definitely been moving, but these smaller palm trees, some of them are already tilted over as they have been taking the beating all morning long from these strong winds, and the winds impacting the way the rain is moving. The rain has definitely been shifting as the wind's continuing to blow, and if you look at the pavement here, you can really see the way the little water on the gravel has been moving across the pavement. Just shows just how strong those winds really are this morning. And as I mentioned earlier, the winds just about as strong as I've seen them yet today, and the rain really continuing to come down today. But I, of course, will keep you updated on the conditions out here in the field. But for now, I'm live in Plant City.
All right, thank you for that report. You know, I think the key takeaway is a lot of people are heading to work today. It's a normal day for a lot of people, even though we're experiencing these tropical storm force winds. So you got to be careful when you're getting out on the roadways. We have a team of professional journalists stationed all across Southwest Florida. So we were there in Hillsborough County, just north of us in the Tampa area, but we also have folks here in Southwest Florida.
That includes DeSoto County. We want to go there to Fox 4's Ryan Kruger, who is in Arcadia today. And Ryan, what are you seeing there in Arcadia?
Yeah, so wind has definitely picked up quite a bit. So if you've been with us all morning, you know that in the 7 o'clock hour, I was saying that it was really calmed down. It really wasn't windy at all. Right now, so what, we're at about 8:35, 8:37 right now. Rain has picked up a decent amount. Wind has picked up a decent amount. It's not as bad as it was earlier this morning, but definitely it has been a pretty big increase within the last hour. I know my photographer is going to try to wipe off his lens real quick because I know that we are getting rain onto there. Meanwhile, let's also kind of show you a look at what we are seeing right here. State Road 70, right, not far from downtown Arcadia. Quite a bit of traffic this morning. A lot of folks are heading into work. I am seeing, so State Road 70 for the most part, I'm not seeing much ponding on the road. I am seeing where I'm intersecting right now, where this DeSoto County Sheriff's Deputy is pulling onto 15th Avenue. I am seeing a decent amount of ponding farther up that road. So it's something to keep in mind. If you are going to be out driving today, please be aware it has been raining for quite a bit this morning. So really, wherever you are, there's a good chance there's going to be a decent amount of ponding on the road. One thing we have been talking about is power outages. I know that there have been reports in other parts of the viewing area where there are a lot of power outages. I've been checking with FPL. There are only 80 customers that are without power in DeSoto County. There are more than 18,000 customers in DeSoto County. So that's pretty good. I mean, you know, you don't like the fact there are any power outages, but the overwhelming majority of people are waking up this morning. They do have power. That is the good news. I would caution anybody, at least right now, for going out because, again, as I was saying, you had, you know, a solid hour there where it really wasn't too bad at all. Really no wind, not much rain. Now we're getting a decent amount of wind. We're getting a decent amount of rain. So you're going to see these bands that kind of come and go as the morning goes on. It shouldn't be, hopefully this will all clear out and then we can get back to our business as we see fit. So we'll check back in with you in about 30 minutes and let you know how things are looking then. But for now, I'll send it back to you all. We are live in Arcadia. Ryan Kruger, Fox 4.
Thank you for that, Ryan. One of the other inland communities that we wanted to keep a close eye on as Nicole was approaching and going through was the inland community of LaBelle.
Yeah, let's go now to Hendry County. That's where Fox 4's Yvette Sanchez is watching the water levels along the Caloosahatchee River. Yvette, what can you tell us?
Well, Chris, like you said, we have been on the Caloosahatchee River, but earlier this morning it was way too dark to actually show you guys how the current was going. Right now it's actually fairly calm and it hasn't really picked up. It's been like this throughout the hours we've been here. We've been checking on it periodically. But some news I do have for you guys. I was actually on the power outage website, and in Hendry County there is 0 customers that have no power. So everyone at this point in time, as of 8:33 a.m., they are with power. Another thing to note, yesterday, Hendry County at noon, they went into a state of emergency. I was on their emergency management website, and that state of emergency is actually effective till the 16th of November until 12 o'clock p.m. So those are also some things to note for yourself. Now, as I said, there has been power the whole time we've been here. You could see these trees here at Barron Park. They have the Christmas lights wrapped up around them. They've never gone out. They've stayed on the whole time. Any lights that have been in this area have been on. So in the next one, we will show you more conditions of the Caloosahatchee River. But for right now, live in LaBelle, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
And at 8:42, let's get a look at traffic hotspots.
I totaled my truck. It was a really gnarly accident. I called Farah first, and then from there it went very fast. My legal team, they were like bulldogs. They just didn't take no for an answer. It just made me feel like I was really dealing with professionals.
We are continuing to track Tropical Storm Nicole and its effects here in southwest Florida. One of the areas that, as Nicole was headed in this general direction, that we were kind of concerned about was the Pine Island community. Matt Lachey, St. James City, a lot of people there have a lot of damage on their homes. They've got the tarps on their roofs, but more importantly, we've met many people who are living in tents. So when you factor in weather like we're seeing today, even a strong thunderstorm is going to cause concern for them.
Yeah, and they were vulnerable, those people, and anybody really who has roof damage right now. All the rain we're getting, it's going to affect them. So let's check in with Fox 4's John Barron, who is live on Pine Island, one of those areas where people have a lot of damage, to see how things are going there. And John, it looks like you're in front of a debris pile there.
Yeah, so Chris and Amy, something that you guys were pointing out is the blue tarps that we're seeing out here, and that's exactly what we're seeing here in Matlacha and Pine Island. We're making our way back into Matlacha to kind of show you guys a little bit more about the conditions out there as well. But here on Pine Island, you can still see, obviously, the aftermath from Hurricane Ian, just 43 days apart from here when we're taking a look at Nicole, but you can still feel a little bit of the strong winds that's happening here. The rain has really died down, but this is the debris that when that wind starts to really pick up, this becomes a concern. Obviously, you've got yourself a lot of insulation in here, but small piles of wood as well. And you can kind of just see, obviously, these kinds of things here, that's a problem when they start to fly up in the air, and those flying objects are going to become a problem if this wind starts to pick up. But what we're seeing so far is a little bit of a die down in some aspects. Every now and then we start to get a gust of wind, and it's just really one of those things that's abrupt, and it kind of catches you off your feet just a little bit. But as you can see, what I want to show you is over here to the left. You can kind of see all those tarps that you guys were talking about. That's a large factor here. You can kind of already see just 4 of these trailers and houses. That's been a big problem here as well. You can kind of see them start to fly up a little bit towards that back end, that last one as well. You can kind of see the aspect of what we're talking about here. These tarps, if they're not tied down, that's going to become a problem as that small amount of wind starts to really pick up some of these tarps. And that little bit of rain that we get, that becomes a factor as well. It starts to add to that that aspect of, the debris and recovery efforts that we're starting to see here, the rebuild efforts as well. That becomes a problem because of that little bit more of rain, that starts to add a little bit more trauma as well. Some of those things you start to realize, Hurricane Ian had such a big impact, and it's being felt and is honestly visible here as well. But Nicole's starting to add a little bit more to that as well, starting to kind of hurt a little bit of those scars that we're seeing here as well. Those tarps all kind of lining here outside of southwest Florida. We've seen a lot of it, and we're going to see a lot more of it as we continue to try to rebuild after the aftermath of both Ian and Nicole. But we're going to send it back to you guys as we start to make our way back out to Matlacha. We're going to listen to some of those residents as well from Pine Island coming up at 9 o'clock. For now, live here on Pine Island, John Barron, Fox 4.
Thank you for that, John. Yeah, Trent, it really just is adding insult to injury. But let's talk about for people who might just be getting going this morning. We have gone past the worst of it for Southwest Florida, at least? Or can you walk us through what else we're going to be dealing with?
Sure. Yeah, as a whole, we're through the worst. This storm is going to continue to pull towards the northwest. And as it does, we will see the rain begin to taper off. You're looking live over on the other coast. This is the Flagler Beach Pier. And as the camera pans around, we've got an angry Atlantic still, even though that storm has made landfall. You can see just how milky brown those waves are, just full of sand and dirt. There has been some major beach erosion on the East Coast. Several buildings evacuated in Daytona Beach due to the seawall collapse. And you could just see how rough the surf is still, even though this is now downgraded to a tropical storm with winds of 60 miles per hour. Now, as far as the storm itself, we are on the southern edge here of those rain bands on the south side, and the center continues to pull over Polk County and through the central part of the state. And you can see the rain kind of tapering off for us. The really heavy stuff is on the north side of circulation, where we have a tornado watch box, and you can see very briefly a tornado warning popping in and out of the coastline, and that is that threat they have of those quick spin-ups, and that's because the atmosphere there is rotating really well there with height. As far as us, you see light to moderate rain showers still Lee County, LaBelle, Immokalee, not much, but as you work your way north between Sarasota County, DeSoto, and Highlands, that's where we have some of the heavier rain here this morning. Our journalist Ryan Kruger is right there in the central part of DeSoto County near Arcadia, and he has just been getting battered by wind when we started this morning at 5 o'clock. Then we started adding the heavy rain, and that's what we're seeing there along 31 and 17. And as we head back towards Northport, tapering off a little bit there between Northport I-75 and Fort Ogden. Same idea for Moore Haven and Lakeport, where it picked up pretty quickly this morning, and we've just got some light showers from Colonial, MLK, all the way over back towards Summerlin and Gladiolus, where some rain showers moved over Sanibel and Fort Myers Beach. Moderate to heavy at times, not the worst of it, but we need to get this rain out of here because that's the last thing we need is just widespread rainfall. Collier was fairly quiet throughout the day. We've had some fast-moving light to moderate rain showers, but nothing like what we've seen in the northern part of our viewing area. And you can see Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, we've got that rain kind of moving through. So to kind of recap, as the storm moves away in the next few hours, our conditions will improve greatly by the time we get towards lunch. You see the wind sustained 25 miles per hour Punta Gorda, 22 in Naples, and we've got gusts just shy of tropical storm status there in Punta Gorda, 26 in Fort Myers and 29 in Naples. The forecast here for today keeps it near 20 miles per hour, and then we look at the gusts, and we're still upwards of 30 even through this evening as the storm pulls north. The current location is 30 miles southwest of Orlando, but it's moving west-northwest to 14. So in a few hours, it'll be pushing past Orlando, taking the strongest winds off to the north. This storm is still pretty oblong. Most of the winds are off to the north, but a pretty good distance here through southwest Florida. But you can see by 1 o'clock, most of the tropical storm winds out. Still some scattered showers pulling in behind it. And then by the time we get towards midnight there, heading into Friday, it's just the Florida Panhandle and the southern parts of Georgia. To give you what it looks like here on a radar depiction for the forecast, we'll stop this here later on about 5 o'clock. And you can see we're mostly dry. The stronger rain bands up around Tampa with just a few scattered showers moving in overnight tonight. And looking ahead towards your Veterans Day, just a couple of showers. And by Saturday, wind coming across the state, pushing most of the rain over on the other coast. So as we look at your 7-day forecast, not going to be quite as cool as we thought it was there Sunday into Monday. A little cooler and definitely a little drier. We get that rain out of here. We could see our conditions improve pretty quickly this afternoon. Time is 8:53. We'll be right back after this quick break.
It is 8:56 on your Thursday morning. You are looking live right now at a camera. It's a live picture on Jacksonville Beach. And this is what they're dealing with there on the northeast coast of Florida because of Tropical Storm Nicole. Our area obviously dealing with wind and rains, but you can see the surf there on the east coast where the storm is pushing water inland and onshore. You can see how high the surf is. Actually, this looks much better than it did about an hour ago. There were bigger waves and larger sprays when it hit the pier there. We are going to continue to monitor Nicole from across the state of Florida. We've got a team of reporters stationed in all different areas so that you can get a picture of what it's looking like as the day goes forward.
Now let's go south of that live picture and to a place called Daytona Beach Shores. That's where a couple of hundred people had to evacuate just before Nicole made landfall. Volusia County says at least 6 buildings were unsafe and more than 200 people had to leave their homes. So this is what you see here, them packing up and leaving. Now these buildings were already damaged during Hurricane Ian, and the fear is that beach erosion could cause them to collapse during this storm. Here's what the Volusia County Sheriff said a few hours before Nicole made landfall.
I think a vast majority of people had left on their own volition. Some people stayed a little longer, hoping that maybe the inevitable wouldn't happen. But what did earlier this afternoon, the building inspector basically declared this structure unsafe, unsound. So it's not a matter of riding it out, it's a matter of you have to get out.
Once again, we have live reporters in every part of Florida right now and live pictures as well. We will continue our coverage of now Tropical Storm Nicole in just a couple of minutes.
Good morning. It is 9 o'clock on your Thursday morning, and Fox 4 is continuing our coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole. We are going to show you the effects we're having here in Southwest Florida in just a minute, but first we want to show you a live picture. This is from Jacksonville Beach, where you can see the storm is still pushing water on shore. There is pretty high surf. It's spraying up on the pier there. This actually looks a lot better than it did about an hour ago, but we are continuing to track. We have reporters all over Southwest Florida and the state. Good morning. Thanks for being with us today. I'm Amy Wegman.
And I'm Lisa Greenberg. Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be speaking in Tallahassee in the next hour, so we will get the latest updates from him at that time as well on Tropical Storm Nicole. But for now, we want to get to what is happening and what happened this morning. Nicole made history as it became the first November hurricane to hit the U.S. mainland in 37 years. Now a tropical storm, it produced a storm surge of nearly 6 feet. It's left 235,000 customers across the state of Florida without power. We have reporters all over Southwest Florida to the Treasure Coast to bring us the latest on this storm.
And of course, we want to help you get out the door if you have to work this morning. As I was driving into work here at Fox 4, I saw a lot of people out on the roads. I think for a lot of people it's a normal day, but you are dealing with winds and rain, so we want you to be careful out on the roadways. Let's go straight to our team of meteorologists. They're going to update you on what it looks like here in Southwest Florida. You can see the surf and the wind there in Hollywood Beach. We're going to get to that in just a second. But first, hey guys, how are things looking?
A little better, for sure. The storm moving north, and I think by lunchtime here, we should see most of the heavy rain out of here.
Yeah, and thankfully, because some of our isolated areas are already picking up anywhere between 3 to 4 inches, other areas seeing a little bit less, thankfully.
Yeah, do we have that live shot back there as we were looking there? Okay, this is coming out of the East Coast where we're looking at chopper footage there as this chopper is moving northbound from Hollywood Beach, continue to pull up the coastline. That area there, Palm Beach County into Martin County, really saw a lot of beach erosion, and that's something we'll be talking about here in the days ahead. Let's show you what it looks like currently on the radar. Tornado watch box out for the northern part of the state as the tropical storm force winds still extend well over 400 miles. For us, we're on the tail end of this, and you can see some very scattered showers to the south. But as the center moves over Polk County and Orlando, we've got heavy rain from Melbourne all the way back here towards Arcadia, and that's where we've seen the heaviest rain in the last hour or so. Parts of DeSoto County, Highlands, and it's beginning to taper off. Some of the heavier stuff between 70 and 66, and this will continue to move out of downtown Arcadia in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, still some light to moderate rain showers. Same idea here south of the Caloosahatchee, where some of the busiest spots on the roadways there, I-75, Colonial, and MLK. And as we take it back out towards Lakeport and Moorhaven, just some light showers. So our temperatures, we're going to sit here in the mid to upper 70s, and we're going to watch the wind here throughout the day. Right now, we've got sustained winds around 21 in Punta Gorda, 17 in Naples, seeing these numbers come down, but still gusting there, 30 to 35 miles per hour. Lauren and I will be back in a few minutes again to show you what we've got going on long term, and of course look at the 7-day for the weekend.
All right, Trent, we will see you soon. Well, we are tracking power outages in our area as Nicole has been pushing through.
Yeah, so we've been checking Florida Power and Light's outage map. It updates regularly. According to FPL, right now about 1,400 customers don't have power in Lee County, but there are also a lot of people without power in Charlotte County. It's only 420. There's actually the most in Collier County, 1,700 people. Sarasota County, which is part of our Southwest Florida viewing area, they have just over a little 2,000 people without power.
We know Lee County Electric Cooperative had customers, about 700 that lost power throughout Lee County. We know that those numbers were even worse, though, earlier this morning, so things are starting to improve at least.
And we've even seen crews out on the roads already picking up those down power lines, so just know if you are one of those streaming us perhaps on your cell phone, you don't have power, they are working right now to get you back on the grid.
We have a team of reporters all across Southwest Florida in the state, so you can stay weather aware today.
Yeah, and this includes DeSoto County. Fox 4's Ryan Kruger has been there all morning, where conditions kind of, as they do with tropical storms and hurricanes, come and go. It will see bands of rain and wind, and then it kind of calms down. So the last time we checked in with Ryan, I know there was a lot of rain and wind there at the time, and we want to check in with you now to see what things are looking like. What are the conditions like for people who are going to be heading out? I would imagine driving is probably not super safe right now.
Yeah, there are still, mind you, people driving, but a lot of ponding on the roads. Now, it is interesting. So I spoke with you, about 8:35, so, 30 minutes ago. A lot more windier then than it is right now. So, kind of throughout the morning, it was, 5 a.m., really, really windy. 6 a.m., that was the windiest we saw. We had a break for about an hour at 7. 8 was a little hit or miss. And right now, it's not super windy. The rain is still here with us now. You were talking about power outages. Last I checked, less than 100 in DeSoto County. So that's pretty good. Not many people here waking up without power this morning in Arcadia, DeSoto County. You were talking about the roads. Let's go ahead and see a look. You are still seeing people out there that are driving. The good news is at this intersection, we're at the intersection of State Road 70 and Airport Road. So we're not far from downtown Arcadia. No ponding right here, but I have noticed it in other locations that there is, but I have been checking in with law enforcement agencies here as well as emergency management. Nothing really of note is what they are telling me right now, so nothing that they are super concerned with at this point in time. One thing the county did do is that they went ahead and shut down all county offices. It's basically for the rest of the week. They're really shut down today because of the storm, but then also tomorrow is Veterans Day, so they're hoping that that will kind of get people off the road for a couple of days. That way any damage that needs to be cleaned up can be cleaned up. Just in the area where we are standing, we're in an area with a lot of shopping malls, a lot of businesses that are here. I'm not seeing any real damage, no trees that are down. That's the good news. We have had heavy gusts of wind, and we did have that rain that was coming, and of course a lot of these trees, they were taking a beating earlier 6 weeks ago from the storm. So nothing along those lines. So that is the good news right now in Arcadia. After we wrap up this report, we are going to hit the road. We're going to go check out the Peace River. That is a big concern. That is an area that is expected to reach just below flood stage. Of course, it was catastrophic when Ian came through. The biggest issue with the river is that it floods a couple days after the storm. The rain goes in other parts of the state, it makes its way and drains down. So we're going to go check on that right now. We'll be back in about an hour to give you an update, and at that point in time, we'll be live along the Peace River. But for now, we are live in Arcadia. I'm Ryan Kruger, Fox 4.
Thanks for the update, Ryan. Looking live right now, this is the pier on Flagler Beach. If you're not familiar with where that is, it's on the east coast of the state, kind of northern area, just north of Daytona Beach, south of St. Augustine. And you can see this is the side that Trent and Lauren were showing you was pushing water on shore. That's why you see that heavy surf. We see the waves. You can see the caution tape there on the pier kicking in the wind. So they are definitely dealing with more of a shore water flow than we are here in Southwest Florida. We'll continue to monitor that throughout the morning, though.
Now, we've been talking a lot about storm surge and beach erosion for that side of the state, and the people on the East Coast have been really concerned that that would be an issue with this storm.
Yeah, to give you a little bit of perspective on that, we want to go to Palm Beach County now. It's just a little south on the east coast of that area we just showed you live. Sophia Hernandez has this story from Juno Beach.
I'm Sophia Hernandez reporting from Juno Beach. We've moved around a lot this morning. We are right now on the pier, and I want you to take a look at the waves right now. We have talked a lot this morning about those strong, ferocious winds. You can see that obviously those waves that are coming in, they're very strong because of that wind, because of all of the turbulence that is happening in the water. Thankfully, there's no one out in the water right now, but you can see a couple people here on the beach just enjoying the view. A couple of the locals have told me that, of course, after a big storm like the one that we just experienced, you see the prettiest sunrise. So a lot of people out here just enjoying the view this morning. Now, again, we talked a lot about the debris, the damage. Thankfully, here in Juno Beach, we haven't seen a lot of that close to the shoreline as well as inland. What we are seeing a lot of, again, is that wind. Speaking of the wind, here on the pier, if you take a look at these wooden panels right now, those were at the farthest end of the pier. I was told by a local that the day before, so that would be Wednesday night, they were lifted that way just in case that those strong gusty winds came through, they wouldn't be flying off of the pier and into the ocean. So again, that's some safety measures and protocols here in place in Juno Beach. Another thing too, again, we talked about power outages earlier. Earlier we were talking that there were outages in the 8,500 range. They have since lowered to about more than 4,500 homes without power. So the focus today will be restoring power to those homes that are without it, again, as well as surveying the area for any damage or debris. Here on the coastline of Juno Beach, we thankfully are not seeing a lot of damage or debris. We haven't seen a lot of rainfall today, Thursday morning. However, we are seeing those strong wind gusts still in play today.
And now we want to show you some pictures from Port St. Lucie. It's just south of Daytona. Now keep in mind, these pictures were taken last night before the storm made landfall, and you can see just how much flooding there already was in the Port St. Lucie area, completely taking over the roadways. This is a familiar sight to many of us here in Southwest Florida. It's something we had to deal with Hurricane Ian. Thankfully, we aren't seeing that here in Southwest Florida. But again, on the East Coast, ahead of landfall, this is what it looked like last night in the Port St. Lucie area.
All right, Lisa, right now we continue to monitor the movement here of Nicole as it races past the central part of the state and eventually out of here. We'll talk about our improving forecast for today and tomorrow coming up in a bit.
Good morning. Time right now is 9:14. We want to show you this video that we got from Volusia County of erosion caused by Tropical Storm Nicole. You can see just how much damage this has caused right near this house. I mean, the land butting right up to it is just gone from all the erosion. Noticeable house damage here. Again, this is in Volusia County, so on the East Coast, northeast of us here in Southwest Florida. Strong wind, strong water, obviously, here that was able to cause all of that damage.
Well, we have a team of reporters in areas across Southwest Florida, across the state, as we continue to track Nicole and the conditions. Let's go to one of our inland communities. This is the area of LaBelle. Fox 4's Yvette Sanchez has been there all morning long. This is in Hendry County. And Yvette, I know the conditions have kind of tapered on and off throughout the morning. What are you seeing right now?
Well, Amy, they have tapered off throughout the morning, and you know, luckily right now I can actually stand out here with a hat on and I'm perfectly fine and I'm not getting soaked or anything like that. But actually, Sheriff Steve Whitten, he actually came and found me and he gave me an update. He got a text message from one of his deputies. They just went through the county, they did assessment. No downed power lines, no downed trees, nothing in the streets. Only 10 people have lost power in the area. But other than that, everything in Hendry County, even up into Clewiston, everything is clear, everything is fine. We were sitting there chatting for a little bit. He did take off because he was going to go do more personal assessments himself and meet with his other deputies. But it's good to know that nothing has happened here. Everything is good to go. So we'll have more updates for you guys coming up later in the hour. But for right now, live in LaBelle, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
All right, so from LaBelle, we want to go to Charlotte County. I know this is where a lot of your family lives, and see how people there are being impacted by the storm.
Fox 4's Alexandra Ronhell is live in Port Charlotte. She has a look at the conditions there, and it looks like things are improving a bit, Alex.
We still have that light rain, drizzling, steady rain, but in the last 2 hours, we have seen the wind pick up, and I actually want to give you a closer look at this home behind me. It's definitely an older home, and you can see that it's probably sustained roof damage from Hurricane Ian, but just look at that blue tarp blowing with the wind. If the wind was stronger, I don't think it would hold up. This house is just across from the Peace River, and you know, the Peace River is always a concern when it rains because of the chance of flooding, but here in Charlotte County, they're only expecting a few inches of rain. However, Charlotte County did ask residents to be prepared for rains and winds, as many homes were damaged during Ian, and as we drove in here, we did see a lot of homes with those blue tarps. Now, at this hour, we are starting to see some people walking around this area, so we're actually going to try to get to talk to some residents to see how they're faring with this rain that Nicole brought us, so make sure to stay with us for that coverage. For now, live in Port Charlotte, Alexandra Rangel, Fox 4.
Thank you, Alexandra. Now let's go ahead and bring in our team of meteorologists who are covering Tropical Storm Nicole for us this morning. And I know that we've seen, at least in the last, 17 minutes or so, conditions have improved a lot. A lot of our reporters aren't dealing with the rain as much. Is there going to be more rain, though, continuing to move through? Is this just kind of a break?
A couple scattered showers, but Lauren was looking at the winds, and they're still there.
Yeah, the winds really are not dying off, so that's going to take a little bit longer than what we're seeing on radar with the rain.
What a beautiful shot, huh?
Not typical.
I'm so used to saying that every day, because usually this is a pretty one looking across the Caloosahatchee, but all the rain and the moisture and the cloud cover has got this camera obscured a little bit here. This is the camera on top of the Luminary Hotel, which looks over towards North Fort Myers. Let's show you what it looks like on the radar, because this storm still very big. Tropical storm force winds over 400 miles and still packing a punch, especially off to the north. For Southwest Florida right now, we're not seeing a whole lot. A couple of scattered showers moving through with some rain there between Avon Park all the way up towards Merritt Island, and most of the heavy stuff now even tapering off for Arcadia. But we're watching a couple of more rain bands moving on shore for Rotunda, Placida, areas that are hit hard here by Hurricane Ian. So this is another area that we're going to continue to watch. Between Arcadia and Lake Placid, we have seen quite a bit of an improvement here. Just some scattered showers left between 70 and 66. So as we take a look there between Fort Ogden, 17, it's getting better. I don't know how to say it. Not as much wet stuff, but still very breezy out there and definitely very gloomy. As far as what we're looking at down towards the Cape and Fort Myers, a couple more showers moving through, and that's the rain and the cloud cover that you were seeing from the hotel that sits right there on the south side of the river. So definitely still some wet stuff there towards North Fort Myers, where Pine Island turns into Bayshore. And as we go throughout the day, some more scattered showers still not out of the question. Light stuff right now, Moorhaven to Lakeport, and our temperatures, well, they're sitting in the mid to low 70s. We've heard several of the reporters talk about how chilly it is outside, and Lauren, the temperatures are just the start of that chill.
Yeah, and as we go through the rest of today, we're not expecting to heat up all too much. I want to talk about the wind, though. We were just touching on that. Even though the rain slowly tapering off, I still have wind speeds consistently coming right out of the west over in Punta Gorda up to 21 miles per hour, 16 in Fort Myers, 3 in Bonita Springs, coming more out of the northeast, and then also coming more out of the southwest, 17 miles per hour over in Naples. When you take out the wind gusts, they are slightly higher and still holding on. This was up to 36 miles per hour maybe 45 minutes ago, still holding on. 33 miles per hour wind gusts over in Punta Gorda, 32 over in Fort Myers. Now, as we go through the rest of the day, and I actually want to point this out, I paused it right here about 25 minutes from now. You can see this model is trying to track the center of the storm to the north. As it slowly pulls to the north, we're going to see those wind gusts slowly taper off. So right as we're headed into your lunch hour, we're looking at wind speeds and gusts a little bit higher for northern counties. Gust in Arcadia could still reach about 40 miles per hour, a little bit lower the further south you get. Headed into this evening, gusts ranging anywhere between 20 to 25 miles per hour. Not really seeing those wind speeds and gusts, though, return to where they should be for evening hours until tomorrow night, ranging anywhere between about 5 to 15 miles per hour. This is not really anything compared to what the East Coast and Central Florida had to deal with. Bartow, for example, they saw peak wind gusts up to 63 miles per hour. That is just south of Winter Haven. Winter Haven itself saw those gusts up to 55 miles per hour. So with all of that being said, as you are headed out this morning, make sure you're just being very cautious. All of the green right here is going to be wet roadways that are registering on our traffic maps. You see the blue right here, that's ponding and pooling. We even had some windy conditions being registered along along the barrier islands over in Lee County. We had a couple of crashes along I-75. Looks like the one near River Road has since cleared up. Also the one not too far from Toledo Blade Boulevard. So that's a good sign that people are taking it nice and easy out there, and we're not seeing big pileups along the interstate. So here's what you need to know for today. Going to be a stormy, windy day. Highs really maxing out in the upper 70s, so cooler than where we should be for this time of the year. Overnight lows closer to 70 degrees. We will be staying breezy, and we could still see a few scattered showers into the overnight hours. Tomorrow, we will gradually see our conditions really clear up. Highs maxing out near 81. That cold front that is steering Nicole, though, bringing in some cooler, drier air. Not going to cool us down all that much, but by Sunday, our highs going to be in the low 80s, overnight lows into Monday going to be in the mid 60s, and the low to mid 80s does continue into your next work week. 9:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
Good morning, 9:25, and we are showing you a live look right now of Clearwater Beach. This is to our north on the west coast of Florida, and you can see just how far out the water is there. You see the pier on the right-hand side. You see the surf and the waves. That is all because of Tropical Storm Nicole. I just checked with meteorologist Lauren Petrelli, and she said that they are dealing with windy conditions there in Clearwater right now. The wind is still kicking here in southwest Florida as well. We are seeing it all on the east coast. It's pushing water on shore, so we have crews across the area, not only southwest Florida, but across the state to kind of bring you different angles, different vantage points of what Nicole, now Tropical Storm, is doing to us.
Now, it is important to keep in mind as all the wind and the rain passes through here in southwest Florida, some people are still living in tents or temporary housing because of Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, we're seeing especially the hardest hit areas after Ian where people are doing that. That includes people on Pine Island. Fox 4's John Barron is live on Pine Island. John, I know obviously there's so much debris piled up in places like Matlacha and St. James City. That was a concern leading into this storm. What are you seeing there now? I see that you're next to a big pile of debris. How's it looking out there?
Yeah, so Amy, a big point that you were talking about is those debris piles, and that's exactly what we've been seeing all across Southwest Florida. But this is something that's actually in the step in the right direction. Now, we've seen a couple of these, but these tarps over the debris piles are what's going to help us kind of actually keep that debris from spilling over into the roadways, especially this one. As you can see, this business right here, Island Bike Works, is just right here on the main roadway, and they've got a lot of debris, a lot of trash sitting here, and they don't want any of that to go into the roadways and become a concern. And so they're trying their best to make sure that with these tarps laid over, they can kind of try to prevent any of that from spilling into the roadways. And maybe if that rain pockets start to pick up, like we're kind of starting to see a little bit of rain make its way into us right now, if that kind of starts to blur your vision and you can't see what's in the road, that becomes a problem. And actually, we spoke with a resident who right now is actually taking some shelter out there at the Tarpon Lodge, and she says that the biggest concern for her and her family is the stuff that could be making its way into the roads.
Not driving around. I think the key is going to be, when I go and see what is left of my house, and how much more, it's falling apart, or what's left in the roadways. There's so much stuff on my road. People piling up belongings and what's left of their houses.
And what you're taking a look at right now as well is some of those power crews, LCEC, trying everything they can to be on the standby and on the ready when things need to go back up into the power. Because that's one of the things that we had a problem with early on last night, is actually some of these areas on Pine Island lost power, and LCEC was able to actually help bring that power right back. Same with FPL, trying to make sure that they can get that power restored when need be. They're on standby right now, and they'll be ready to go whenever that time has to bring itself back to attention. They're trying everything they can to make sure that they can try to ease that transition out of Nicole and make sure we can get back to the recovery efforts here in Southwest Florida. We're going to send it back to you guys in the studio for now, here live in Pine Island. John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, thanks for that, John. It's amazing to see. I know they did such hard work while we were dealing with Ian and the power outages, and now they're getting us right back online after Nicole. We're seeing those numbers go down across Southwest Florida. We'll update you on the power outage numbers on air in just a bit here. You can also check them out on our website, fox4now.com.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here on Fox 4 Morning News.
right now is 9:32, and we continue our team coverage as we track Tropical Storm Nicole. This is a live look outside over at the Bayfront Inn in Naples. Not the best sunrise that we've seen, and also not the best view as we've moved through the morning hours so far here on Fox 4 Morning News. Very cloudy out there as we have cloudy conditions, windy conditions, and also a lot of rain that we've been dealing with. As Nicole continues to move to the north, it's taking a lot of the rain with it. Still dealing with those gusty conditions, though. Right now, live radar shows that the center of Nicole is still moving through the central parts of the state. You can see the red right here all the way from about Jacksonville down to Daytona Beach. The reason why they are under that is going to be a tornado watch at portions this morning. We saw St. Augustine under a tornado warning. I just want to make sure, are we on source 2 right now? There we go. Thank you very much. I wanted to make sure we were getting to all of our local spots in addition to showing you exactly where Nicole is at the moment. So the center of the storm going to be moving over the I-4 corridor all the way from Orlando, stretching to the Lakeland area. They're dealing with probably the gustiest conditions. Amy was giving us a live look at Clearwater not too long ago. They also are dealing with the winds wrapping around. Remember, these tropical systems have that counterclockwise rotation, so breezy conditions moving in, and also some of this yellow going to be the moderate rainfall. We're also dealing with some moderate rainfall, but not nearly as much. That is because Nicole is moving to the north and taking all of that moisture with it. We still have pockets of moderate rainfall moving over Punta Gorda across the the I-75 and US 41 corridor. That will continue to lift to the north. Looks like we have maybe a light shower or two crossing over Babcock Ranch, but over I-75, US 41, North Fort Myers, Cape Coral, slowly drying out there. The further south you get, the less showers we are dealing with. That's the same case right now for Palmdale and Lakeport, all the way through Moorhaven and down to Whitton Corner. So even though we are dealing with drier conditions right there at the moment, we could still see a few more rain bands wrap through. Trent and I are going to walk you through a timeline of what you can expect when it comes to the tropics as we head through today and also into your Friday and the rest of your weekend. That's ahead in your full forecast.
All right, Lauren, we will see you soon. Thank you. Well, of course, Southwest Florida has seen its share of wind and squalls. Conditions have been a little bit more intense, though, along parts of Central Florida's coastline.
Yeah, in just the past 15 minutes, a reporter with Fox's National Weather Channel just gave us this update from the boardwalk of Daytona Beach. Take a look.
Be safe if you are watching this. It's no joke. You've got to be careful. This water can be very, very problematic, and we worry about the St. Johns River to the north, which is up in Jacksonville, empties out into the Atlantic. Be curious to see how that situation ends up as I stand here on the boardwalk, head on a swivel, consistently looking, making sure that we're not going to be swept away here. But look at this. You wouldn't think that this is the beach where the origins of race car driving began in the U.S., where people come in spring break and try to get sun. This looks like you're miles out into the Atlantic as it is furious and continues to kick up on this breaker here and literally sink parts of this boardwalk. It is dangerous, and that we just hope that other areas along the coast do not experience this kind of fury that we're getting here on Daytona Beach.
And we are seeing that kind of surge on the East Coast because, like Trent and Lauren have been showing us, the water is pushing towards the shore because of where the storm is positioned. We are not necessarily dealing with that. Lauren just showed you that rotation over Clearwater just to our north. It's not necessarily pushing on like we saw in Ian, but you can see they are dealing with that flooding on the East Coast. Hate to see that. That's why they want people to be so aware, even though this is just, and I do that with air quotes, a tropical storm, a Category 1 when it made landfall. You can see the damage in these pockets on the East Coast. Heavy rain throughout the morning. You can see the line in the roadway there, but then it disappears into what looks like a pond or a river. That is a road. It is covered with water. So we can see, again, just to put an exclamation point at the end of the sentence, they are on the East Coast dealing with a lot of I don't want to call it flash flooding, but localized flooding and storm surge.
All right, our team coverage of Nicole now heads into Port Charlotte. That's where Fox 4's Bree Brownlee is live, tracking the conditions there. It looks windy, Bree.
Good
Good morning, guys. Yes, that is right. We've been out here since 4 o'clock this morning, and I must say it seems like the wind has picked up compared to what it was when we first arrived. Now, earlier we were down on the ground just giving you a look of the streets to see that it really was no flooding, and some of the streets actually look pretty dry, but we wanted to come up top so you get a look at the Peace River from up here. Now, this is what it's looking like right now. Of course, you know, this area is known to flood when the rainfall is pretty high. However, right now this is what it's looking like. When I was out here talking to people, they did say they noticed the waves were probably as heavy as around 7 o'clock, but right now they feel like it's pretty calm. While being out here, I did speak to one gentleman, and he did say that he's actually enjoying this type of weather.
It's just a little storm, no big deal. That's not bad. That's not bad at all, I would say.
Now, like I said, we've been out here since 4 o'clock this morning, and we're going to continue to be out here and just to keep you guys updated on exactly what's taking place. Reporting live from Port Charlotte, Brianna Brownlee, Fox 4.
Bree, we want to head inland now. That was one of the areas that, as we were, getting ready for Nicole to come towards Southwest Florida and make landfall on the East Coast, that we were kind of concerned about, because obviously it's closer to the center of the storm when it was making landfall. But it seems like they fared pretty well in places like Arcadia and LaBelle.
Absolutely. I know when we first checked in with Yvette, she's in Hendry County in the LaBelle area. She was dealing with a lot of wind and rain early this morning at around 5, 6 o'clock. But taking a look at your shot now, Yvette, it looks like things are pretty quiet.
That's right, Lisa. Things are actually pretty quiet. And I want to go back to something that you and Amy had mentioned. You know, it's safety and being aware during tropical storms. Category 1, Category 2, no matter what it is, you have to be weather aware and you have to err on the side of caution and be safe. And, you know, like right now and the last time I talked to you guys, I had my hood off because there wasn't rain. Now the rain is coming down, the wind is picking up. But that safety is what Hendry County did. They took into account what could happen, and they actually closed school, and they went ahead and, you know, school isn't going to happen today. It didn't happen yesterday, and now it's going to pick back up tomorrow. But for right now, that's all we have here. Rain is picking up again. The wind isn't too bad. So hopefully the next time you guys see me, hood might be off, hat might be on. Who knows what you guys might get. But stay safe. But for right now, live in LaBelle, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
The nature of tropical storms and hurricanes, you can see someone like Yvette there in LaBelle, and things are super calm. And then just to our north, Skyway Bridge, you are looking live right now. It's closed down because you can see the wind shaking the camera. If you've ever driven on the Skyway Bridge on a calm day, once you get to the top of it, you can just feel the wind shaking you back and forth. So that's obviously why this bridge is closed right now.
All right, now we want to take a look at a beach on Florida, or I guess I should say Hillsborough County on the west coast, the beach there.
Yeah, so reporter Kelly McCormick, she is from our Scripps station, WFTS. She's in Plant City this morning. She kind of wants to paint a picture of what the squalls are doing there and what they're dealing with in that part of the state.
Good morning, James and Dia. It's gotten even worse. It really came back with a vengeance. The winds are just about as strong as I've seen all day right now. But first, I want to show you something. If you take a look up here with me at the sky, all morning we've been watching these clouds and how quickly they're moving through the sky. It may be a little bit tougher to make out those clouds right now, but it is a very cool visual to see them moving so quickly. Now I want to talk about the winds again. Take a look at this tree. It's really been taking an absolute beating from the wind all morning long. That's a pretty big tree. It's doing okay. The branches have definitely been moving, but these smaller palm trees, some of them are already tilted over as they have been taking the beating all morning long from these strong winds, and the winds impacting the way the rain is moving. The rain has definitely been shifting as the wind's continuing to blow, and if you look at the pavement here, you can really see the way the little water on the gravel has been moving across the pavement. Just shows just how strong those winds really are this morning. And as I mentioned earlier, the winds just about as strong as I've seen them yet today, and the rain really continuing to come down today. But I, of course, will keep you updated on the conditions out here in the field. But for now, I'm live in Plant City.
All right, time right now is 9:41. We're going to be right back after a quick break with more coverage tracking Nicole.
All right, first though, I do want to give you a quick check of your traffic hotspots.
I totaled my truck. It was a really gnarly accident. I called Farron first, and then from there it went very fast. My legal team, they were like bulldogs. They just didn't take no for an answer. It just made me feel like I was really dealing with professionals.
All right, good morning, 9:45 on your Thursday morning, and here at Fox 4 we are continuing to track Tropical Storm Nicole and the effects it's having on Southwest Florida and the state.
We want to bring in our team of meteorologists who are busy tracking the storm for us. You guys have been working so hard. Thank you so much for everything you've been doing today. And now things in Southwest Florida, they're starting to clear up a bit, which is good, but that wind is sticking around.
Yeah, I can't wait for this afternoon. We can finally say goodbye to the rain, and the winds begin to relax a little bit too.
Yeah, wind speeds right now ranging anywhere between about 15 to 25 miles per hour. We're going to do a check of that in a moment. But Tread, this is just incredible. This is a golf cart underwater over in St. Augustine, an area, by the way, that earlier this morning was under a tornado warning at one point.
Yeah, they're still under a tornado watch. You got that onshore flow there, and that's where you're seeing the worst of the surge and also the severe weather. You see this strong and wide rain band on the northern side. What you do is you look at the forward motion, and it's always the right side of circulation that's worse. And then you watch to see where those main rain bands set up. And unfortunately, St. Augustine is seeing the heavy rain along with the onshore flow. For us, we're watching the tail end of the southern part of this tropical storm pull away. Now, once that main core does, we'll still see some scattered showers and gloomy conditions persist here for a bit, but all the heavy rain should start to go. You can see what's left of the center. What time was an eye of Nicole as it pulls inland, and we've got heavy rain pretty much on the entire west coast from Port Charlotte north through Tampa. We're beginning to see conditions improve for our Arcadia. The heavier rain has pulled north up towards Bradenton and Sarasota, but another line right now for areas that got hit pretty hard with Ian. Gasparilla there, and as far as parts of Rotunda and Placida, heavy rain continues now south of the Peace River for Punta Gorda heading towards 31. But downtown Arcadia, pretty much all along 17, we have dried out at the moment, and you can see that shower moving right past the Punta Gorda Airport. And as we dip to the south here over the Caloosahatchee, there's really not a whole lot left here between the Cape and Lehigh Acres. We had one pretty good shower there, move past Babcock Ranch, and as we move inland, Lakeport, Moorhaven, Clewiston looking pretty good. Our temperatures, though, are sitting here in the low to mid 70s, and then you factor in the wind and you factor in the moisture out there. A little chilly for some of our field crews, and Lauren, eventually in time today, that wind will start to move on out.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to that too, especially as we have so much of our brain right now, excuse me, I'm trying to fix my mic right here. We are trying to fix so much of the debris right now.
Yeah,
you might have to take over.
Yeah, absolutely. Lauren, you just click through the graphics there for me, and we'll do it together. We're looking at the wind here, 20 miles per hour out of the east, and we've actually seen these gusts near tropical storm force here throughout the day. We've seen them upwards of 36. Now we've got 33 in Punta Gorda, 24 there in Naples. So even though the rain's not with us down in Collier, and the wind still is, but eventually in time it'll start to pull away. You look at the forecast here, we'll keep mid to upper 30s in play for Inglewood, Arcadia, with mid-20s all the way south. And what you're looking at is the forecast gust, and they're still with us here through about 1, 2 o'clock. Those numbers start to come down, but still breezy. You got to remember, we have a big moving on towards the north, and it's going to take a while for that wind field to get on out of here. You look at some of the numbers here. Let me go back one graphic there. These are some of the gusts we've seen reported here throughout the morning, and you can see Bartow at 63, Clearwater 58, mid-50s along the west coast from Winter Haven all the way up there towards Tampa. So as we look at the commute, this is something that Lauren does a lot better than me with the traffic, and that's just where we're seeing the wet roadways there, and we've definitely got some of these that continue all the way through. Go ahead and take me over to the 7-day there, Lauren, because we're looking at conditions that are improving as we go through the next little bit. And you can see the forecast here for today, 79, going to be stormy and windy. We'll get better as the day progresses. Then tomorrow on your Veterans Day, things looking even better. We could see a couple of stray showers early. But here's that 7-day. At one point, we were talking about some cooler weather arriving for the weekend, but right now we're looking at low 80s, slightly cooler. I had upper 70s yesterday, but it looks like some of that warmth will stick around, even though that cold front is pulling Nicole off towards the north.
Good morning. Welcome back. 9:52 on your Thursday morning. Here at Fox 4, we are continuing our coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole. We know that so many people are being affected across the northern portions of the state. But, you know, here in Southwest Florida, we've been on the ground since Hurricane Ian. There are a lot of communities that are dealing with recovery. They've got blue tarps on their roofs. I met people living in tents this week. So that's why even something like a tropical storm or Category 1 storm is concerning.
Right, you have to think of even just an afternoon shower is really going to impact people who are living in tents like what you just mentioned. Right now, Fox 4's John Barron is live on Pine Island to see how Nicole is slowing down the recovery process from Ian. John?
Yeah, so far this morning we've seen obviously a lot of wind, a lot of rain, but luckily we're starting to see that kind of make its way out of here on Pine Island and Matt Lachey. Some of those heavily hit areas here in Southwest Florida just 43 days ago when you talk about Hurricane Ian and the devastation it left behind. But the biggest thing that we're starting to see now is obviously all the debris on the side of the road, luckily staying on the side of the road. Right now it doesn't seem like there's been too much of a concern with debris making its way into the roadways, but we are starting to see an uptick in traffic. That's something that we've been seeing a lot of. And actually, as we showed you guys earlier on this morning, we showed you that there were some tarps on top of that debris to kind of keep it, maintained, so that way it wouldn't make its way into the roadways and become a concern. We even spoke
right, good morning, 9:57, and we want to give you a live look right now. You can see that wind shaking. This camera is looking...
All right, we want to show you a live look right now. This is a look at the Skyway Bridge in the St. Pete area. You can see the wind really blowing the camera here. That's why they shut down this bridge. It's what they do typically when storms like this are happening that cause the wind to go above 40 miles per hour. I know Amy and I were talking earlier, though, about how a lot of times when you're driving on a clear day over the Skyway Bridge, you can feel the wind blowing. So imagine being one of the emergency workers on this bridge right now. It is definitely a messy situation in Clearwater as far as a lot of rain and wind.
Yeah, and so, you know, like tropical storms and Category 1 hurricanes tend to do, we see pockets and waves of this type of weather. So that is the Skyway Bridge. And then we go and check in with our reporters who are stationed across Southwest Florida and across the state. And we see different conditions based on what area we're in and what kind of bands they're seeing. We want to check in, obviously, with our certified meteorologist, Trent Eric, and meteorologist Lauren Petrelli to see where things are right now in Southwest Florida, what kind of weather conditions we can expect for the rest of the day. So, you know, first let's give you a little touch base on what Nicole is.
What's interesting, you guys, is we were just talking about how the storm is, and correct me if I'm wrong because I don't have the note right in front of me, it is the first November landfall storm in 37 years?
That's not too bad, Lisa. Yeah, this one for the East Coast, it's the latest in November that the East Coast has ever been hit. They were hit by Hurricane Yankee back in 1935. I know it sounds a little funny. The naming system was a little different back then, but there was actually a later storm, and that was Hurricane Kate back in 1985, hit Mexico Beach up in the Florida Panhandle. So right now, we're looking live from the Luminary Hotel, and this shows some showers and cloud cover off in the distance, and we're not going to get rid of the clouds here today. We're going to be gloomy. It's going to be breezy, and it's going to be a little wet. The worst is over. It's starting to pull off towards the north, and even where we've got the heavy rain here early, it's pulling along the west coast. You see the brunt of it from Jacksonville stretching down on this strongest rain band, which is wrapping into the Tampa-St. Pete area. And for us, we're looking at some rain moving in. The center now pulling across I-4, US 27 heading towards I-75, and you can see some of that heavier rain from Venice northbound, Minnesota Key, up if you're familiar with areas to go shark tooth hunting. And then now we're watching the southern extent right along Placida, Boca Grande moving northbound, and these rain bands will continue to wrap around here early. So again, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte getting in on some of the heavier rain, and right there along 758 is where we have some of the heaviest here early. Now, as far as the winds and what's going on here currently, let's get over to Lauren Petrelli to walk us through that.
Yeah, Trent, even though we're starting to see the rain taper off, not so much when it comes to those breezier and windier conditions. Currently, we do have the wind coming more out of the southwest in Punta Gorda, up to 22 miles per hour, a slight improvement compared to what we saw maybe about 45 minutes ago. 17 miles per hour over in Fort Myers, 13 down in Naples, 14 Marco Island, with those gusts still holding on over in Punta Gorda, up to 33 miles per hour, the highest I've seen them so far this morning in that area, up to 36 miles per hour. So hour by hour, as we head through the rest of today, we are looking at tropical storm-like conditions slowly tapering off. That means cloud coverage, rain, and also those windy conditions. Trent and I are here to walk you through this every step of the way this morning. We're going to go through a timeline with you so that way you know exactly when we could see those conditions really improve ahead in your full forecast.
And we have a team of reporters all across Southwest Florida that are monitoring the impacts and across our state. We have reporters on the Treasure Coast as well that are letting us know how the storm is impacting our area here in Southwest Florida. So we want to keep you updated on how things are looking now in DeSoto County.
Yeah, so let's get to Ryan Kruger. Arcadia is one of the areas that right after Hurricane Ian, you can just see from this drone video that we have right after Ian hit. These communities are underwater. You don't see roads there. You don't see backyards. You see water. So we, of course, as we were coming into tracking Nicole and watching that it was going to hit the East Coast and those inland communities of Southwest Florida, wanted to make sure that we had someone stationed there to see what kind of effects they were seeing in Arcadia. That's where our Ryan Kruger is this morning. Ryan, I know you've been dealing with wind and rain on and off throughout the morning since we've been checking in with you at 5 this morning. What are you seeing right now at 10 o'clock?
So this was the area that was the big concern during Hurricane Ian. I'm right at the Peace River, right at Highway 70. And the good news is, though, right now it is low. It is not concerned at this second. But I was out here last night. If you were watching Fox 4 News at 6 or at 10, you saw that I was actually walking farther down here, and all of this area was dry, and there were actually two big rocks. I know you can't see them right here, but they were right where I was located. These were high and dry just 12 hours ago. Now they are covered in water. Water has come all the way up to here. Good news is there's still quite a bit of distance to go. I was just checking with the gauges with the National Weather Service, and it shows that the river, the Peace River here at Highway 70, has gone up about 1/3 of a foot just in the last 12 hours. It is expected to keep on climbing upwards of 5 feet by the time Monday rolls around. Now, that is certainly a lot, and that is right below flood stage, but it is nowhere near what we saw with Ian. That is the good news for the folks here. When Ian came, all of this area right here, all of this was covered in water because it was 4 times higher than what it is right now. It crested at 23 feet. That's a full 12 feet above flood stage. Just unbelievable. And that's why in that drone video you were watching with Skyfox drone, you saw roads that were just cut off. Arcadia was essentially cut off from the rest of Southwest Florida for a couple of days because the flooding was so horrific. That is not expected to be the case yet, but because it is expected to crest, it's going to be Monday is when the river is going to crest just below flood stage at 10.5 feet. They are telling folks, if you live in these low-lying areas, especially if you flooded last time, take those precautions if you are staying home. It's not necessarily today you need to worry about. It's in the coming days. It's Monday. Ian and Nicole, they dump water in other parts of Florida. They all start to drain down, and they all come down here to the Peace River. So this will be the area to watch in the days ahead. We're live in Arcadia. Ryan Kruger, Fox 4.
Hey, thanks for that, Ryan. It's a really good point because after Ian, I know a lot of people were surprised when the Mayaca River flooded and portions of I-75 were shut down, but that is what we're going to be looking for in those inland communities like Arcadia as we watch the water come in. It's a days-long event that we have to pay attention to. Another inland community we're paying attention to is LaBelle.
That's where Fox 4's Yvette Sanchez is live this morning. She's watching out for that area. And Yvette, I know at like 5 or 6 o'clock when we first checked in with you, it was really coming down hard, but things have cleared up a lot for you right now.
That's right, Lisa. It was coming down pretty hard in the 5 and 6 o'clock hours. It was windy, it was gusty, there was heavy rain, but now it is very, very simple. It is a very light rain. And I want to go back to what you just said, that, you know, we're going to keep an eye on these counties, which is why Hendry County went into a state of emergency at noon yesterday, and that carries over till the 16th of November because they have to keep an eye on the river, which is right behind me, and I'm going to take a step to the side. If you want, you can take a look at the Caloosahatchee right now. It looks very calm as opposed to what it maybe looked like at around 7 or 8 o'clock when things were a little more, there was a lot more wind, there was a lot more rain, but right now it's flowing, and it's flowing opposite actually from Fort Myers. It's going the opposite way, and it's been it's been very calm the whole time we've been standing out here since I would say around 8:30. So there hasn't been much movement here. You can see the measure right there. You can see the measurement. The water has stayed there. It has not gone up. It has not gone lower. It's been very, very calm, as I've said. The winds have actually pretty much, they've subsided. They've stopped. They've been very, very minimal. I mean, I'm looking at some palm leaves right now. They're blowing. The actual tree isn't even moving itself. But you know what? This county has, you know, done very well. They've lucked out. There's been no reports of flooding, no downed power lines. Only 10 homes as of right now have no power. Everything else has been great here. When the sheriff spoke to me, he said that he's happy and they're happy the way they took action before Nicole and during it. But for now, live in LaBelle, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
All right, we're happy to see that things are calm there, Yvette. We appreciate that update. We'll be back with you a little bit later on. As Nicole was hitting the east coast of the state and pushing that water and wind onshore, it actually was tearing away chunks of land.
Yeah, you have to see this video. It is just crazy to see stuff like this. This is chunks of a beachside home in Wilbur by the Sea just collapsing into the ocean there on the east coast. This is a familiar sight to people in some respects because of all the damage we saw from Ian on Fort Myers Beach. But again, this is on the east coast, Wilbur by the Sea. That water is just causing the parts of this home and the land here to just crumble away. And the onshore inundation measured 5.8 feet at Florida's Port Canaveral, which is around 4 o'clock this morning in this area.
Yeah, so that's what we're seeing there. Let's go back to areas here in Southwest Florida. One of the areas I've actually spent a lot of time in, Pine Island, and you see some of these small fishing communities just devastated after Hurricane Ian. And, you know, yes, Tropical Storm Nicole was not expected to bring us anything close to what we saw with Ian, but when I was out on the island the other day, 2 days ago, there was this anxiety and nerves about even a strong thunderstorm coming through. People are living in tents. So this is something that was weighing heavy. We've had our reporter John Barron out on Pine Island all morning long to see if those piles of debris that are still along the roadways there were going to be thrown around with the wind and the 35-mile-an-hour winds that we were seeing, or if water was going to be an issue. So let's go check in with John Barron. Again, he's on Pine Island to see how things are looking there. Good morning, John.
Let's talk a little bit more about what you just said with the debris piles. That's really what we've been taking a look at all morning long, because luckily the water hasn't been too much of a problem, but we do have these small pockets every now and then in some of these crevices. You can see just a little bit of water, just some standing water in some areas, and a minor flooding in a lot of these roadways. So nothing too much of a concern at some point in time. But what we need to take a look at is this kind of debris. This is obviously the aftermath of Hurricane Ian and what's really been just devastating. But now you can see all these personal belongings stacked up. While that wind was picking up this morning and the rain was starting to come in, we were really concerned that this debris was going to start making its way into the roadways. Obviously, that's not the concern this morning. It has not been the result. But you can see just all this debris. We saw some areas that, you know, had a tarp on top of their debris just to try to limit any possibilities of that wind picking up and taking any of that onto the roadways, causing a concern and possibly even destruction. But now we're taking a look right now at just all the home belongings from Hurricane Ian still stacked off to the side as debris continues to be picked up day by day, just trying to get us back into a recovery mode and back into rebuilding here in Southwest Florida, back to a sense of normalcy. That's what we're trying to get to. And obviously, just 43 days after Hurricane Ian, we have Hurricane Nicole, which is now starting to die down a little bit. But when we talk about what we're seeing here and hearing from some of those neighbors, it was more of a concern that the debris flying in the air and starting to get on the roadways and even maybe lifting those tarps and adding a little bit more of damage that they don't need to their houses at this point in time. That was what one person told us who actually was taking cover at Tarpon Lodge told me. She said that her and her kids were really concerned about the tarp flying off and adding a little bit more damage to her home, something that she's just trying to get back to normal, trying to get her feet back underneath herself and just trying to get back into their home. She wants to have that setting here soon, and obviously Nicole was not adding any ease to it. So we're going to continue talking to neighbors and actually make our way out to Matt Lachey here in just a little while. So we'll send it back to you guys in the studio. For now, here live in Pine Island, John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, John, happy for that update. You know, as the light was coming up, it's hard to see when the storm was making landfall. It was 3 in the morning, very dark, so it was hard to see conditions. But as the light has been coming up throughout the morning, we've been seeing new images of what tropical storm, it was a hurricane when it made landfall, Nicole is doing to the state. So we want to show you some video. This is out of St. Augustine. This is actually in a marina there.
Yeah, city officials are saying that the breakwater dock at this marina was already weakened by Hurricane Ian. You got to think how we're feeling the impacts of this storm here on our coast. Just like that, they felt the impacts of Ian on their coast. And now this dock, as you can see, it's being further damaged by the rough surf that was caused by what was Hurricane Nicole, now Tropical Storm Nicole.
Yeah, also in St. Augustine, portions of downtown, look at this. They're completely underwater. I mean, you can see the water is definitely going through the doors of those businesses, gas stations. It's several inches, if not a foot up. You can see someone there wading through the water. I hope that that gentleman has boots on underneath, and maybe they're just a little shorter, because another thing to keep in mind is this water is dirty. We saw a lot of bacteria in the water when we dealt with storm surge here in Southwest Florida. So again, St. Augustine, and this is just a 1-2 punch for them, because don't forget, after Ian, St. Augustine was one of the areas that we were talking about flooding happening. So here they are again with portions of downtown and St. Augustine underwater.
Now we want to go to the Hillsborough County area on the west coast of our state. That's where we have reporter Kelly McCormick from our sister station WFTS. She is in Plant City this morning. She's showing us what kind of squalls people were dealing with in that area.
It's gotten even worse. It really came back with a vengeance. The winds are just about as strong as I've seen all day right now. But first, I want to show you something. If you take a look up here with me at the sky, all morning we've been watching these clouds and how quickly they're moving through the sky. It may be a little bit tougher to make out those clouds right now, but it is a very cool visual to see them moving so quickly. Now I want to talk about the winds again. Take a look at this tree. It's really been taking an absolute beating from the wind all morning long. That's a pretty big tree. It's doing okay. The branches have definitely been moving, but these smaller palm trees, some of them are already tilted over as they have been taking the beating all morning long from these strong winds, and the winds impacting the way the rain is moving. The rain has definitely been shifting as the wind's continuing to blow, and if you look at the pavement here, you can really see the way the little water on the gravel has been moving across the pavement. Just shows just how strong those winds really are this morning. And as I mentioned earlier, the winds just about as strong as I've seen them yet today, and the rain really continuing to come down today. But I, of course, will keep you updated on the conditions out here in the field. But for now, I'm live in Plant City.
All right, thanks for that update. We do want to get you a check of the weather, what it's going to be looking like as Nicole moves out of southwest Florida. And we've seen the worst of it here, so that's good.
That's good. But, you know, of course, it's still windy and rainy throughout parts of southwest Florida still this morning, Trent and Lauren. So how much longer are we going to be dealing with these conditions?
A few more hours.
Yeah.
That's really about it. We're hoping by noon, 1 o'clock, that most of the heavy rain's out of here. But you've been watching the winds closer than I have today. Yeah. We kind of been shifting our focus and stay on top of it, and it looks like the winds are going to stick around a little longer.
Yeah, taking a look outside at the Luminary Hotel, you can see we're starting to dry out. Trent's going to do a quick tour of the radar. We're going to talk about those winds where I see some improvement in certain spots, but it's not as good as I was hoping, Trent, especially as we are still in recovery mode since Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, a lot of those tarps on the rooftops really taking a beating here overnight when some of the heavier stuff was moving through. And now we're looking at the radar, and this really tells the story. The center of the storm is moving between I-4 and I-75. Still got a pretty good structure as it's been interacting with land, especially up to the north, where we've been watching this rain band move through. A couple of tornado warnings along with that right there on the county line, or state line, I should say, between Florida and Georgia. Tornado watch box out there, always on the right side of circulation. We get that threat. And you can see most of southwest Florida really drying out. We've got some fast moving showers, but scattered out. The heaviest rain continues right here from Sarasota northbound, and that core of the more solid rain will lift north in the next couple of hours. But back behind it, we've got some spotty showers from downtown Arcadia all the way down 17. And we had some pretty good downpours around Northport and Fort Ogden. And now even areas around the lake where we saw some heavy stuff, just a couple of showers. Same thing from Alva all the way out towards Sanibel. So as we continue to look around town, North Naples, Ave Maria, just a few showers out and about. But this is some of the heaviest rain we've got currently, and that is south there, 776, right along the Mayaca River and the mouth of the Peace River. I want to show you again kind of a broader view. It's just a matter of a few hours before even that heavy rain band continues to pull through. We've had a lot of questions about getting hit by a hurricane this late in November. Now, what happened was today, the East Coast got hit by a Category 1 hurricane, Nicole. It officially became the latest hurricane to hit the East Coast of the state, breaking the record held by Hurricane Yankee that made landfall down along the Miami-Dade County coastline on November 4th, 1935. However, it is not the latest hurricane ever to hit. That would have been Kate back in 1985, making landfall in Mexico Beach. That happened November 21st, again, about 37 years ago in 1985. So there have been later hurricanes to strike the state. This one, just the latest on the East Coast. So you kind of look at both of them together there for history, and you've got Nicole that went above Yankee and kind of going over towards the Panhandle where Kate hit as well.
And Trent, just like with many of the other tropical systems through history, including, for example, Hurricane Ian, where we slowly watch the rain taper away and then eventually the wind, that is what I'm waiting on for this morning. Over in the Punta Gorda area, we're seeing a slight improvement when it comes to our wind speeds, but still very windy over there. The winds coming out of the southwest up to 21 miles per hour. Fort Myers, you could see 17 miles per hour, 16 down in Naples, 15 over Marco Island. Gusts are still pretty high, especially over over in Punta Gorda, coming up at 32 miles per hour, 25 down in Naples, 23 over in Marco Island. As we continue to track Nicole as it lifts to the north, this model right here, you see this little gradient right here of colors. This model is trying to pick up on the center of Nicole as it lifts to the north and out to the Gulf of Mexico. Once that happens, some of our northern counties are still going to have very gusty conditions up to 40 miles per hour and a little bit slower the further south you get. That continues into your lunch hour and also later on this evening. Big improvement by this evening with those gusts ranging anywhere between 20 to 25 miles per hour. We'll see some improvement by tomorrow afternoon, but really you're going to feel the difference tomorrow evening where those gusts will be ranging anywhere between 5 to 15 miles per hour, which is about where we usually are on a typical night. So for today, here's what you need to know. We are stormy for today and very windy, so that means our highs maxing out in the upper 70s, well below that average of 82 that we typically see this time of the year. Overnight lows are also going to be a little breezy. A couple showers could still stick around, and those overnight lows dipping near 70 degrees. Tomorrow, conditions really improving gradually, though. The second half of your day going to be much better than the first half of your day. Highs maxing out near 81 degrees. Then that cold front that has been steering Nicole is going to bring in some cooler, drier air. Not as cool as we would like to see it in the month of November, but at least by Sunday, we're going to see sun and clouds. Highs maxing out near 81. Overnight lows into Monday in the mid-60s. Plenty of sunshine as we head into your next work week. 10:18 is the time. You're watching Fox 4 Morning News. Here's one last check of your traffic hotspots, by the way.
I totaled my truck. It was a really gnarly accident. I called Fare and Fare first, and then from there it went very fast. My legal team, they were like bulldogs. They just didn't take no for an answer. It just made me feel like I was really dealing with professionals.
(10:21) is the time. Thanks for watching our coverage as we track Tropical Storm Nicole here in Southwest Florida and across our state. You are looking live right now at the camera on the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. This is in the St. Pete, Tampa area. And we're getting word now from our producer at 10:21 that Governor Ron DeSantis has arrived earlier than initially planned for his news update on Tropical Storm Nicole. So let's send it on over to where he is.
All right, so the governor obviously threw out Hurricane Ian. He and the emergency management teams with our state, they are addressing everyone across the state of Florida so that they can keep you up to date on what we're seeing as far as power outages and damage. So we are waiting. We are expecting the governor to speak at 10:30. We are hearing that we're going to be going to him speaking now. So let's go listen into what the governor.
You have downed trees, you have power lines, you have some road washouts, combined winds and storm surge. We've seen beach erosion, especially in areas that had already seen erosion from Hurricane Ian. And these are places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler,
and St. Johns counties. After the storm, there will be likely be flooding in some areas, so make sure to avoid floodwaters as they may be down power lines and other hazards. This morning, more than 50 counties were under tropical storm warnings, and that number will continue to go down as the storm moves across the state. We're ready, and we have resources to respond to whatever post-storm needs may arise. And I declared a state of emergency on Monday for 34 counties so that they had ample time to prepare for the storm. This morning, as an abundance of caution, we've expanded that to all counties just simply because we're not sure the extent of the impacts in Northwest Florida in particular. Kevin and his team have been in constant communication with utility providers. We now have 333,000 accounts without power. That's 2.98% of the state, 23.3% out in Brevard, 16.6% in Indian River, and then Volusia, Seminole, Putnam, and Orange, all smaller percentages than that. But there are 17,000 linemen staged to immediately begin power restoration efforts as soon as it's safe to do so. And certainly as you get into places like the Martin, St. Lucie area, people have been working in those areas and will continue to go in as it's safe in other parts of the state. We had activated 600 National Guardsmen, have 7 urban search and rescue teams on standby, are ready to respond as soon as the weather clears. We also have FWC's high water vehicles ready to assist in response efforts should that be needed. We have 250 Florida Department of Transportation crews that are ready to deploy and begin damage assessment, bridge inspections, and cut and toss operations to clear roadways as is necessary. 61 school districts are closed for today. And of course, schools are closed tomorrow for Veterans Day. If you an updated list for that, you can go to FloridaFLDOE.org, FLDOE.org. I want to thank Kevin and everybody for working hard. This is obviously not as significant a storm as Hurricane Ian was, but coming on the heels of that, you're seeing communities, particularly in the Volusia County area, where you had a lot of that erosion on the coastline. You know, this has put some of those structures in jeopardy, and they've been working very hard to make sure everybody's safe. So I want to thank everyone for their efforts there, and we'll hear from Kevin with further updates.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate your involvement and appreciate your leadership in helping us to respond to this event. The men and women behind me get all the credit on that floor. They've been working for 48 days straight, and they continue to respond to what Floridians need most, and that is our help. Tropical storm conditions are ongoing across the Florida Peninsula and will expand into the Big Bend and Eastern Panhandle this afternoon. There remains a risk for severe weather, including isolated tornadoes embedded within Nicole's outer rain bands. The latest one that we had was just about 2 hours ago in St. Johns County. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, stay in the most interior room of your home and protect your head and body from debris with either a blanket, sleeping bag mattress, or any type of helmet. Dangerous beach conditions will continue along the East Coast as a result of elevated tides and lingering wave heights of 8 to 16 feet along the Atlantic coast. Elevated tides, ocean swells, and strong winds will push water into the St. Johns River, leading to flooding along the river. The St. Johns River right now at Astor is back into major flood stage. This morning we do have Fish and Wildlife Commission boats on standby in the area, as well as urban search and rescue swift water teams to assist if there should be a need for a rescue. This storm is very large. Even if the eye has passed over your area, it may still be unsafe to go outside due to the heavy winds, flash flooding, and isolated tornadoes. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded waters. I continue to urge Floridians to stay indoors in a safe structure and away from the coastline at this time. If you lose power, please use generators safely. We continue to have disaster deaths related to generators. Remember, keep those generators outside and 20 feet away from the house. Never operate those generators indoors. You must give a generator 20 minutes of cool down time before refueling. Avoid electrocution by keeping the generators dry. After the storm is gone, there will likely be large items of debris through impacted areas, especially along the coastline. Do not try to remove the large debris without assistance. There are volunteer groups that will be able to help you. Don't overexert yourself and put yourself into a risky situation. Additionally, do not touch or drive over down power lines or stay in areas of standing water. This can cause deadly electrocution. If you see exposed fiber optic lines or any wires for that matter, do not cut them. You can text, make a cell phone call, or use social media to report these lines that are exposed. The Florida Division of Emergency Management continues to coordinate with utility companies, as the governor has stated, to ensure crews are prepared to respond and restore power. Those crews are out now. They are moving up from the Palm Beach area into areas like Martin County and St. Lucie County to restore power. FDM liaisons have been deployed to support the following counties at their request: Orange County, Lake County, Seminole, Martin, Volusia, Brevard, Indian River, and St. Lucie. If you have questions about the status of the storm, please continue to contact our State Assistance Information Line or the SAIL line at 1-800-342-3557. For any more emergency information regarding Tropical Storm Nicole, all of that information is available on floridadisaster.org/Nicole. It's also available on the Division's Facebook and on our Twitter page at FLSERT or at FLCERT. Thank you, Governor.
Okay. All right. Thanks. If we need any more updates, we'll be back.
All right, you were hearing live there from Governor Ron DeSantis, as well as emergency management officials updating us on where things stand within the state of Florida when it comes to Tropical Storm Nicole. 333,000 people, it's a lot of people across the state without power right now. 17,000 linemen, though, are staged to go in and already start. They are working as we speak to get people back on board. The Florida Department of Transportation, we see that video that we were showing you, the wind whipping there at the Skyway Bridge going into the Tampa area. They're going to be checking all of the bridges across the state to make sure that they're good to go, that they are structurally sound, that there wasn't any damage. The biggest thing, though, is they want you to know that if you have questions or if you have, things you need answered, you can get information when you go to floridadisaster.org/Nicole. There's also a phone number I want to give you real quick, 1-800-342-3557. All of this will be on our website, fox4now.com.
Something else that they pointed out that I thought was worth mentioning is they were saying that a lot of the people in places like Volusia County, you may remember, I know we had such a huge impact from Hurricane Ian here, but they were also impacted by Ian. So a lot of the structures, there was a lot of erosion that was caused by Ian at that time. Now they're getting pounded with this storm. So a lot of the buildings along the coast there in the areas on the East Coast are now, the beaches are eroded. The buildings are not structurally sound anymore. So those are things that they're dealing with, even with what is many people are calling just a Category 1 storm.
Yeah, it's November, so we are getting close to the end of hurricane season. Hopefully, Nicole is the last tropical system that we're going to have to deal with. We are going to continue to track it this morning. Our meteorologists are working right now to let you know where in Southwest Florida we're going to be seeing weather throughout the next couple of hours and where the wind's going to be. So stick with us. We'll be right back. We're taking a break. You're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
hour, we continue to track Tropical Storm Nicole this morning. I want to give you a live look outside at the Bayfront Inn. Starting to see a little bit more sunshine and blue as those clouds are breaking apart. This is down in Collier County near Naples. It looks through our inland areas, so it's nice to see conditions clearing up just a little bit. However, Collier County all morning long, the least of the impacts when it comes to Tropical Storm Nicole. Some of us are still dealing with the rainfall as it moves across the central portions of our state. Currently moving a little bit closer to the Gulf of Mexico. By about 1 o'clock, we are expecting the center of that storm to be either over the Gulf of Mexico or at least close to it. Now, we just gave you that live look outside, looking a lot better. That's exactly what we're seeing on our live radar as those rain bands still whip around along the center of circulation right now. Remember, it moves in that counterclockwise rotation. Some of the areas in Central Florida that are briefly going to be drying out. Finally, Orlando, for example, the city right there downtown along the I-4 corridor. But as you get closer to Winter Haven, they're picking up on that moderate rainfall. As we move a little bit closer to home, you see that yellow right there. That's going to be another rain band for Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda. You're picking up moderate rainfall. You had a brief period where you were drying out. That's moving in. That means those roadways that were already wet going to pick up even more rain. Arcadia, eventually that's going to lift to the north, so even though you're only dealing with a light drizzle at the moment, you're going to eventually see what the Charlotte Harbor is dealing with right now. As we move a little bit further to the south, we maybe have some spotty showers crossing over Pine Island and Cape Coral, a little bit drier south through Fort Myers. I-75, you could see that light drizzle slowly crossing over you right now. Through our inland areas, kind of a bit of the same story. Light showers crossing over Moorhaven, Highway 27, even State Road 78. But for the most part, most of Southwest Florida is looking a little dry. And as the system continues to move to the north, we're going to slowly dry out as well. Temperatures are on the cooler side, especially when you factor in the wind. We're going to talk more about your highs for today and also those winds when they will finally taper off ahead in your full forecast. Stick around. Trent and I will be with you every step of the way this morning.
Thanks for that, Lauren. We also have team coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole. We have crews all over Southwest Florida, in fact, all over the state.
Right. We have right now Fox 4's Ryan Kruger, who has been closely following the water levels in DeSoto County, where the rain has really been beating down for most of the morning. Ryan, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, so I was checking some rain gauges between my reports, and the rain gauges here in DeSoto County, some of them are registering just under 3 inches of rain since midnight. So a good amount of rain in, 10.5 hours or so that we've had here. The good news is right now, really just the drizzle, really no wind that we're dealing with, so much better conditions than what we had, say, 5 or 6 hours ago. A big concern here in DeSoto County is going to be the Peace River. Now, if you were with us last night on Fox 4 News at 6 and 10, you may have seen that I was out here. None of this area was wet. The water didn't come until farther back there. I'm not going to walk all the way into there. This was all high and dry. So it has come up, according to the National Weather Service, their latest registering. It's come up about 1/3 of a foot. Now, the good news is that it is not expected to crest nearly what it crested at when Hurricane Ian came through. When Hurricane Ian came through on a Wednesday. Of course, by that Saturday, the Peace River here at Highway 70 crested all of this area, this boat ramp right here. This was all underwater. There's a parking lot behind us. All of this was underwater. There's an American Legion over here. That was flooded out. All of this area was underwater. Parts of Arcadia were just shut out, completely cut off for a couple of days until that water receded. That is not what the National Weather Service is expecting is going to happen this time. The river is expected to crest on Monday at 10.5 feet. That is just below flood stage. So certainly something to be concerned about. The county is telling folks who live in these low-lying areas who got flooded last time, take precautions if you're at your home. Again, that's going to be a couple days from now. One last thing, power outages, that number has gone up. The latest numbers from FPL show 500 people in DeSoto County are without power this morning. It was as high as 600. That's gone down, so now it's 500 people in DeSoto County without power. But I did, about 2 minutes ago, see a power truck drive by. So hopefully those crews can get out there and restore those power today. So that's it for us in DeSoto County. We are live in Arcadia this morning. I'm Ryan Kruger.
All right, thank you for that, Ryan. Good information. Another inland area that we were paying close attention to, and still are, is LaBelle. It was an area we were worried about localized flooding. Luckily, though, our crews there are saying it's looking good.
Yeah, you have to think about the proximity it is to where the storm made landfall, at least it's probably one of the more closer areas of Southwest Florida to the East Coast. So, of course, they're going to see more of the impacts, at least initially. So let's send it on over to Yvette Sanchez. I know, obviously, right now, Yvette, things are looking clear and quiet, but how were things looking earlier this morning?
Well, Lisa, earlier this morning, I can tell you, you could hear the wind. The wind was loud. The rain was heavy. It was just blowing like no other. And now I am happy to report that there is no rain. There is barely any wind. Actually, just a couple minutes ago, I saw the sun peek out, so that's a good sign. But there are some things that people in Hendry County still need to know. Like tomorrow, they will resume trash pickup. It has been canceled today. School's not in session today. It'll be back in tomorrow. The state of emergency that went into effect yesterday at 12 p.m. will continue till November 16th, so they can watch the Caloosahatchee River over those 7 days. But as of now, like I said earlier in the reports, the sheriff came and told me we're happy to report no downed power lines, no debris in the road. So everything is good to go for right now here in LaBelle. So for right now, live in LaBelle, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
All right, we appreciate that. Yvette, we do also want to get you a check of power and the numbers, as we are seeing power outages, 333,000 across the state. But here's what we're seeing in Southwest Florida. So let's first talk about Lee County. There are 840. That's much better than what we were seeing earlier this morning when it was about 1,400. Just 840 out in Lee County at this point.
And that's FPL customers there, so things are improving. It's the same in Collier County, though, where earlier this morning about 1,700 FPL customers did not have power. Right now, that number is just 240.
Yeah, the wind was a little worse later in the morning in Charlotte County. Right now, FPL says they're at just under 1,840 without power in Charlotte County as well.
In Glades County, the number's about 150. 4% of the customers there. FPL says every customer has power on right now, though, in Hendry County.
And like you heard the governor say, 17,000 linemen are going to be deployed across the state to make sure power gets on very quickly. I saw FPL trucks. I know Ryan Kruger just said he saw trucks out working. So just rest assured, we know a lot of you were without power for a long time after Ian, and it's not going to be that long because they are out and they are working right now to get that back on.
Numbers already improving. All right, now we want to go into the Charlotte County area. That's the area that we were seeing the most power outages, at least as of right now, for FPL customers, and that's where Fox 4's Bree Brownlee is live with a look at the conditions there. It still looks windy, Yvette.
Yes, guys, we are here in Port Charlotte next to the Peace River, and it is coming down pretty hard right now. But honestly, it's a little bit more calm compared to what it was like 5 minutes ago. I know we've been out here since 4 o'clock in the morning, and the big thing we were talking about earlier was mainly the wind, and the rain didn't seem to be that heavy. But in the past, I'll say 30 minutes, it has picked up drastically. But like I said, we're here next to the Peace River, and earlier today we were actually on the ground level trying to give you a look of what the road conditions were like. And as you can see over here, they're still not flooding just yet. However, it's way more saturated than what it was like earlier today. Earlier today, it was still look pretty dry, but now we're starting to see a little bit of more puddles actually form. But I do want to take you guys over here by the Peace River. That's where we are actually at. And of course, we all know that when it comes to heavy rainfall in this area, the Peace River does usually flood. However, this is what it's looking like right now. Now, earlier today, I have been speaking to people, and they have been saying they have noticed where some of the waves seemed like it was their highest around 7 o'clock this morning. When I spoke to one gentleman, he told me he's actually enjoying the weather out here right now.
It's just a little storm, no big deal. That's not bad. That's not bad at all, I would say.
And like I said earlier, guys, you know, this is probably the heaviest we felt the rainfall so far in the wind. Like, it's calming down a little bit, but compared to what it was like 5 minutes ago, that was probably the brunt that we felt, you know, for the first time since we've been out here. But like I said, we're going to stay out here to keep you guys updated. Reporting live from Port Charlotte, Brianna Brownlee, Fox 4.
All right, we appreciate that, Bree.
I want to make sure, because you saw how windy it is where she is, and you never know at what point if wind conditions are going to pick up anywhere else here in Southwest Florida. So I want to talk about the people who have the blue tarps on their roofs right now from Hurricane Ian damage. If you are one of those people and the tarp has kind of blown up, it's messed up, it's not protecting your roof anymore, Lee County is saying that public safety is getting the names and addresses of people who need to get their roofs retarped. If that is you, you can call 211, follow the process there to get your name and address put in so they can come back out and retarp your roof.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. It's important work that needs to be done. I know we're almost out of hurricane season, but rain is definitely still going to be coming our way at some point. So that's great information there. So we saw, Bree, how windy it still is in Charlotte County. We saw those wind gusts and those squalls, but conditions were much more intense along parts of central Florida's coastline and on the East Coast. One of our reporters with Fox National Weather Channel filed a report on the boardwalk of Daytona Beach, and it's really impressive to see what they're dealing with there. Take a look.
Be safe if you are watching this. It's no joke. You've got to be careful. This water can be very, very problematic, and we worry about the St. Johns River to the north, which is up in Jacksonville, empties out into the Atlantic. Be curious to see how that situation ends up as I stand here on the boardwalk, head on a swivel, consistently looking, making sure that we're not going to be swept away here. But look at this. You wouldn't think that this is the beach where the origins of race car driving began in the U.S., where people come in spring break and try to get sun. This looks like you're miles out into the Atlantic as it is furious and continues to kick up on this breaker here and literally sink parts of this boardwalk. It is dangerous, and we just hope that other areas along the coast do not experience this kind of fury that we're getting here on Daytona Beach.
Yeah, it's that wind pushing on shore that we're thankfully not really seeing with this storm that they're seeing up there on the East Coast and portions of Central Florida. I hate to see that for them.
Yeah, it's all about the direction. We've been talking about the last couple of days that it was not going to be a surge event. I know so many people that was something they were fearful of after we just went through Ian. And boy, you just look at these images. This is Flagler Beach, and you could just see how milky brown the ocean is, just full of sand and dirt. And as it pans back towards the left, you're looking at what remains there of the Flagler Beach Pier. Very popular place there if you haven't been. It's gorgeous. Typically, it looks nothing like that. It's going to take a while for the Atlantic to calm down. This was a very large subtropical system at one point, developed into a tropical storm and then a hurricane. It had a wind field of tropical storm force winds that were over 400 miles wide. And still, you can see the impact this storm is having, not only on Florida, but Georgia and parts of South Carolina. That tornado watch box has allowed to be cut in half pretty much. They're following that main rain band. Anytime on the right side of circulation, you get that storm, you get the spinning with the winds with height, and that's what happens. So for us, we're actually on the tail end. You see the core of the heaviest rain north from Sarasota up towards Tampa as the center moved past I-4 and is now quickly heading up I-75. A couple lightning strikes there on some of the stronger storms south of Spring Hill. But for us, the heaviest rain is now out of our viewing area, Hardee County northbound, but we've got one more band that is moving there across Placido, Rotunda, and will bring more wet weather for the Mayaca and Peace River. It's a place we don't need it, but unfortunately, that's the last bit of some of the heavier rain. And you can see it moving there just north of the Punta Gorda Airport, and those showers extend past 70 as well. Downtown Arcadia, a couple of hit-or-miss showers. Most of that is pulling away, but this is the heavy stuff that we've been watching now from Rotunda, Inglewood, back towards Punta Gorda. Not much happening at all along the Caloosahatchee, some very fast-moving showers. That's about it. So let's work inland, where today Lakeport, Moorhaven, Colusan got rocked pretty hard by some gusty winds, and our temperatures aren't going to move much. With the cloud cover, it's going to be breezy, cool, and kind of a raw day. And Lauren, that rain came down. What are the rainfall totals looking like around town?
Yeah, Joe, we haven't checked in on these in about an hour or so, and I went in to see if they updated. Not too much of a difference compared to what we've seen, for example, when we checked in 2 hours ago. Some of our northern viewing area, though, it's really starting to pile up. Just north of Palmdale, for example, they're seeing close to 2.5 inches of rain still between LaBelle and Immokalee. That is the area that picked up some of the heaviest rainfall for our viewing area, anywhere between 3 to 4 inches of rain over the past 24 hours. In the Charlotte Harbor area, we're looking at anywhere between 1 to 1.5 inches of rain. And look, the further south that you get, those rainfall totals really start to taper off because those bands really didn't reach as far south as Trent was just explaining to you, all the way down in North Naples, just under 1/2 inch of rain. Something that is slowly tapering off, but not nearly as fast as the rain, is going to be the wind. We still have the wind coming out of the southwest over on Punta Gorda up to 21 miles per hour, 17 in Fort Myers, 15 over in Naples. Gusts are still up to 32 miles per hour over in Punta Gorda. The highest I've seen it there, at least all morning long, 36 miles per hour. When we head into the later afternoon hours, the wind will slowly die die down. This model right here, you see this color gradient is trying to track the center of Nicole as it moves to the north. As it pushes to the north, we're going to see those winds taper off even more. So by about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that's when we're going to see our southern viewing area anywhere between about 20 to 25 miles per hour when it comes to the wind gusts, a little bit higher, up to 40 miles per hour for our northern counties. Even into this evening, those windy conditions will persist, up to 30 miles per hour for those wind gusts. It won't be until not only tomorrow morning, but tomorrow evening where we're really going to see the biggest difference with those wind speeds and wind gusts anywhere between about 5 to 15 miles per hour. So here's what you need to know for today. Stormy for most of the day. Highs today camping out in the upper 70s because of all that cloud coverage, the wind, the rain. That continues into your overnight hours with those lows dipping near 70 degrees. Tomorrow we'll gradually see those skies really clear up. The second half of your Friday going to look a lot more beautiful than the first half of your day. Highs camping out near 81 degrees. Then as we head into the overnight hours, those lows are going to dip back into the upper 60s. That cold front will bring us a bit of cooler and drier air. Not as cool as we would like it for November, but at least by Sunday, we're looking at a mix of sun and clouds. Highs in the low 80s, overnight lows going to be dipping into the mid 60s. Headed into your work week next week, plenty of sunshine. Time right now is 10:50. You're watching Fox 4 Morning News.
I totaled my truck. It was a really gnarly accident. I called Vero first, and then from there it went very fast. My legal team, they were like bulldogs. They just didn't take no for an answer. It just made me feel like I was really dealing with professionals.
All right, 10:54 is the time right now. I know for a lot of people, you know, this situation, this storm, it might not have been too much compared to what we've been through the last few months or I guess few weeks, right? But it's been a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and you have to think that there are so many people that are still recovering from Ian and living in tents or other forms of temporary housing. So any little bit of rain or wind is really going to impact those people.
Yeah, they were concerned as we watched Nicole approach the coast of Florida. So let's go check in with John Barron. He's live, and he has been in Matlacha and Pine Island all morning long, where there are still piles of debris, where they are working actively to recover. So, John, what are you seeing out there this morning? How did they fare through the weather that we saw today?
Well, right now we're taking a look at Matlacha actually this morning, and obviously we've been on Pine Island. We've taken a look at how that is going over there, and honestly, with the wind and rain, those debris piles luckily have not moved any, if at all. Luckily, all these roadways are open, and that's what we're taking a look at right now. You can kind of see we've been seeing a steady flow of traffic all day, and honestly, on this road has not been too much of a problem when you talk about debris spilling into the roadways. That's what we thought might be a problem, especially with this wind as it continued to pick up, but really with the rain and wind really dying down, honestly, now to the point where people are starting to wake up, get outside, and trying to do things. Understand, do so with caution. If you guys are having to do anything, make sure you guys are being very aware of your surroundings. Understand that there is still debris on the side of the road, something we've seen for weeks, but this is also something we need to make sure we're paying close attention to, because it just takes a quick gust of wind to knock some debris into the roadway. You don't see it, and then it becomes a hazard. So as we were taking a look in Matlacha and Pine Island, this is the debris we've been seeing all week long, and honestly for the last month. This is something we've seen just 43 days ago, back when Hurricane Ian made landfall, and now obviously when we talk about Nicole that made landfall, it was kind of one of those things that was just kind of a problem for a lot of these residents, just kind of waking up and wondering, oh man, are we going to have to worry about another hurricane? And at one point in time it was, but it's very much dying down, getting weaker, but still something we're watching. But as you guys can kind of see, things kind of dying down a good bit as everybody's starting to wake up here in Matlacha and just figuring out what they need to do as far as the next step in the recovery efforts. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio for now here at Matlacha. John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, thank you, John. I'll take that as a win, knowing
Absolutely.
that those debris piles kind of stayed in place. And we, of course, are going to be tracking this storm. Trent and Lauren, can you show us one last look before we head to break? Where is Nicole right now, and what are we dealing with?
Yeah, you can see the storm on the radar here moving north. It's going to continue there, hugging the west coast of the state, and it is pulling most of the heavy rain away. As we zoom back in here to southwest Florida, we've got one kind of heavy rain band there right along the Peace River. Otherwise, it's going to be scattered showers. Breeze will be with us here for a majority of the afternoon and early evening hours.
Remember, you can download the Fox 4 app to stay up to date on weather conditions here in Southwest Florida.
Have a great day. Stay safe.